다시 지웠다가
Senator
해야 되는 거
Nowadays,
아니에요?
if you are Team A, please come up to the stage and proceed with your presentation.
되긴 돼요. 일단 되긴 된다는 거 그런 거네요.
이거 카메라로
그 재현 감독님 라이브 들어가서 한번 에어팟으로 들어봐요.
Good morning, everyone. We are Group A, and today we'd like to present our project, Youth-Led Sports Programs for Peace Building, Integrating Peace Pedagogy and Dialogue Exchange in Conflict-Affected Communities. Our presentation explores how youth-led sports programs can contribute to peace building in conflict-affected communities. More specifically, we argue that sport becomes much more effective when it is combined with peace pedagogy and dialogue exchange, allowing young people to become active leaders of peace rather than simply participants. We hope this presentation helps show how youth-led programs can promote cooperation and mutual understanding in conflict-affected communities.
First, give a brief overview of today's presentation. Our presentation consists of 4 parts. First, we will explain the problem in our research question, focusing on why sports alone is not enough to build peace. Second, we will introduce peace pedagogy and explain how learning, reflection, and dialogue can transform sport into a tool for peace education. Third, we will examine 2 case studies that demonstrate how these ideas have been successfully applied in practice. Finally, we will discuss design and policy recommendations for creating more effective youth-led sports programs. And let's begin by looking at why this topic is important.
Sport is often seen as a powerful tool for bringing people together in conflict-affected societies. Because sport creates shared activities, teamwork, and common rules, and it can offer young people opportunities to interact across ethnic, religious, political, and social divisions. However, sport alone does not automatically create this. Without proper guidance, competition may actually reinforce existing tensions instead of reducing them. This is especially important in conflict-affected communities where young people often have limited contact with peers from different backgrounds and may rely on stereotypes or one-sided narratives. That is why we believe youth-led sport programs should combine peace pedagogy and dialogue exchange, so that young people can actively build cooperation and mutual understanding. Peace pedagogy is an educational approach that helps young people learn and practice nonviolence, empathy, cooperation, and conflict resolution. In conflict-affected communities, it is important for peace education to go beyond the classroom and into real social experiences. Sports can provide that space because it brings young people together through teamwork, shared rules, and common goals. Still, sport does not automatically lead to peace. It needs to be intentionally constructed with values like fairness, inclusion, responsibility, and respect. For example, programs can use mixed teams, rotating leadership roles, and guided discussions when conflict happens during games. We also organize peace pedagogy into 3 stages: learning, practice, and reflection. First, participations learn the values of peace and cooperation, that they practice those values during activities. Finally, reflection sections help them connect those experiences to conflict in their daily lives. In this way, sport becomes more than competition. It becomes a space for peace building.
Dialogue exchange is what turns peace pedagogy into a unique experience. While peace pedagogy teaches empathy and nonviolent communication, dialogue exchange provides a social contact where those lessons are tested and Youth-led sports works well for this because it gives young people from divided communities no states reason to spend time together. Our first case study is Peace Stadium International, which uses year-round basketball to connect youth in divided communities, especially in Cyprus and Northern Ireland. In Cyprus, Greek, Cypriot, and Turkish Cypriot youth participate in basketball workshops and exchanges. In Northern Ireland, like Catholic and Protestant youth take part in school partnership and after-school days with facilitated discussion. This shows that repeated contact and youth leadership can help build trust across divisions. Our second case study is urban farm football schools launched in both senior and in 1998. Instead of separating children by ethnicity or FS basis, then in mixed training groups that encourage cooperation rather than competition-based cohesion. Research on the Kosovo case also shows that these mixed groups created greater sustained contact after conflict. So, across both examples, the key idea is that dialogue exchange works best when sport is constructed for cooperation, not by vote.
So now my teammates, they presented, mentioned the issue, and now I will talk about the program design. Based on those cases, we suggest that effective youth-led sport programs should place young people at the center of leadership and decision making. Because currently, unfortunately, when we look at this kind of settings, young people are more kind of beneficiaries and not the ones who actually make the decisions. So they should be trained. They have to be trained as coaches, mentors, and organizers, rather than just being participants and the ones who take and receive the benefits. However, since they don't have much experience, adult educators and community leaders should still provide guidance and oversight, but young leaders themselves should participate more actively in making policies and making those programs. Each session should also integrate peace pedagogy and dialogue exchange that my team members mentioned. That means having facilitated discussions, reflection circles, and conflict resolution exercises built into the sport activities. Programs like Right to Play show that this kind of grassroots model can work well if it's monitored and funded. Finally, partnership with schools, local organizations, and community leaders can strengthen the program by providing resources and long-terms. Evaluations for participant feedback, leadership assessment, and social cohesion measures are also important for sustainable program.
For our policy recommendations, are based on the idea that sports should be treated as a platform for peace building, not just recreation or competition. First, policymakers should support school and community-based sports programs that combine athletic activities with structured dialogue, reflection, and conflict resolution training. Funding guidelines should also require inclusive practices such as mixed background teams and rotating roles. Second, governments and educational institutions should invest in youth leadership. Young people should be trained as coaches, mentors, and facilitators, and that training should include communication, mediation, inclusive decision-making, and ethical responsibility. Third, strong partnerships among schools, local organizations, community leaders, and international organizations are essential. These partnerships can provide funding, training, facilities, and long-term support while building trust among different groups. Finally, programs should be evaluated on more than just attendance. They should also be measured by trust, communication, reduced prejudice, social cohesion, and leadership development. That way, policymakers can improve programs instead of simply continuing them without evidence. Altogether, these implementations would bolster overall sustainability and efficacy.
I will finalize our team's presentation, and as a conclusion, I want to say what the delegates said, what happens once the exchange dialogue or peace-building dialogue ends, when the participants on both sides leave the environment and they return to their home country. So it means that the problem has not fully resolved. And for that, sport can be a meaningful tool for peace building, but only when it's intentionally designed around dialogue, inclusion, and youth leadership. And it's all about sustainability and long-term commitment. Because what we care about is not just what happens on the day, during the event, but what happens once the participants, those young people, return back home to the conflict regions. At the same time, sport alone cannot resolve conflict. Its impact depends on careful facilitation, sustained relationships, community support, and long-term commitment. That is why sport-based peace initiatives should be connected to broader educational and policy efforts rather than treated as isolated activities. Ultimately, when youth league sport programs combine peace pedagogy with structured dialogue, they can help people develop empathy, trust, cooperation, and conflict resolution skills that contribute to stronger social cohesion in conflict-affected communities. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, so please give a round of applause to the team A, and then now we're going to move on to the Q&A session. If there are any questions, please raise your clappers high. Is there any delegates? Calling once, calling twice, calling thrice. Team A, you may go back to the seat. Now we're going to move on to the Team B's presentation. If your secretary and the delegate member in your Team B, please come to the podium.
Hello, good morning. Hello, honorable chair and distinguished delegates. I'd like to talk to you about our presentation today. It's about crisis resilience and reconstitution programs. When we think about crisis and recovery, we usually think about food, shelter, and medicine. We rarely think about a football, a jump rope, or even something as simple as a coach's whistle. But for many of these young people living through conflict, displacement, poverty, and disaster, sport is not just a luxury. It is one of the few tools that can rebuild what crisis takes away. Sports strengthen crisis resilience across several dimensions at once. For example, psychologically, it helps manage youth stress, regulate emotion, and rebuild self-confidence, giving them a structured outlet for fear and anger that might otherwise turn into depression or aggression. Also, additionally, socially, it builds a trust and belonging between peers and coaches, cutting through the isolation that displacement creates. Developmentally, it teaches leadership, discipline, and problem-solving skills carry directly into education and long-term stability. These benefits reinforce each other. A child who feels emotionally stable is more able to trust a teammate and more able to stay engaged with school life. This is not a new idea. organizations like the UNHCR, the International Olympic Committee, and the trade desk OMS has already built this understanding into a framework called Sports for Protection, using structured play as a psychological tool to foster inclusion and resilience among displaced youth. But sport is not automatically protected. Run without adaptation, sport programs in crisis settings can actually expose already vulnerable children to new risks, such as abuse by adults in position of trust, exclusion on gender or cultural grounds, even physical danger if a session draws a crowd to an exposed location. So the real question in front of this committee is not simply sport should be part of crisis recovery, it is how do we make sure participation is actually safe. Our delegation's position is that safety is not a separate add-on to resilience. It is the foundation that makes resilience building possible. The foundation rests on 3 pillars. The first pillar is designed for the realities on the ground, not the resources we wish we had. In crisis settings, there are no professional stadiums waiting. There is no school courtyard, a shelter, or a strip of land in a refugee camp. So programs have to be flexible, low cost, and buildable out of whatever space and material is actually available at the moment. Considering the FC Barcelona Foundation's Football Net program, run with unaccompanied minors in the Moria refugee camp in Lesbos, instead of full 11 side matches, they use a small-sided game, fewer players, smaller pitches, shorter sessions, which let more groups participate within the limited space the camp offered, while also folding life skills reflection directly into the session, with no separate classroom required. Or take the Rohingya refugee camp in the Cox's Bazar, where the BRACS humanitarian play labs built early learning and psychological support around whatever was on hand. Jump ropes made from tied rubber bands, toy blocks, and from bamboo scraps. This is not a compromise of quality. It is deliberately designed. It's a deliberate design choice that keeps sport even accessible when everything around the children is unstable and unsafe. Now, next up is the second pillar. Trauma-informed coaching capacity. The second pillar is that the people delivering these programs matter as much as the programs themselves. Many children affected by conflict or disaster show anxiety, withdrawal, aggression, or trouble concentrating. These are not behavioral problems. They are trauma responsive. If coaches aren't trained to recognize that, sport can actually re-traumatize the very children's mental health. This is why coaches in crisis settings need training that goes beyond sport instruction. Training in recognized trauma responding to trauma calming, using positive and inclusive coaching methods, and referring children to specialized services when needed. The Olympic Refugee Foundation Sport Coach Plus program shows exactly what this looks like in practice. Developed with the International Federation of the Red Cross and the Red Crescent Societies, psychological reference centers, it trains coaches across Ukraine, Moldova, Poland, and Romania to recognize distress in young players and respond in trauma-informed healing-oriented ways. One coach at the Kangaroo Squash and Paddle Club in a city in Moldova described this training as essential for helping displaced children start their new lives. This is what a training coach offers, not just sport instructions, but a trusted, stabilizing adult presence. And finally, for our third pillar, the gender-sensitive program. The gender-sensitive program design is the third pillar. Our delegation considers essential, not only optional, making sure girls and young women can actually access these benefits during crisis and displacement. Girls face barriers boys often don't. Concerns about personal safety, cultural norms, gender-based violence, and unequal access to public space. A gender-sensitive design fixes this directly. Girls only sessions, female coaches, safe venues, and schedules built around school and household responsibilities. We see this working in the Zaatari camp, which is a refugee camp, where the coaching for life program run by the Save the Children and the Arsenal Foundation built cover girls-only football pitches, training female coaches and scheduled sessions on girls' school hours. Girls' participation more than doubled, moving the program into a roughly equal gender split among the more than 6,800 children who have graduated. The La Liga Foundation's Zaatari social projects shows the same pattern, growing its women's football competition to 16 teams within the camp. Prove that when programs are deliberately designed around girls' needs, exclusion can be reversed in fact. So delegates, here's what our committee proposes. So, first of all, fund the scale flexible low resource sport models, like the small-sided beams in the football net, and the improvised equipment approach in the BRACS play program labs as the default design standard for crisis settings, not just the exception. Second, make trauma-informed decision. Trauma-informed training a mandatory component of any sport for development program operating in conflict or displacement zones, following the sport plus coach model. Third of all, tie funding for youth sport programs to measurable gender inclusion outcomes, girls-only spaces, female coaching staff, and accessible training, just like the Zaatari camp programs did.
Fourth, treat these three pillars as an inseparable. A program with excellent equipment but untrained coaches is going to fail. A program with trauma-informed coaches but no access for girls fails. Safety is not a checkbox sitting next to violence. Resilience building is what makes resilience building real. I'd like to thank you all. When a displaced child steps back into a pitch, a court or a patch of grass and finds it safe, structured and genuinely open to them, that is not just a small thing, that is recovery in motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Team B. Now we're going to move on to the Q&A procedures for the Team B. If there are any delegates who would like to ask a question, please raise your placards high. Yes, Mr. Cho.
Just curious, first, thanks for the presentation. Done a lot of impression. The impression I've got is like the research intensive, but somehow too much focused on football. Focused on football because there are many cases, or because it's more effective pursuing this goal.
Well, actually, we try not to focus so much on football, but the reality is that it's sort of the most accessible sort of sport a child could do. So it could possibly be done anywhere using anything that's applicable. That's pretty much it.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any other delegates who would like to ask a question? Yes. Delegate of IOC.
The IOC would like to ask, in regards to your strategy to using damaged infrastructure to adapt that damaged infrastructure to create a playing field for the youth, the IOC is curious. In these damaged infrastructures, it might be a bit dangerous with the, for example, maybe glass or broken buildings if the damaged infrastructure is severe. So in order to make sure that there aren't any added casualties, is it possible for the organizers of the programs to also include medical aid systems, or if they will be using damaged infrastructure, would the infrastructure be not as damaged or just like slightly damaged infrastructure?
So regarding your question about the infrastructure itself, of course, the plan is not to use an absolutely damaged infrastructure. And in the case that is not possible, as mentioned, we are in ties with the Red Cross and the Red Crescent societies also. So even if any accident would happen, we have medical professionals that should be on site.
Is there any more delegates? Yes, delegates of councils of Europe.
A little bit of I might not be understanding the presentation correctly, but I do think that there is like perhaps a little bit of a contradiction here. We start with the first pillar, which is basically starting from the ground level, is basically acknowledging a lack of resources. But then we immediately follow up with something that is the second pillar, focuses on having certain competency capacities within our coaches. And the question really is, how does that tie in together, basically? Have you ever considered that there might be no coaches in the area that would be able to assist these regions? Because I don't think that conflict regions always are well, perhaps prominently available for like international aid. Maybe they are outside of the media exposure. Maybe they are suddenly forming because of a recent crisis, etc. Given these conditions, I want to see like perhaps how these things link together sustainably while keeping the original first pillar meaningfully applicable.
Okay, so I do get your point, but all of these tie in a sort of not just three different pillars. You could think of it as one big pillar. So first of all, since we are going to have all of these trained professionals like coaches who are able to recognize trauma and respond to it, accurately, and the areas or infrastructure also you're talking about, these all sort of link up in the sense of, let's take Syria for example, a post-conflict country, which since it's post-conflict, you still have kids who are suffer from the previous conflict, but also have accessible regions and areas throughout the country. And that's also true for many other countries who also face this same sort of issue.
If I understand correctly, are you trying to make the case that there is always going to be some kind of resource that is going to be
Yes,
available?
always something is available.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any more delegates? Calling once? Calling twice? Calling. Okay.
Thank you so much. Actually, I wanted to ask, I think this point was about gender equality, because the organization for like the women. So I wanted to ask, because I didn't understand, how about the women diaspora? I mean, and the minority women who doesn't have the access. For example, the proposal you have. So what about these women who doesn't have access for proposal or the reality will come via this proposal? So what is your thinking? These women, where it's hard to access or reach the goal that the foundation that you are aiming for. So what can be done for this? Because if we don't focus on that, I'm sure there will be somehow maybe unnoticeable or noticeable discrimination. So that's why I'm asking that. What is your thinking on that perspective? Thank you.
Actually, that's what's so nice about this program. is we are able to use, or sort of think of it sort of as a recycling of the areas where these women you say are. So since we have the damaged infrastructure, and we can make not sort of compromises, but adaptations. So that's what's so nice. It's very adaptable. So wherever these women are, or wherever they are, anywhere, we are able to adapt to them, to their needs, to their specific area of conflict, and also be able to provide for them what needs to be provided using these adaptation methods, such as making blocks out of bamboos, or maybe even like the jump rope out of rubber bands and whatever. These will help us adapt to wherever they could possibly be.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for Team B. Now the Q&A session has ended. Now you may go back to your seats.
Thank you very much.
Now we are going to have a Team C on the podium. The Secretariat and then delegates, if you're Team C, please come up to the podium.
Good morning, everyone. Today, our group, Team C, presenting on youth design sports for displaced youth integration, fostering inclusion while protecting minority identity. This presentation argues that sports can be a powerful tool for and when displaced youth are not forced to give up their identities in order to belong. The core problem is that conventional sports often come with rigid rules and dominant cultural norms that reflect the majority, not the lived realities of the displaced youth. As a result, what is supposed to promote inclusion can instead produce forced assimilation, loss of cultural identity, and inclusion rather than belonging. In other words, participation alone is not enough if young people must suppress their language, dress, traditions, or values just to take part, then sport is not truly inclusive. This is why youth design sports matter. The first reason is that they create a space for sharing and respecting diversity, allowing young people to express their cultural identities freely on equal playing field. Second, youth design sports build generational empathy because peer collaboration helps break down the us versus them mindset. And third, they expand inclusion by making rules flexible enough to welcome participants from different backgrounds instead of expecting everyone to fit one dominant model. Our paper identifies 3 structural pillars that help prevent identity. The first is cultural freedom, which includes flexible dress codes, respect for religious observances, and adapting rules to diverse identities. Second is media power, meaning youth control over their own narratives through blogs, podcasts, and social content rather than being represented through a pity-based lens. The third is a psychological system where mental health is respected and cultural expression is so that participation happens in a genuinely safe space. The first practical mechanism is rotating captaincy. Instead of allowing leadership to stay concentrated in one captaincy alternates, and by group order each individual captain is chosen by random draw. This matters because shared leadership prevents fixed power dynamics and reduces the chance that one group is always seen as leading while the other is always expected to follow. That helps challenge us versus. The second mechanism is a bilingual or even multilingual book drafted by youth themselves. The rules are written in 2 or more languages by youth without adult translators taking over the. That draft process is important because it turns language into a bridge rather than a barrier. The act of negotiating rules together becomes part of the process itself. helping participants build cross-cultural agreement and mutual. Third mechanism, the youth panel, which creates a peer-led conflict resolution system. In this model, 2 to 3 elective youth representatives in adjacent conflicts. One member is required to argue the opposing side's view, and the adults intervene only for safety concerns. This does more than solve disputes. It builds fairness, accountability, and just literacy among youth, showing that inclusion is not about participation, but also about how disagreements are handled.
The fourth mechanism is ritual design rotation. Each season, a different group takes the lead in designing opening and closing ceremonies, giving full authorship of rituals to a different minority group over time. This is significant because it moves beyond simple accommodation. Instead of merely allowing minority traditions to exist, it gives communities shared ownership over the cultural life of the sport and ensures traditions are celebrated rather than tokenized. Next slide. The fifth mechanism is youth microbudgeting. Youth councils vote on how resources are allocated, including equipment, uniforms, and events, while institutions provide support without directing the decisions themselves. This gives displaced youth real decision-making power. It turns participation from something symbolic into something substantive because young people are shaping both the cultural and material conditions of the program. Next, we're gonna introduce the 3 cases. The first case study comes from Germany and Canada through Kickfair and Hijabi Ballers. In these examples, youth leaders adjusted pitch rules and clothing guidelines, welcomed hijabs and modest sportswear, and used flexible match schedules to respect Ramadan. These changes expanded minority women's participation and leadership while preserving cultural identity within sport. The takeaway is that small rule changes can have major effects when they are designed around dignity and belongings. The second case study is the Welcome to the Game initiative in Australia, which focused on youth media empowerment. Youth created vlogs, podcasts, and social content that shifted the narrative from PD to empowerment and allowed them to present themselves as capable athletes with complex identities. This example shows that inclusion is not just about being seen on the field. It is also about who gets to tell the story and whether displaced youth are portrayed as passive recipients of help or as active, capable community members. The last case is the Bidi Performing Arts Center in Uganda. Their Dinka, Nuer, and Equatorian groups shared one space, used rotating cultural performances, and presented traditions together without merging them into a single diluted identity. This is especially powerful because it demonstrates that coexistence does not require sameness. Even groups with histories or conflict were able to collaborate, and the example also reflects youth microbudgeting in practice. Taken together, next slide please. Taken together, these mechanisms produce several important outcomes: a stronger sense of belonging, greater self-confidence, increased community participation, and deeper cultural respect. In this model, displaced youth move from being passive beneficiaries to active community builders. They are recognized as equal contributors, and inclusion becomes a positive cycle built on participation, voice, and dignity. To conclude, the main message of this presentation is that sports should not ask displaced youth to trade identity for inclusion. When youth help design the rules, leadership, rituals, media, and budgeting of sports spaces, integration becomes more just, more participatory, and more sustainable. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Team C. Now we're going to move on to the Q&A procedures for the Team C. If there's any delegates who has a question, please raise your placards high. The delegates of Councils of Europe.
I noticed in your presentation, you tend to take a very positive view of how to include and perhaps integrate these displaced minorities and people within a host country. However, I'd like to pose a more of a realistic question, given that the nature of these displaced communities always suffer from already existing discrimination and prejudice that is happening and ongoing. Given that, I would expect some challenges to happen, especially when the host culture is in collision with what you're trying to push for and trying to make more visible. So given those certain challenges, I wonder how you anticipate these and how you deal with these in order to make sure that just integration actually happens.
I think the discrimination among host communities and newcomers are from the top-down system that adults create those discrimination and kids are receiving those discrimination, and that's how they are actually acting like that. So as we're presenting about youth design sports, I think the mechanisms that we set are gonna solve those discriminations as possible as we can. Thank you.
What is the data that backs that? Because I think one thing that we can notice within global trends is actually that there is a lot of uprising youth racism, or perhaps rather far-right point of views that are anti-migration, anti-refugees. If anything, I would say that, yes, there are adults who are definitely pushing the idea of racism, but they are not solely the people. And why are we suddenly giving a complete white paper for youth? Is there no possibility that youth could be a form of or a force for behind like racist ideas or prejudice? That seems a little bit too optimistic and lopsided. Thank you.
I think what we can pursue is that we saw the problem from the top-down system is more severe than from going upper. So that's why we are focused on youth design from the bottom, starting from the bottom. And I think that's the possibility that we can say for right now, because I see the problem coming from up-down system is more severe than going from the bottom. Thank you.
Is there any other delegates who ask any questions? Yes, delegates of Qatar.
Thank you. Presentation. You mentioned about the complex multi-faced identities, right? So in contrast to the digital world we are living right now, how do you think that the data protection specifically would actually be enforced in practice? Especially you mentioned in the reference to the case studies you mentioned.
Thank you, Qatar. Before Team C answers, can all the delegates stay at the podium so that you guys can answer as a team?
Sorry, but can you please repeat the question again?
In the PPT, one of the pillars mentioned about the complex multi-faced identities, right? So we are living in the world of digital era. How do you think that the data protection can actually be enforced looking in reference to the case studies that your team mentioned?
I think relating to identity protection, if I heard you correctly, I think it strictly then comes from policy making to like directly enable people's own individual identities to be protected. And I think maybe going back to what the Delegation of Council of Europe said, I think from like the adult perspective, some aspects of leading to a solution for this is going to come from a top-down approach. And I think relating to more the policy making aspect of it would.
Thank you.
Is there any other delegates? Yes, delegates of International Women.
Okay, so if I'm not wrong, earlier you said about bilingual notebook using like 2 languages. So I would like to ask how persons with disabilities, like people who cannot hear or who cannot see, will be included in the implementation of your proposed initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I think also having a rule book with including the like a braille type have seen issues, as well as also creating like maybe even an audio book version in the different languages as well. I think with the advancement of AI especially, I think that could be a very useful tool for creating the rule book in many different languages and regardless of people's own personal disabilities.
Okay, thank you so much.
Is there any other delegates? Calling once, calling twice, calling thrice. Thank you, Team C, and you may go back to the seat now. Now we're gonna move on to the Team D's presentation. If your secretariat and the delegates member who are Team Team D, please come up to the podium.
Hello everyone, this is Team D and today we'll start with a theme about how can digital integrity framework support youth-led sports-based initiative in preventing online hate, protecting participant and amplifying inclusive narratives. We have 5 parts of presentation: introduction and background, statement of problem, existing international action, recommendation, and conclusion. For introduction and background, in an era of rapid digital transformation, youth-led sports for peace programs are no longer confined to physical playing fields. Social media and virtual platforms have become existential tools for young people to connect, mobilize, and share experience globally. Yet this expansion also exposes youth to hate speech, cyberbullying, and disinformation, threats that directly undermines the values of peace that sports strives to build. A robust digital integrity framework is therefore essential to protect youth online and sustain peace building across both physical and digital realities. Historically, the international community, including the UN and UNESCO, has advanced sports for development through face-to-face interactions. Today, the shift online is a double-edged sword. It lets youth amplify inclusive narratives, but also opens the door to weaponized hate. Initiatives championing minority rights frequently become targets of organized trolling, eroding trust built offline. Yet, traditional sports organizations and grassroots groups rarely possess the specialized systems needed to manage digital safety, a structure gap that makes a unified digital integrity framework urgently necessary.
Statement of problem is 4 key challenges. First, this leads search for pieces initiative that brings together people from different ethnic and religious or national backgrounds. Often face online hate disinformation and then organized online attack. And many organizations do not have enough resources protect participants through safe data and management, online moderations, and other basic safety measures. As a result, young people can become victims of online abuse and privacy violations. These problems are even more serious in low resources and conflict-affected areas, where youth organizations often lack digital skills, proper tools, and legal supports.
Now I will briefly talk about the existing international actions that support digital safety in EU-led sports for peace and resilience. So, although there is no current global frameworks for protecting youth sports for peace, initiatives against digital threats, several informational frameworks and actions were taken to promote safe and inclusive sports for all. According to UNESCO, international charters such as International Charter for Physical Education and Sport Fit for Life, the organizations work on ethical algorithm, artificial intelligence, and media and information literacy, MIL, aim to combat online hate speech. The European Union Digital Services Act introduced the trusted flagger system for marking illegal content for removal, and sport NGOs like IOC, UEFA developed youth empowerment programs to promote digital safety and responsible online behavior. However, there is a visible gap between integrity and building sports for peace initiatives, and the current international environment lacks comprehensive instruments for safeguard youth initiatives for digital threats. Thus, a digital integrity framework for sports and for peace led by youth and their organizations should be designed and adopted.
So we propose 4 recommendations. Each one answers a problem from section 2. These recommendations follow what UNESCO can actually do. UNESCO cannot force countries or companies, but UNESCO can set standards, give certification, connect partners, and provide education programs. So first, a trusted flagger partnership for sport for peace organizations. UNESCO should facilitate voluntary agreements with major platforms like Google and TikTok to designate UNESCO verified youth sports for peace organizations as trusted flaggers, modeled after the EU's Digital Service Act. This ensures that when these organizations report hate speech or organized harassment, the platforms review the claims with priority. This provides a rapid, effective response mechanism without the need for new legislation. The second one, we propose a UNESCO safety certification linked to the funding. UNESCO should establish minimum digital safety standards, including age verification, safe data handling, and clear reporting processes, awarding a UNESCO Safe Sports Digital Seal to complaint programs. Because UNESCO cannot mandate compliance, it should encourage funding bodies, including the IOC and national governments, to prioritize certified organizations. Trying certification to financial support incentivized grassroots organizations to adopt these essential safety measures by choice. And third one is disinformation response network for sport for peace initiatives. UNESCO should establish a 3-tier defense against disinformation. First, partner with IFCN certified organizations to quickly verify and debunk false claims targeting local peace programs. Second, create a public registry where organizations transparently list their funding and partnerships, neutralizing rumors before they spread. Third, adopt UNESCO's existing media and information literacy (MIL) curricular for sport for peace settings, teaching participants how to independently verify sources. And lastly, we recommend a global digital volunteer program. UNESCO should act as a centralized hub connecting national and aid agencies such as COICA to establish a youth digital volunteer program. UNESCO would design a standardized curriculum covering digital literacy, online safeguarding, and connect moderation. National agencies would then use this curriculum to train volunteers before deploying them to assist under-resourced sport for peace organizations, creating a fast, low-cost impact model.
And as a conclusion, youth-led sports for peace initiatives build trust across divided communities, yet the same digital platforms that enable this global connection expose organizers to hate speech, disinformation, and safety risk grassroots groups lack the capacity to mitigate. While UNESCO, IOC, and EU each offer valuable guidance on digital ethics and safeguarding, none are unified to address the unique intersection of digital engagement and youth-led peace building. This paper recommendations close that gap by strengthening coordination rather than creating new institutions, aligning existing resources through trusted flagger partnerships, funding-linked safety certifications, and a disinformation response network, and global digital volunteers. The goal is not to isolate youth from digital spaces, but to empower them to engage safely, ensuring the spaces remain as secure and resilient online as they are on the physical field. Thank you.
Before we move on to Q&A session, the team D please stay together for the Q&A. Yes, thank you, delegates. Now we're going to move on to the Q&A session. If there are any delegates who wish to ask questions, please raise your placards high. The delegates of Councils of Europe.
I have a simple question. You've mentioned that there is a gap in the coordination between international organizations and they have different standards, which is a very interesting thing. I'd like to ask, why do you think that gap exists?
Well, like I mentioned, 3 organizations that are working, but as they're separated, so there is still like we see a lot of like online bullying happening, and like when there is like a famous sportsman, or we always like see there is in the platform that there's all these like bullying or other things happening, because there is like the organization, they're like are working, but it's like separately, not together. So that's the gap they have created. So if there is some kind of like coordination is between them, so I think we can kind of prevent all the bullying or that's happening online.
Well, to clarify my question, I wasn't really asking whether the gap exists. I was asking, why do you think the gap exists? Not necessarily, I mean, I think your proposal to bridge the gap is a very sensible idea. It's just like, I wonder whether the gap exists due to political reasons or whether it exists for structural reasons. You just simply elaborate that they are separate organizations. But the IOC and FIFA has collaborated on many aspects. The IOC and the Council of Europe has collaborated on many aspects. Why do we have a gap here? That's the interesting part. Online hate is not new. Discrimination on the online spaces are not new either. So why do we have a gap even now?
Well, I think it's because like we can't force, even though they're collaborating and there are many organizations, but like each country has their own law, and like especially we are talking about the internet and the platforms, like we can't force because we don't have the common law.
Is there any other delegates? Delegate of Qatar.
Well, you mentioned in the 4th section of your recommendation, the 4th part about the global digital volunteer program. Delegate of Qatar believes that UN especially already is running a lot of those kind of volunteer program, like volunteer websites if I give the reference of UNV, United Nations Volunteers, it also includes the centralized hubs, given the standardized the certification system you talk about. So how does your team agenda differs from those of UN and UNV respectively?
Well, you're talking about the UNV and sorry, what?
United Nations.
Like United Nations? Like UN? Okay, UN. Well, we didn't thought about the specific difference, but we want to make some certifications, like especially for sports and for some digital safety standards for platforms, such as some youths are using. So
And Delegate of Qatar would like to inquire about the third part of your recommendation. It was about the disinformation response network for peace, sports for peace, initiatives. Why choosing sports for peace specifically instead of youth participation in governance, like more broadly? Why choosing sports for peace specifically, these sports for peace initiatives, rather than the youth participation in governance, if we look in like a broad?
because why we choose the sport for peace rather than youth?
Youth in governance as a whole, rather than governance.
Youth. Sorry, I didn't hear you well.
This third section includes sports for peace initiatives, right? So, Delegate of Qatar would like to inquire why choosing sports for peace specifically rather than youth for governance, like youth participation in governance as a whole.
Thank you, Qatar. However, due to the time conflict, we're gonna end Team D Q&A session here. So thank you, Team D, and then now you may go back to your seat. And then now we're gonna welcome Team E on the floor. So if you're Team E, Secretariat, and a delegate, please come up to the podium.
Not on the screen. I would like to say good morning, but it seems that everyone is really tired. So, average morning. We are Group E, and today we present the Convergence Framework, which is our approach to understanding how youth-led sport initiatives can create safe spaces for intercultural dialogue while strengthening minority protection and reducing prejudice. What a mouthful. Please, next slide, please. So we begin with a simple question. What makes sports uniquely suited to addressing prejudice? Our answer was that sports create repeated convergence points. People return to the same activity. They cooperate towards common goals. They encounter one another as teammates before they encounter another as labels or identities. Unlike dialogue alone, sport allows understanding to emerge through shared experience. That observation becomes the foundation of our framework. Moving on. I'd like to clarify that our central premise for this is fundamentally epistemic. There are many reasons and factors that lead to discrimination and prejudice. But we take one view, which is also shared by UNESCO. Please go back. We think that discrimination and prejudice often arises when people make unlicensed conclusions upon other people. Think of it like this. You're just, for example, a woman. And what happens when that label is the only thing that dictates you? It basically removes complexity. It removes who you are as a person. So we think that is the issue. You're making a conclusion that is larger than you can actually make. And that leads to what youth sport initiatives should be. We've seen a lot of programs teach about positive values. We've seen programs teach about civic responsibility. But these are positive values. We do not consider what are some negative values that we already have. So how do we correct that? And here we have the solution. We should create conditions, not yet. We should create conditions where people can continuously revise their understanding of one another through meaningful interaction. This aligns with the academic theory called contact theory. It's the theory that basically says that prejudice is reduced not through simple exposure, not sharing the same room, but through contact characterized by equal status, cooperation, common goals, institutional support, repeated interaction, and genuine interpersonal relationship. If I had to shorten that, it's basically this. I need to see you as a human. I need to see you in many ways. Moving on. We wanted to first off start with clarifying some key terms. Safe spaces. We hear that a lot. But what does it really mean? There tends to be like a very misunderstanding that goes on when we go into safe spaces as some kind of removement of friction. We disagree with that. We think that differences need to be confronted, that they need to be faced, so that they can actually be resolved. So, a safe space is not the absence of disagreement. It's a space where disagreement does not become discrimination. It's a space where dehumanization does not occur. And it's a space where people are willing to continuously engage upon with each other. Moving on, minority protection. Although this is perhaps not a large portion of our presentation, we think that minority protection ought to be proactive, not just defensive. It's about giving genuine opportunities for participation. It's about having the ability to voice your concerns, lead, influence, and belong. Then we go to youth leadership. I think our previous presentations did a great job in distinguishing what we really want. We're talking about youth leadership. We're not talking about participation. And that means we need to have some kind of agency on the trajectory moving forward. We can't just have people in the room sitting in chairs. We need to have a say on things. Hang on. So, we have 5 principles that we've established forming the basis of our framework. The first is that human beings resist simplification. We rarely ever know who another person is. We can only see fragments. So to just reduce them to labels is not only just wrong morally, but it's wrong epistemically on a knowledge basis. Next, contact alone is insufficient. I think that's very self-explanatory, so we'll skip that. Reflection converts experience into learning. This is another factor that we've seen a lot in our presentations. It's basically that we need to process our experiences in order to make sure a correction happens. Because raw experience can happen to actually strengthen prejudice as much as it actually can be correcting it. And moving on, these two, 4 and 5, these are actually correlated to each other. We think that at the end of the day, the very foundation for correcting prejudice involves having same identity in groups. What I mean by this is basically, we need to see each other as the same part of the boat. We're in the same boat. If we don't see that, then there's no reason for us to keep on riding together. So, coexistence is the foundation of any kind of successful program. And to form that, we suggest 2 things. First is shared agency. It's about belonging. When you are a stakeholder, when you have this ability to say what should be the case and what is not should be the case, you own that part of the organization. And that means you're going to be holding that ownership, and therefore you're going to be invested more. And next, Cohesion is not agreement. Group identity needs to include the fact that we are different. If we don't include that, what happens is very opportunistic. We only work when we actually think it's going to work together. But we're not trying to do that. We're trying to preserve that difference. We're trying to ensure that that difference can be addressed later on. Moving on. This leads us to our evaluative framework. It's composed of 4 pillars: exposure, reflection, orientation, and shared agency. But the philosophical idea that is behind this is below. We start with a baseline reality. We have prejudices, we have beliefs, and those things together is basically where we start. From there, programs begin. And then we expose each other through meaningful contact about what can complicate that belief, what can revise those beliefs. And then this is followed by reflection. This reflection can be guided. We'll be having courses, education, etc. And these then are incorporated into action. That creates a new baseline reality where we do the process again. So it's recursive. You don't fix one prejudice and go to the next one. We keep on doing it. Next, please. So, to elaborate upon an exposure, despite the complexity of the slides, I think there's only 2 axes that really need to be mentioned. Meaningful contact. What is meaningful contact? It's dependent on what you want to address. Maybe you want to discuss sexual discrimination. So if that is the case, if we're only going to be playing team exercises where we're discussing who is the leader, do you think that's going to sufficiently necessarily address the issues of sexual discrimination, what kind of experiences women are going through specifically, and how they should be dealt with? I doubt so. That means that based on the problem set that we're trying to engage with, we need to actually cover these topics, see what people think of, and hear their perspectives. That's the basis here. And moving on, there is continuity. I think we all have been part of youth programs. We see how they last for like maybe a few days, maybe 6 days, 5 days if they're longer. And then after that, we go home. We say goodbye. After that, what happens? Are we exposed to people more? Do we understand them in the context of the topic that we are given? I doubt so. Because of that, meaningful exposure necessarily involves time. That means longer programs, repeated interactions, and, if possible, beyond the program, sustaining relationships. Next, please. And that leads us to reflection. Now, this is a very interesting theory, Kolb's experiential learning cycle. It basically says that reflective observation converts concrete experience into transferable understanding. It's applied in the COEs of various programs. It's applied in even UN programs. But the point basically is that we provide educational preparation that is suitable for the agenda of the program. Then we follow up with individual reflection. It could be in various forms. And that is followed with collaborative reflection that discusses these points and share perspective. And of course, accessibility. I think we've covered that. My teammate will continue.
Okay, moving on to our third evaluation category, orientation. While the previous stages focus on the immediate experience and reflection, orientation evaluates the sustainable long-term behavioral characteristic that sport initiative holds. From a UNESCO perspective, sport is not merely a physical activity, but a tool for civic education. The critical insight here is a shift in our evaluation criteria. We must move away from purely quantitative data, such as participation rates, to prioritizing qualitative indicators, such as how programs cultivate global citizenship and constructive conflict resolution habits over time. Crucially, these aspects cannot be fully realized if participants are merely passive recipients. They must be exercised through active decision-making. This brings us to our fourth category, shared agency. Next slide, please. Do participants generally shape the initiative, or do they simply follow instructions? Meaningful youth leadership requires moving beyond symbolic representation toward shared institutional authority where youth actively revise guidelines and redesign rules. It is important for youth to actively participate for two reasons. First, it can provide practical experiences which youth relatively do not have. Second, youth leaders may identify subtle nuances of adolescents groups. Youth-led participatory action research emphasizes that young people possess a critical insight and knowledge of their own lived realities, nuances that adult experts outside their peer networks inherently lack. For example, an NGO named Restless Development implements a youth-led accountability model where local youth are trained and employed as independent evaluators to assess community programs that adults overlook. Experts should not substitute youth judgment with their own. Instead, their responsibility is to render invisible risks and administrative blind spots visible. Therefore, guidelines for youth leadership must consider many things, ranging from immediate challenges like program design, conflict resolution, budgeting, to administrative tasks such as future planning and municipal permit requirements. This aligns with Youth 2030, which defines meaningful youth engagement as right-based, transparent, adequately resourced, accessible, voluntary, and characterized by reciprocal accountability. Ultimately, the true meaning of youth-led initiative lies in the institutional authority of youth to revise guidelines and redesign rules. When young people hold genuine authority to adapt these frameworks across both social and administrative dimensions, the initiative successfully transforms into a resilient platform for cooperative growth.
Next slide, please. I think some of us have already seen these illustrative activities before if you've been participating in the UNOCT presentation. But I think we chose these examples as a great way to illustrate, depending on the agenda of the program, these illustrative activities can show how to expose people, how to create reflections, and how to lead that to life skills. They all have a common framework at the end of the day. It's exposure, reflection, and then action. Moving on. So, we're turning this, you're using this opportunity to make this evaluative framework for youth programs, and in general, any other programs, honestly, to ask the question, let's stop asking what kind of values we want to promote. Let's ask the question, what values does this activity teach? No. Let's ask the questions, what kind of encounters does it produce? What judgments are participants likely to revise? What habits are being cultivated? And what kind of ownership is being created? Finally, what relationships continue after all of it ends? Our one-sentence summary is simple. Youth sport initiatives succeed when they repeatedly bring diverse people together under conditions of meaningful contact, help participants revise unsupported assumptions through shared experience and structural reflection, cultivate habits of empathy, curiosity, and intellectual humility, and give young people genuine ownership over communities capable of sustaining cooperation despite difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Team E. Please give a big round of applause to the Team E, please. And now all the delegates, please come up to the podium for the Q&A session. And then before we begin, the chair would like to recommend all the delegates to actively participate in this Q&A session, as this could be a great practice before we delve into the actual main session. So now, is there any delegates who has any questions? Yes, delegates of Mongolia.
First of all, thank you for a nice speech. The delegation of Mongolia wants to ask about meaningful contact. Since Team A had similar context regarding meaningful contact of dialogue exchange for the regions in conflict, because once the dialogue exchange is over and both sides, they go back to their homes, everything is forgotten. So you mentioned about making those programs longer in time. Do you really think that it's achievable goal to make those programs longer in time?
Could you repeat the last question?
Do you really think that making those kind of programs, for example, dialogue exchange, longer in time? Because everybody, they have their own schedule, their own life. So do you think it's really possible to be committed to a program longer than, for example, 1 month, 1 week?
Well, that's the thing. To be honest with you, I think like it depends on the culture. Like I think there are places and spaces where youth simply do not have any opportunities around, so that they actually may have the opportunity to pick a long-term program that could go on for months and complete them. But then there are like other places. It depends on, like, for example, if you're a university student in Seoul, I would not expect you to actually have the capacity to hold yourself in a one-year program while doing your master's and actually finish it. That seems a lot of investment. But then again, we have to ask the question, is it even possible to achieve any meaningful result without that time? Because I think we already agree here that when we are just ending intercultural dialogue with a few sessions, what we get is more or less surface level discussions that end up being very limited. And the only way to really address that is time, which means that in this case, I would suggest that formal institutional support behind this might be necessary, perhaps integration into curriculum. Then that raises issues of accessibility. I think this framework and every conversation that we're going to have on meaningful contact and prolonged discussions is always going to involve an issue of capacity. We need to have trained personnel, coaches. We need to have trained teachers, negotiators, etc. These facilitators matter a lot because youth are entering as inexperienced, perhaps, and they need support to do these things. And while we are trying to basically address that issue by trying to build capacity over time, that takes time. Unfortunately, we're caught in that dilemma of sorts.
Is there any other delegates? If there's, okay, delegates of Peru.
Thank you. As the delegate of Peru, as you talk about minority protection, do you think that this proposal is realistic to their possibilities of participating in this? Knowing the socioeconomic barriers these minorities face, how would you approach them and let them participate in this?
Oh, before that, Team E, please answer your questions. Less than 1 minute, please.
Could you repeat the question, actually? Are you asking, let me just try to reframe that, reword that. Are you asking how we can include minorities with different socioeconomic backgrounds into our programs?
Yes, due to their possibilities of going to these places, or how do you plan to make this work? Is it something online, or is something a classroom? Where would it be held?
A great question. I think that falls under the accessibility umbrella. But given the lack of time, I would start with the more shorter answer, basically saying this is a model evaluation. This is not necessarily how programs will be designed. We made this model after seeing the OCT presentation and clearly seeing that there is perhaps a lack of emphasis on the coexistence element and also in the formation of perhaps more specific reflection and of more specific definition of meaningful contact. But if we had to implement these things as a design, I'd suppose at the end of the day, your suggestion already of like providing various mediums for participation is one thing that we can start with. We've already discussed like multilingual availability. We talked about perhaps making accessible facilities if it does happen. But then again, accessibility runs into the issue of like what kind of resources are available. And depending on that, it may not be ideal. But it will be optimal for a program to consider that.
Thank you. Is there any other delegate? Calling once, calling twice, calling thrice. Thank you, Team E. Now you may go back to your seats. Now we're gonna welcome the Team F, Secretariat member and delegates. If you're Team F, please come up to the podium. And then for the Q&A session, due to the time conflict, Let's try to answer and questions concisely, less than like 60 seconds.
Morning, Chair and delegates. We're representing Team F, who present the solution for how can youth-driven sport programs support displaced young people in building crisis resilience. Let's start with the background. Displaced youth people, including refugees, internally displaced persons, stateless youth, and others being forced to leave their home of conflict, violence, persecution, disasters, and other serious threats to their security. Displacement affects much more than people living. Displacement affects much more than where people live. Many young people lose their homes, have their education interrupted, become separated from friends and family, experience discrimination, and struggle with trauma and mental health challenges as the result, as they feel isolated, uncertain about their future. The numbers show how serious this issue is. According to UNICEF, by the end of 2024, 48.8 million children have been displaced due to conflict and violence. In addition, more than 2.3 million children have been born refugees between 2018 and 2024. Education is another major concern. According to UNSR, only 37% of refugee youth are enrolled in secondary education, and 9% continue in tertiary education. For many young people, displaced youth means that school suddenly stops, which makes it harder to build skills and create opportunities for the future. Because of this challenge, displaced youth need more than basic necessities. They need emotional support, safe spaces where they can feel secure, opportunities to build social connections, stable daily routines, and chance to rebuild their confidence and hope. Understanding these needs is essential because supporting displaced young people is not about helping them survive, but giving them the opportunity to thrive and build a better future.
Moving on to part 2, we can understand why sports is a powerful tool for displaced youth through 3 main aspects: safety, structured space, and emotional stability. First, sports act as a safety net that reduces violence and community conflict, creating a safe environment with equal participation opportunities for everyone. Second, it provides a structured space where young people can build friendships, improve school engagement, and develop essential skills like teamwork, communication, respect, leadership, and problem solving. Finally, sports promote emotional stability by reducing stress, building confidence, and supporting positive emotional recovery from trauma. These real-world impacts are clearly seen in programs like the Sport for Protection Toolkit, and research with 415 refugee adolescents in Australia also confirms that sport participation significantly improves overall physical and mental health. So, this next part is about what youth-driven actually means. Because it's not just about kids showing up to play sports, it's about them helping to run the thing. Now, here's the evidence backing this up. GAME in Denmark runs a peer-led model. They train leaders, work to include girls who aren't active, and get parents and the community involved. There's a refugee youth leadership program where 83% of participants ended up giving back to their communities. Some became coaches, translators, advocates, etc. Empowerment Squared in Canada pairs newcomer soccer with mentorship and school support, and it's also linked to strong leadership and identity outcomes. The Sport for Protection Toolkit has examples of girls trained as peer leaders who later became junior coaches. So you can literally see that the path from participant to leader is there. And in Chad, 19 youth and 5 teachers living in the camps were trained in things like conflict resolution and psychosocial support. And they went on to run sport events themselves. Bottom line, displaced youth shouldn't just be included in these programs. They should help shape them. The lived experience is what makes the programs actually work.
Moving on to the solution part, we propose 3 main approaches. The first one is a circular youth-led sports resilience program. In this model, displaced youth first join safe sports activities as participants, where they can build routine, confidence, teamwork, and social connections. After gaining some experience, they receive basic training to become peer mentors or assistant coaches. These roles do not require advanced professional experts, but instead, trained youth can support younger participants by explaining activities, encouraging involvement, leading simple exercises, collecting feedback, and helping with evaluations. Over time, these youth leaders guide the next group of participants, creating a repeating cycle of participations, mentorships, leadership, feedback, and training for the future cohorts. Moving on to the second solutions is the Displaced and Local Youth Sports Program. This program brings displaced youth and local youth together through shared team sports. Since many displaced young people face language, cultural, and social barriers in host communities, sports can provide a natural space for cooperations. Through teamwork, participants can build trust, friendship, empathy, and as well as a stronger sense of belonging. This will help them reduce social separations between refugees, migrants, and local youth. Moving on to the last solution is to increase funding and financial support for sports-based protection programs. Many youth sports programs depend on international support, but UNHCR funding has recently declined by 25%. To address this, stronger fundraising campaigns, public awareness advertisements, partnership with private donors, and formal requests for restored government and international support should be promoted. Stable funding is essential because even the best designed programs cannot continue without financial resources. Next one. These three solutions are supported by existing cases. As Dennis explained briefly in his part, the first two both supports our first solutions, the Circular Youth-Led Sports Resilient Program. The Sports for Protection Toolkit shows that youth can gradually move from participants into peer leadership or junior coaching roles, while the CHED Sports for Protection case shows that the trained refugees youth can help facilitate sports activities in their own communities. These examples prove that displaced youth can become active leaders, not just participants. For our second solutions, Australia's Welcome Football provides a strong example. It connects newly arrived refugees and migrant youth with local youth through football, helping them make friends, join local clubs, and feel included in the community. This supports our idea that shared sports can bring cultural gaps and building belongings. Overall, these existing cases shows that our proposals are realistic. We are not creating solutions from the ground, but we are strengthening what already works and by making youth leadership more intentional, connecting the displaced and local youth more directly, and securing the funding needed to keep these programs all alive.
In regards to the risks and safeguards with the Circular Youth-Led Sports Resilience Program, using a before and after survey is a good form of evaluation. It helps assess the changes in trust, prejudice, and a sense of belonging. It also tracks attendance, dropout rates, and mixed team participations to observe real behavioral shift. And it's vital to gather feedback from mentors and participants to determine if inclusion is genuinely improved. Expense management is also a very important factor in order to make sure that extra funds that we receive are being put to good use. For example, using existing infrastructure to host the sports programs like school fields and community centers. Another way to cut costs efficiently is to employ former participants as mentors to the participants. This will not only be a great cost-saving strategy, but the former participants as members will be aware of the system of the program. Also, they can relate to the participants better as they have previously participated in the program. Overall, with the program, implementing certain structures can help make it better experience for the participants. Firstly, by having adults to supervise the participants, given how traumatized the participants are from experiencing conflict, and working in a new sport with mentors can be stressful, in which having outside supervision can be a good way to slowly build their trust. Secondly, grouping participants together who have similar interests and are a part of the same age group. Doing this can garner friendships amongst the participants and make the experience more memorable, as they will have new friends to share it with. Lastly, to make the travel secure for female participants, organizing transport plans with local female groups.
In conclusion, displaced young people face real, serious challenges. Lost homes, interrupted education, broken connections, and trauma that doesn't just disappear. We've shown you the scale of this. Tens of millions of children displaced, and most refugee youth never even make it to secondary school. But we've also shown you that sport works. It builds safety, structure, and emotional recovery. And it works best when it's not just something done for displaced youth, but something led by them. Game in Denmark, Empowerment and Squared, the chat through youth facilitators, they all prove the same point. Give young people ownership, and the program gets stronger, not weaker. That's why our solutions build on each other. The Circular Youth-led Sport Resilience program turns participants into mentors. The program keeps renewing itself. The Displaced and Local Youth Sport program breaks down the wall between displaced and host communities. And neither of these can happen without our third solution, restoring the funding that's already dropped by 25%. We've also built in safeguards, because good intentions aren't enough. Surveys to track real change, cost-saving strategies like using existing facilities, and hiring former participants as mentors, adult supervision, and safe transport for female participants. These protect the people the program is meant to serve. At the end of the day, this isn't just about keeping kids busy with a ball in the field. It's about giving displaced youth back what displacement took from them: routine, connection, confidence, and a future they get to help build. That's what youth-led, well-funded, well-safeguarded sport programming can do. Thank you.
Thank you, Team F. Please give a big round of applause. Now, please, all the Team F delegates come up to the podium. And then we're going to take only one delegate for the question. Is there any delegates who wish to ask questions? Delegate of Tajikistan?
For your presentation, what barriers might prevent girls from participating in sports, and how would you address them? What barriers might prevent refugee girls from participating in sports, and how would you address them?
So a lot of these camps are also in very high-risk areas for women as well. So they're also under threat of sexual abuse, human rights violations, and everything. So one of the ideas we had is we'd have local women communities there that could help them with the transport from the camps to the sport fields and vice versa. Thank you.
Okay, actually, we're going to take one more delegate. Is there any other delegates who wish to ask questions? Delegate of Rwanda.
Thank you. You mentioned budget as an essential solution. However, recently most of our international organizations' budgets are decreasing. Then how could you raise donor partnership for budgets? And if there are any programs without a large scale of budgets for sustainability?
Okay, thanks for the questions. So basically this model in the presentations is just addressing that the financial resources for this program is not enough, and that we need the financial supports and the more funding events for them. So we didn't had time to get into more details about like how we'll plan for the events for the funding. But I think that's the questions we can move forward together in the conference later.
Yes. Thank you, Team F. And then now you may go back to your seat. Now we are going to invite Team G. It's the secretary members and delegates. If you're Team G, please come up to the podium. And then for the fast forward the procedures, if you are Team H, when the Team G is doing a Q&A session, please queue at the side of the conference hall.
Hello.
Good day, Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates. My name is Amanatidi Ksenia.
And my name is Yuman Fatima.
And today, together with our team, we are pleased to present our policy framework on youth leading peace, enhancing development, and resilience through sport. Our presentation explores how stronger governments can empower young people to be meaningful partners in sport for peace programs and contribute to more inclusive and sustainable peace building. To begin, let us first look at the background of this issue. Although sport for peace programs increasingly recognize the importance of youth participation, meaningful involvement in governance remains limited. In many cases, young people are invited to participate in activities but are rarely given a real voice in decision making. As a result, an important question arises. What governance models can effectively institutionalize a youth mandate within sport for peace programs? Addressing this question is increasingly important for building more inclusive, effective, and sustainable governance systems. To better understand our research question, it is important to first define the key concepts. Sport for peace refers to the intentional use of sport as a tool to promote peace, strengthen social cohesion, and support sustainable development. Within this approach, young people are not only participants, but also important agents of social change who should be actively involved in decisions affecting their communities. However, governance in many sport for peace programs remains largely adult-centered, limiting meaningful youth participation. Addressing this governance gap is essential for transforming young people from program beneficiaries into equal partners in peace building.
So what does that gap actually looks like? Governance structure in most sports for peace programs remain largely adult-centered. Adults hold the decision-making power while youth are limited to the role of participants rather than the partners. As a result, youth perspectives are underrepresented in policymaking and participation opportunities are unequal, particularly for young women, persons with disabilities, displaced youth, and youth from other marginalized communities. This isn't a small oversight. It's a structural problem patterned across the whole sector, and these challenges shows why we need a more inclusive and fair system of governance. To fix such structural problems, you need structural principles. Our team identified 7 core principles that should underpin any kind of governance frameworks: participation, representation, transparency, accountability, inclusiveness, equity, and digital responsibility. These aren't abstract ideals. Each one directly targets a specific failure we just described. Representation and participation addresses the adult-centered decision-making problems. Equity and inclusiveness addresses the unequal access problem. And digital responsibility reflects the reality that youth engagement increasingly happens online. Together, these 7 principles are the foundation of everything you are going to see in the next slides. Built on the above 7 principles you saw, our proposed governance framework has 5 pillars: initialized youth representation, digital integrity, shared decision making, safe participation, and monitoring and evaluation. Each pillar builds on the last. Representation without shared power is symbolic, and neither means anything without safety, digital protection, and real accountability behind them.
The first pillar of our framework is institutionalized youth representation. Its main goal is to ensure that young people are actively involved in governance, rather than being consulted only from time to time. In other words, young people should be treated as partners in governments, not simply as program beneficiaries. To achieve this, we propose 3 key mechanisms: youth councils, youth representation quotas, and youth advisory boards. Together, these mechanisms give young people a permanent voice in decision-making and allow them to contribute throughout the planning, implementation, and evaluation of sport of peace programs. Successful examples, such as the Collective Action Program 2030 Youth Advisory Board and the European Youth Forum, show that formal youth representation is not only possible, but also leads to better and more inclusive governance. Representation alone is definitely not enough. If you have a seat at the table but no real decision-making power, that's symbolic participation but not shared governance. That's why our second pillar is a youth-adult core governance model, where young people and adults jointly design, implement, and evaluate sport for peace initiatives together. This is grounded in the Youth-Adult Partnership Framework, and it works through 3 concrete mechanisms: co-design, standing co-governance committees, and formal youth voting rights. We also point to the IOC, International Olympic Committee's based governance structure, as a real-world example proof that institutional mechanisms, not just goodwill, can strengthen both participation and accountability in sport governance. Representation and shared power only matter if young people are actually safe to exercise them. That's the foundation our third pillar rests on. No youth mandate can function without physical and psychological security. We propose mandatory safeguarding reporting lines, background checks, and survivor center protocols reviewed annually by the youth advisory boards. These pairs with gender quotas for coaching, facilitation, and delegate roles, given the persistent gaps in sport. Protection also extends to minority and conflict-affected youth through conflict sensitivity assessments and co-design with local community panels, avoiding the risk of reproducing existing hierarchies.
As youth engagement increasingly moves online, safeguarding has to follow it there with the same ritual. We recommend every program appoint a dedicated digital safeguarding focal point, extending our safe participation standard to virtual spaces backed by the trained peer moderators, automated flagging tools, and a published escalation protocol. This also extends to the AI tools increasingly used in programming. Propose basic AI literacy embedded in the youth curricula, teaching participants to recognize basic algorithm bias in the line with the UNESCO recommendation on the ethics of AI, which directly ties to the SDGs 4, 10, and 16 respectively. And underneath all of this, minors' data must never be shared without consent, protected through encryption, retention limits, and independent audits. A youth mandate is only credible if outcomes are actually measured and reported back, not just planned and forgotten. That's what our fifth pillar, monitoring and evaluation, is built around. We propose clear performance indicators, disaggregated participation rates, safeguarding response times, and youth satisfaction. And these aren't by adults alone. They are designed by Youth Advisory Board itself and ties directly to the accountability principles we outlined earlier in Section 3. These indicators are then reviewed annually, jointly by both youth and adult co-governance bodies. So no single site controls the evaluation. And if a program underperforms, it's just not noted and ignored. It's required to submit a corrective action plan without finding published as plan language summaries instead of technical reports no one actually reads. All of this is grounded in real youth feedback, anonymous surveys, and youth-led evaluation panels. So monitoring reflects lived experience, not just donor-refined metrics. And a fixed revision cycle makes sure these findings don't just sit on the shelf. They turn into a corporate policy or curriculum changes the following year. So what does this mean in practice? We are recommending action at every level of the governance chain. UNESCO builds governance structures and publishes participation reports. Governments and NGOs improves accessibility for the vulnerable groups. Sport organizations develop and verify effective programs. Youth organizations ensure equal agency in decision making. Together, these recommendations move peace for sport from adult-centered decision making towards a system where young people are recognized as equal partners, not just participants.
Our proposed framework has one main goal: to transform young people from program beneficiaries into equal partners in governance. By strengthening transparency, accountability, inclusiveness, and collaboration, it helps create sport for peace programs that are more effective, more legitimate, and more sustainable. At the same time, our framework supports the UN Youth Strategy and contributes to the Sustainable Development Goals, particularly SDGs 4, 10, 16, and 17. We believe that institutionalizing a youth mandate is not only an opportunity for young people, it is an essential step toward building stronger, more inclusive, and more peaceful communities. Thank you for your attention.
We are Team G and we appreciate your time and interest. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Team G. Please come up to the podium, all the delegates. And Team H, please queue at the side of the conference room. Now we're going to move on to the Q&A procedure. If there's any delegate who wish to ask a question, please raise your placards. Hi. Delegate of Syria.
Thank you for your presentation. The delegation of Syria would like to inquire on to how could post-war countries adopt your youth representation programs while also lacking the sufficient infrastructure into implementing.
Can you please repeat again?
The delegation of Syria would like to inquire about how could post-war countries adopt your youth representation program while having possible internal infrastructure problems.
Thank you for the question. Our team believes that our program and our pillars and mechanisms are absolutely flexible to adapt to each country or organization or institution requirement. So we believe that, so we can make it adaptive if it isn't adaptive enough. So thank you for the question.
And in addition, our principles that we mentioned earlier, the participation, transparency, and accountability, etc., they are universal. They are not a specific country-centered, but implementation, like which local community panels, implementation, like which local community panels are consulted or what safeguarding protocols look like, it is meant to be co-designed locally, not just imposed uniformly.
Thank you.
Is there any other delegate who wish to ask questions? Delegate of IOC.
Thank you for the presentation. The IOC would like to ask, in regards to the programs or events in which the youth and also adults, the adult organizers will be helping with the organizing of the events, would there be a standard where the youth programs would be able to operate on their own. For example, they have to reach a certain point where they can, or certain decisions they have to make by themselves without any interference with the adults. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Our framework doesn't propose adult override. If that's the case, it would undercut the entire model actually. So, for example, for formal youth voting rights, it means that disagreements are resolved through the same democratic process as any other committee decisions. It's not just through adult veto power. All the youth committees, they are independent of making their own decisions rather than adult-centered governance bodies.
Okay.
Thank you.
We will end the Q&A session here. So thank you, Team G. And then now you may go back to your seat. Please give a big round of applause again to Team G. Now we'll have a Team H on the floor. So please come up to the podium and take the floor.
Good morning, distinguished chairs, secretariat, and fellow delegates. Today, we are gathered here to answer a question. How can peace pedagogy be embedded into youth-led sports initiative to protect minorities and build resilience in divided societies? Through our proposal, the Interprovincial Mobile Peace League, we seek to demonstrate how sport can become a platform for inclusion, leadership, and resilience across Peru. Before presenting this response, it is essential to analyze the current structural barriers facing youth in Peru. Our analysis follows a clear sequence of barriers. First, sports infrastructure in Peru is concentrated in metropolitan centers, leaving youth in the Amazon jungle, Afro-Peruvian communities, and remote mountains completely isolated from official programs. Second, this leads directly to the exclusion of minority youth. National planners routinely design initiatives without accounting for the country's geography or the diversity of Peru's 55 recognized indigenous groups. A program built for Lima rarely reaches a village days away by river. Finally, these factors create severe economic and geographic barriers. According to data from Peru's National Institute of Statistics, known as the INEI, rural poverty affects nearly 40% of the population outside urban hubs. For these families, standard requirements like gear, uniforms, and travel form an impossible financial wall, keeping regional prejudices alive. This is precisely why a new policy response matters. This framework establishes a progressive pipeline where structurally removing those economic barriers achieves our first milestone, shared sports and play. This cooperative environment naturally facilitates an intercultural dialogue. Through this interaction, institutional trust is built, which expands the scope for more inclusion and diversity. Ultimately, this chain reaction achieves the core objective, creating stronger community resilience. This is the exact gap the policy addresses through the Interprovincial Mobile Peace League, or IMPL. As stated on screen, the IMPL is a decentralized youth-led sports program that brings low-cost tournaments, peace education, and intercultural exchange directly to underserved communities across Peru. Instead of asking vulnerable families to travel to reach resources, the program delivers them directly. By combining traditional Peruvian sports, local volunteer networks, minority protection measures, and community-based leadership training, the program transforms sports into a real platform for inclusion, trust building, and resilience among historically excluded youth. To ensure operational sustainability, the proposal rests on three interconnected pillars. Number one, the volunteer program. Number two, the peer coach program. And number three, the Traveling Peace League. Together, these three parts guarantee that the IMPL remains community-led, sustainable, and genuinely youth-centered. The floor now goes to the delegate, Aziza, to explain these three pillars and walk through the program structure in more detail. Thank you.
But it prioritizes those living to reduce transport costs and logistical challenges. Local volunteers are able to use their cultural familiarity to build trust with children and communities more effectively. The program also brings together youth from different majors and schools to support fieldwork, event coordination, fundraising, and teaching during IMPL. The second pillar is the peer coach program. This program openly recruits passionate local youth into leadership roles, regardless of ethnicity, gender, or socioeconomic background. And through in-person neighborhood outreach and formal training, participants receive official training in peace pedagogy and conflict resolution and receive certification upon completion. They are then certified to run tournament brackets, workshops, and future events, while selected youth can later serve as coaches or referees for future IMPLs. The third pillar is Traveling Peace League. This combines winning teams, singles champions, standout peer coaches, and logistics volunteers. To one ambassador court, the Traveling Peace League will be chosen and awarded through a point system that the coaches and referees are in charge of. These points are not only accumulated by winning games, but also include other categories like diversity, inclusion, friendship, and peace pedagogy related awards. These youths are rewarded with all expenses paid tour across Peru in mid-February before school and university courses that early March. During this trip, they will learn about diverse cultures firsthand by visiting various neighborhoods around Peru while sharing their own cultures. Additionally, they pass leadership directly to the next community through hands-on training and mentorship. In terms of implementation, the IMPL relies on a broad support network. Its actors include like local volunteers from the volunteer program as mentioned before, university students, peer coaches, educators, community leaders, and partner institutions. Together, they manage outreach, teaching, logistics, fundraising, and tournament operations. The program is funded through international co-funded grants from the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime and UNESCO, corporate sponsorship, donation campaigns, and support from local schools, universities, business, and municipalities. This funding covers transport, materials, prices, and core logistics while using local infrastructure to reduce cost. Finally, the program is monitored through regular evaluation of trust, participation, and resilience. Success is measured not only by attendance but also by social impact and meaningful minority leadership building community-wide resilience. But most importantly, peace pedagogy is embedded directly into the structure of the IMPL. Each event includes pre- and post-games peace workshops, anti-discrimination rules, trained facilitators and community leaders, intercultural dialogue, and conflict resolution skills. This ensures that sport becomes not just competition, but a space for learning, cooperation, and mutual respect. Now that we have explained how peace pedagogy is the program, I will pass the presentation to our final speaker. We'll cover the potential risk and our concluding message.
Thank you so much, my delegate, for her wonderful speech. I guess I'm the last one among all the delegates today to give a speech for the group. Anyway, moving on. Although the Interprovincial Mobile Peace League offers a promising framework for inclusion and community building, it also faces several important risks that must be taken seriously from the beginning. So we are not also out of risk. Of course, there are risks. The first is funding instability, because the program depends on transportation, materials, facilitators, translation, and coordination across different regions. Inconsistent financial support could prevent it from reaching the most remote communities. If that happens, the program may end up serving only the most accessible areas and unintentionally reproducing the same inequalities that it is supposed to reduce. This would defeat the purpose and mission of Interprovincial Mobile Peace League. Well, the second one is the risk of conflict. Since the Interprovincial Mobile Peace League brings together youth from different ethnic, regional, and social background, existing stereotypes or tensions may surface during competition. In practice, that could appear through verbal hostility, exclusion, or unequal treatment on and off the field. Sports alone does not automatically create peace. Rather, it creates a space where conflict must be intentionally guided into dialogue and learning. Our structured peace education workshops focusing on conflict resolution, teamwork, empathy, intercultural dialogue, and respect for diversity, facilitated by trained educators and community leaders, help ensure that sport becomes a platform for learning and cooperation rather than competition alone. Well, finally, the third one is tokenistic participation. There is a real risk that indigenous, Afro-Peruvian, or rural youth could be included as visible symbols of diversity without having meaningful influence in leadership roles. When it happens, so if minority participants are present, but not only empowered as peer coaches, organizers, or decision makers, then the program would weaken its own goal of minority protection and inclusion. Our peer coach program and volunteer program aim to resolve the risk. However, this potential risk facing this proposal should be treated not as reasons for rejection, but design priorities that must be addressed first through stable funding, inclusive governance, and strong monitoring systems. Finally, overall, our Interprovincial Mobile Peace League transforms sport from a centralized privilege into a mobile platform for belonging, minority protection, and community resilience. In Peru, peace can be built not only through policy document, but also through how youth play, lead, and learn across differences. By bringing games, leadership, and peace pedagogy directly into undeserved communities, the Interprovincial Mobile Peace League offers a practical and community-led path toward inclusion, trust, and long-term social cohesion. So thank you all for listening till now.
Thank you, Team H. Now we're going to move on to the Q&A session. Please come up to the podium, all the delegates. If there's any delegate who wish to ask questions, please raise your placards high. Delegate of Kazakhstan.
First of all, thank you so much for your presentation. Since a lot of frameworks, programs have been mentioned today. So delegate of Kazakhstan wants to ask you, why is your framework is different from others or other Sport for Peace programs? Maybe you can tell us like one reason which stands out of the other reasons. Thank you.
Well, first of all, thank you so much for might of thinking it stands out. Well, I will not be overconfident saying that it will stand out, but I will say that we just didn't make a proposal or policy. We also saw the risk where it might not come true. If you have listened, then the part where we have said, where can the risk come? What can make this policy to make in reality? So I believe that if we work, in balance, keeping in mind that, okay, we have that policy and also there are risks, that might be the reason the policy might not come in reality. So I feel like, having the balance, making us kind of stand out. When you know that where is your weakness, that's when you can actually work towards the weakness and make your proposal come into reality.
Is there any other delegates wish to ask questions? Yeah, Delegate of IOC.
In regards to the funding, the IOC would like to know, in terms of creating more participation, you have mentioned an all expenses trips around Peru. So in which funding is not as high in a certain program, in order to allow more people or encourage more people to participate in or as participants, are there any other low cost rewards that you would be willing to implement?
It was mentioned, this proposal includes that looking for sponsors and also a sustainable work of kind of like to implement a way to keep sustainable everywhere around the country. It not only includes the sport gears or uniform, also it implements the transportation, such as we mentioned. We would try to make alliances with regional municipalities and institutions that have the budget. We would like to make like an alliance with them to solve this problem of transportation and also accommodation in these cases.
Thank you.
Thank you, Team F. Now the Q&A session has ended. You may go back to your seat. So let's give a big round of applause to all the team that has presented today's presentation. We'll end the group presentation here, and then please be remained seated for Mr. Cho's special announcement. And thank you for today.
For this, myself and we have two more judges. We haven't compared our, evaluation sheet, so I don't know who you are, but whichever group wins, I think you guys have a very diverse approach. Some's like would like to build some frameworks or like analysis focused, and others with the practical solutions. And then since we have like also two judges and myself, we have different backgrounds. I don't know what's going to be the result, but it doesn't mean that like if you don't win, it doesn't mean that your analysis is nonsense. It all makes sense, and then all different approaches. And I know a lot of you spend a lot of time, especially it's like since this conference is at the beginning of July. I've been mentioning many times like I didn't want to bother you during your final exam time. So this is an outcome of 10 days or 1 week, intense concentration. So thank you for your participation, and then we'll get the result and I will announce it maybe around the time of finishing afternoon session. Okay, so I'll share the results. Some housekeeping announcements I need to share. It's the lunch is ready, and I couldn't make all the reflect restriction and preferences. So I have some meal boxes written in the plastic bag written as no meat. Okay, no meat could be something, and others with a chicken or other meat. So you can choose if you have preference and restriction, and ones who are okay with any meats, please don't grab ones with non-meat. Okay, we don't have enough number of meal boxes for that. And afternoon we'll resume at 1:30, and I don't know, it's lucky or unlucky. It's pouring down. It's it rains, crazy. So you have to spend some time here, and then I know you would get sleepy, but coffee will only come by 3 p.m. So I find your best measure, preventing yourself from taking nap. And the last thing I'd like to mention, pre-conference survey, because we're gonna start with the opening speech and everything in the afternoon, right? And pre-conference survey aims to compare yourself, your understanding with a post-conference. So I need that. I know all the names and I wrote it in the Kakao chatting room, and then I will not kill you, but I will find you. So if I find you, please go ahead with your pre-conference survey. Okay, thanks for the morning, and thanks for your preparation and then teamwork, because it's necessary somehow. And for some of you, especially for the first time, you have to have some idea what kind of approach you need to have for this type of model conference, either policy building or you need intense analysis that you have to figure out. So I hope this could make yourself more comfortable with the upcoming Model UNESCO session. Thank you. Enjoy your lunch. Bon appetit.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bella Kim, and it is my absolute honor to serve you as 2026 ICM Model UNESCO Chair. The chair calls the 2026 ICM MUNESCO conference to order. It is a great privilege to welcome all distinguished delegates and guests to the MINEF Session 1. The agenda for the conference is enhancing development and resilience through sports. The official languages of this conference is English, and the use of the first and second person pronouns is strictly prohibited. Please refer to yourself as the DIS delegates or by your state's name. During the conference, electronic devices are strictly prohibited. The chair will now proceed with the roll call. As your state is called, please raise your placard high and then state whether you're present or voting. And this is a friendly reminder that if you are the delegate who declares for the present and voting, that they cannot abstain during the substantial voting during the voting procedure. The floor is now open for the, now we're gonna proceed the roll call. Please raise your placards high if I call your delegation. Delegate We're going to proceed the roll call with the alphabetical order. Delegate of Argentina.
Present.
Delegate of Australia.
Present.
Delegate of Brazil.
Present.
Delegate of Canada.
Present.
Delegate of Cuba.
Present.
Delegate of Fiji.
Present.
Delegate of Germany. Delegate of Japan.
Present.
Delegate of Jordan is absent. Delegate of Kenya.
Present.
Delegate of Mexico.
Present.
Delegate of Mongolia.
Present.
Delegate of New Zealand.
Present.
Delegate of Niger.
Present.
Delegate of Peru.
Present.
Delegate of Qatar. Delegate of Rwanda.
Present.
Delegate of South Africa. Delegate of Spain.
Present.
Delegate of Syria.
Present.
Delegate of Tajikistan.
Present.
Delegate of Ukraine.
Present.
Delegate of UNESCO Chair Development of Youth through Sports Activities is absent. Delegate of UNHCR.
Present.
Okay. Delegate of UNICEF.
Present.
Delegate of United Kingdom.
Present.
Delegate of UNOHCHR.
Present.
Delegate of Uzbekistan.
Present.
Now we're done with the roll call. So now the
Point of order.
yes.
The chair has not called upon the delegates of IOC, FIFA, IWG, and the Council of Europe.
Oh, I'm so sorry for that. Delegate of IOC.
Present.
Delegate of FIFA.
Present.
Delegate of FISU. Delegate of International Women, International Working Group on Women in Sports.
Present.
And Delegate of Kazakhstan.
Present.
Oh, and the Delegate of Council of Europe.
Present.
Okay, now we have done the procedures of the roll calls. we have set the simple majority as simple majority with the 16 and then to third majority as 22. So now we're going to move on to the opening speech. The floor is now open for the opening speech. The opening speech will be conducted by the alphabetical order. And for the delegate, and each delegate will have 2 minutes each, and then the chair will hit the gavel once if there are 30 seconds left, and then if there are no time remainder, the chair will hit the gavel twice. Now we'll begin the opening speech. The delegate of Argentina, please come up to the podium, and now you have the floor. And then if you are the following delegates who will conduct this opening speech, please queue at the side of the podium. And Argentina, please go ahead and conduct the opening speech.
Sir? Honorable chairs and distinguished delegates, the delegation of the Republic of Argentina is honored to participate in this community and reaffirms the commitment of MINEP's visions that sport is a fundamental human right and a powerful meaning for promoting peace, social inclusion, and sustainable development. Argentina has witnessed how sports can unite people across social, cultural, and economic differences. Through this community, sport initiatives and spirit inspired by our 2022 FIFA World Cup victory, we have seen sports strengthen resilience, foster solidarity, and inspire young people to become active members of their communities. This experience reminds us that sport is far more than a competition. It is an investment on peace in the future. Yet, millions of young people continue to face barriers to participating in sports without equal access. They are denied opportunities to develop leadership, confidence, and the value of respect cooperations that help to build peaceful and inclusive society. For this reason, the Republic of Argentina believes our collective efforts should focus on 3 priorities. First, we must strengthen community sport development programs to ensure that every young person has access to safe and inclusive sporting program. And secondly, we should integrate peace education into sports at both school and community levels so that sports become a platform for dialogue, mutual understanding, and respect. Finally, we must strengthen international cooperation by sharing best practices and supporting partnership between UNESCO member states and sporting organizations to expand opportunities for young people worldwide. With this, I would like to conclude my speech here. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Now, delegate of Australia, please come up to the podium.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the delegation of Australia recognizes that sport has the power to unite young people across cultural, ethnic, and social divides. However, sport alone does not create peace. Without intentional guidance, competition can sometimes reinforce existing tensions rather than overcome them. Australia believes that youth should not only participate in sport, but that they should be able to obtain the skills necessary to become a leader in them. Our delegation supports the development of youth-led sport programs that integrate peace education with meaningful dialogue. Young people should be empowered as coaches, mentors, and community leaders who promote inclusion, cooperation, and mutual respect. At the same time, experienced educators and community organizations should provide guidance to ensure these programs remain safe, effective, and sustainable. Australia also believes that every sport program should include opportunities for reflection and discussion. Through teamwork, conflict resolution exercises, and dialogue, participants can develop empathy, communication skills, and trust that extends beyond the playing field into their schools and communities. Furthermore, Australia encourages partnerships between governments, schools, NGOs, local communities, and international organizations such as UNESCO. These partnerships could potentially garner support to provide the training, resources, and long-term support necessary for youth-led initiatives to succeed. We also emphasize the importance of evaluating programs not only by participation rates, but by their ability to strengthen local social cohesion, reduce prejudice, and develop future community leaders. To conclude, Australia believes that when sports are intentionally combined with peace, education, dialogue, and youth leadership, it becomes more than recreational activity. It becomes a powerful tool for building resilient, inclusive, and peaceful communities and individuals regardless of origin. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate of Australia. Now we're going to have a delegate of Brazil. Please come up to the podium.
Honorable Chair and fellow delegate, today many young people face serious problems such as school dropout, violence, displacement, and social exclusion. Those issues are global, but they are also important in Brazil. Brazil believes sports is more than recreation. It can give young people a safe place to learn teamwork, respect, and leadership. So Brazil would like to propose two solutions. First, Brazil proposed a martial arts and team sports for peace program. This program would combine team sports. Team sports would teach cooperation and communication, while martial arts would teach respect, self-control, and discipline and resilience. This program would also ensure equal participation for girls and young people with disability. Second, Brazil proposed displaced and local youth sports program. Those programs bring displaced and local young people together through team sports. By playing on the same team, they can overcome language, culture, and social barriers. Brazil hopes to work with neighboring countries facing similar challenges. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Now we're going to welcome the delegate of Canada.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the delegation of Canada is honored to address this committee today. Sports is more than physical activity. It brings people from different backgrounds together and creates opportunities to build trust. This is why the international community must work together to make sports safe, inclusive, and accessible for all. Canada believes that sport is a powerful tool for building peaceful communities. Our country supports the UN Sustainable Development Goals, especially the goals 4, 5, 10, and 16, which promote quality education, gender equality, reducing inequalities, and peaceful societies. Canada has also introduced the Canadian Sports Policy 2023 to 2033, which aims to make sports safe and accessible for everyone. In addition, the Sports for Social Development in Indigenous Communities, or SSDIC initiative, helps Indigenous youth help build leadership skills, strengthen relationships, and create positive change through sports. To address this issue, Canada proposes some actions. First, UNESCO should establish a global youth sports partnership that provides funding, coach training, and educational resources for developing countries. Second, UNESCO, NGOs, and local organizations should organize dialogue programs where young people can exchange ideas and learn from different perspectives. Canada believes that empowering young people through sports can strengthen communities and promote lasting peace. We look forward to working with all member states and international partners to create a more inclusive and peaceful future. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Now we're going to have a delegate of Cuba.
Honorable Chair, distinguished fellow delegates, the delegation of Cuba is honored to discuss how sport can empower youth and build global peace. In a world facing growing conflicts, Cuba firmly believes that sport is not a luxury, but a fundamental human right. Through our Sport for All philosophy, we have shown that youth empowerment depends on a national commitment to inclusivity, not financial wealth. Despite severe economic challenges, our free state-funded system has successfully fostered local resilience and community solidarity. Unfortunately, many developing nations face a critical gap where infrastructure deficits leave youth vulnerable. To bridge this gap, Cuba proposes a shared responsibility athletic partnership. This framework pairs Cuba's specialized athletic experts with the financial backing of developed member states. By matching our human resources with appropriate international funding, we can ensure a sustainable and equitable partnership that safely empowers youth where it is most needed. When we ensure that the right to play belongs to every youth, not just the privileged, we unlock the true potential of global peace. Cuba stands ready to collaborate with like-minded states to turn this policy proposal into a strong, unified resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Now we are going to welcome the Delegate of Council of Europe. We're going to go for Delegate of Fiji first, and then we're going to have the Delegate of Council of Europe.
Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates, the Republic of Fiji stands before this committee to declare that for small island developing states, climate change is an existential crisis that continuously destroys our playing fields and safe spaces. Fiji's firm stance is that youth resilience cannot be postponed until the climate crisis is resolved. We recognize grassroots sports networks, especially rugby, as vital human infrastructure that provides essential disaster relief and psychological anchors for traumatized youth in Fiji. To translate this position into immediate action, Fiji proposes two concise actions. First, we must fund multi-purpose storm-resistant sport infrastructure in vulnerable coastal regions. These facilities will serve as vibrant youth sports hubs during stable periods and instantly transition into secure evacuation centers during crisis. Second, we must bridge the SIDS data gap within global frameworks. Fiji calls for integrating SIDS-specific climate resilience metrics into UNESCO's Fit for Life initiative to officially quantify how sport networks heal climate trauma. Let us recognize that safeguarding sports networks against physical climate impact is a shared global responsibility. Fiji looks forward to collaborating with all member states to build a resilient, inclusive, and peaceful future for our youth. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Delegate. Now we're going to have a Delegate of Council of Europe.
Honorable Chair, fellow delegates, Delegate of the Council of Europe would like to begin by posing a question. Not a question of progress, but a question of revisiting the foundations. Today, this committee gathers to discuss peace, youth, resilience, and sport. For some, sport promotes shared values. For others, it is a way of life worth protecting. And for many, it is a space where people come together despite their differences. These are all worthy ideals, but they are not granted. They're cultivated, they're reinforced, and they are integrated. The Council of Europe therefore sees sport not merely as recreation, but as a social institution where democracy, human rights, and the rule of law can be practiced, safeguarded, and strengthened. The question before this committee is therefore how we can build institutions that are truly worth preserving. The Council of Europe does not claim to possess a single answer, but it does maintain the peace cannot endure without institutions that enable meaningful participation, protect human dignity, and cultivate trust. Accordingly, the Council proposes three directions. First, to empower young people to participate meaningfully in shaping the future of sport. Second, strengthen the institutions that ensure sport remains safe, inclusive, and ethical. Third, encourage international cooperation through dialogue, shared experience, and mutual learning. If this committee succeeds by the end of this conference, it will not simply be because we pass another resolution. It will be because this forum was not wasted, but instead laid the foundations for a meaningful participation and lasting cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Now we're going to have a Delegate of FIFA.
Honorable chairs and esteemed delegates, FIFA is honored to address the main agenda, youth leading peace through sports. Football is played and watched almost everywhere in the world, and this gives FIFA a special responsibility, but being popular is not enough. Sport for peace programs can only earn communities' trust if they are transparent and accountable. Therefore, good governance is the base for that trust. FIFA has taken real steps in this direction. Since 2015, we have worked on governance reforms, and we now rank second among 31 federations in ASOIF's independent reviews. Our program, Football for Peace, has brought together children from 6 countries for more than 20 years. And FIFA Football for Schools now reaches 700 million children in partnership with UNESCO. However, some gaps still remains. Our Generation 2026 Youth Leadership Council gives youth people a voice. But FIFA's 37-member council still has no official seat for youth. FIFA supports fixing this. Thus, we propose this committee support 5 actions. Give youth a permanent voting seat in Sports for Peace oversight. Connecting FIFA's funding to independent governance checks of members' associations, requiring yearly public reports on funded programs, guaranteeing youth representation on the FIFA Council, and expanding Football for Peace with UNESCO to more regions affected by conflict. FIFA cannot build this alone. We welcome cooperation with UNESCO, government, civil societies, and young people themselves. We look forward to working with each delegation to build lasting peace for the next generation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, delegate. Now we're going to have a delegate of FISU.
The delegation of the FISU is honored to address this comment on the critical issue of enhancing young development and resilience through. We strongly advocate for the young-driven model where young people are empowered as mentor, decision maker, and leaders. This vision aligns perfectly with FISU core philosophy of fostering global young leader through the harmonization of sport and education. To turn this vision into reality, FISU propose practical network-driven solution. First, we urge the international community to adopt the Circular Young Sports Resilience Program. We will deploy FISU University students worldwide as master mentor to teach teamwork and communication, enable displaced young to gradually grow into coaches themselves. We will create special inclusion sessions at existing events like a FISU World Forum and World University Camp to break cultural barriers and build global unity. Finally, we will partner with UNHCR for a global fundraising campaign and collaborate with NGOs to provide trauma-informed coaching, including safe escort program to ensure female participants can travel safely. Beyond basic relief, displaced youngs must recover this agency as sport, hears, and breathe device. FISU look forward to collaborating with our delegation, the UN, and NGOs to achieve young's with peace and sustainable development. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Now we are going to welcome the delegate of Germany.
Honorable Chair, Delegate, Delegation of the Federal Republic, honored to discussion on youth leading, enhancing development. Firmly believe that sport is far more than recreation. It is a powerful tool strengthening resilience of young people affected by conflict, displacement, and exclusion. Yet millions of young people living in conflict-affected communities still lack safe and sustainable access to sport. Germany's position is supported by decades of practical. In 2013, Germany hosted CIPS 5 in Berlin, where participants from 121 member states adopted the Declaration of Berlin, a framework of more than 70 commitments on access. Domestically, its program Integration durch Sport, running since 1989, now supports around 1,500 sports clubs nationwide, helping refugee and migrant youth access sport. Internationally, Germany's Sport for Development program applies similar approaches, supporting peace building and reintegration in partner countries. These efforts reflect Germany's long-standing commitment to using sport as a tool for inclusion, social cohesion, and sustainable development, providing a strong foundation for its contribution to the discussion. Building on this experience, Germany looks forward to a substantive discussion on how we might treat sport for peace as a long-term commitment rather than a reactive measure, and how member states might work toward greater consistency. Germany believes that peace built through sport is peace built to last. The delegation stands ready to work to turn sport into a lasting bridge toward peace and sustainable development for all young people.
Thank you, Delegate. Now we'll welcome the delegate of International Working Group on Women in Sports.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the delegation of International Working Group on Women in Sports, or IWG, is honored to address this committee. For over 3 decades since the adoption of Brighton Declaration in 1994, the IWG has championed a simple yet undeniable principle. Sport is a fundamental human right, and every woman and girl must have the opportunity not only to participate but to lead. As this committee discusses youth leading pace, enhancing development and resilience through sport, we must recognize one fundamental reality. Pace cannot be built through sport if millions of young women and girls remain excluded from it. Around the world, gender discrimination, unsafe sporting environments, unequal funding, and limited leadership opportunities continue to prevent them from realizing their full potential. These are not isolated challenges, these are systematic barriers that demand systematic solution. The IWG therefore calls upon member states to commit to 3 priorities. First of all, integrate gender equality into national youth and sport legislation, ensuring that sport is recognized as a strategic tool for peace building, leadership, and sustainable development. Secondly, establish financial accountability by linking public funding for sports organization to measurable gender equality outcomes, particularly those benefiting girls and young women from marginalized communities. And finally, universally implement safeguarding policies that guarantee safe, inclusive, and harassment-free sporting environments. The question before the committee is not whether sport can transform life, it is whether we have collective will to remove the barriers. Thank you, Honorable Chair. The delegation of IWG yields the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Now we are going to welcome the delegate of IOC.
The goal of Olympism is to place sport at the service of the harmonious development of man with a view to promoting a peaceful society concerned with the preservation of human dignity. Preservation of human dignity. Is that not what we as delegates, nay, advocates for peace through sport strive to achieve? Honorable Chair, respectable delegates, this delegate for the International Olympic Committee would like to open the discussion to creating youth resilience through sports. It is inescapable, the effects of war, conflicts, displacement, especially amongst the youth. Young people's mental health is deteriorating, which is why sport is an integral part in youth development, aiding in creating higher self-esteem and a sense of belonging. This delegate of the IOC hopes to continue doing rigorous philanthropic efforts through sports in order to bring dignity back to the youth. Amongst our 2025 to 2028 key priorities, we would like to make impactful progress with our Olympic 3-6-5 movement. This movement highlights the following. Firstly, ensure more people from all backgrounds can access and benefit from safe, inclusive, and sustainable sport. Secondly, improve global recognition of sports' societal impact. Lastly, forge impactful collaboration across sport movement, sustainable development sector, and purpose-led businesses. Upon listening and assessing to the needs of the delegates, this delegate of the IOC hopes to participate in a long-standing agreement that will foster peace and build sports support structures in youth communities. In conclusion, let us, organizations and nations alike, build a bridge, combine resources, and bring harmonious development in all nations through sport. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate of IOC. Now we are going to welcome the delegate of Japan.
Honorable Chair and distinguished delegators, delegation of Japan is honored to join this discussion. Japan believes that sports is more than just a game. Sports teaches teamwork, respect, and friendship. It helps young people understand each other, and even when they come from different countries and cultures and backgrounds. However, Japan also faces some challenges. Today, many young people spend more time online and then playing sports. Also, some students cannot join sports activities because of high costs and lack of facilities. And also, Japan believes that sports must be safe and fair and open to everyone. To solve these problems, Japan suggests two actions. First, member states should support local youth sports programs, and so that every young person can join sports regardless of money or locations. And second, countries should share good ideas and work together. And Japan can share its experience in school sports and international sports exchange. When young people can play sports safely and equally, they can learn respect, trust, and peace. Japan is ready to work with all member states to make sports a bridge for peace and friendship. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Now we are going to welcome the delegate of Kazakhstan.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the delegation of Kazakhstan is honored to participate in today's discussion on the agenda, Youth Leading Peace, Enhancing Development and Resilience Through Sport. Peace is not built only through diplomacy. It's also built on sports fields, where young people learn cooperation, respect, and resilience. When young people are given the opportunity to participate through sport, they do not simply play the game. They build trust, strengthen communities, and become ambassadors of peace. Kazakhstan believes that sport for development and peace is an effective instrument for promoting social cohesion, inclusion, and sustainable development. Kazakhstan has demonstrated this commitment through its national concept for the development of physical culture and sport, which seeks to expand access to sport and create more opportunities for young people. Through these efforts, Kazakhstan continues to promote youth development and encourage active participation in society. However, Kazakhstan also recognizes that millions of young people around the world continue to face barriers to participating in sport due to inequality, limited resources, and unequal access to opportunities. Addressing these challenges requires stronger international cooperation and more inclusive policies. Therefore, Kazakhstan calls upon member states to strengthen partnerships among governments, international organizations, educational institutions, and sports organizations to ensure equal access to sport for all young people. We also encourage the development of youth-centered programs that promote leadership in intercultural dialogue and peace building while ensuring that no young person is left behind, regardless of gender, disability, or social background. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Delegate. Now we're going to welcome the Delegate of Kenya.
Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates, the delegation of Kenya is deeply honored to address this committee today. Kenya believes that sport has an unparalleled power to unite where lines are drawn. It builds resilience by teaching young people discipline, respect, and mutual understanding. In Kenya, we have seen local sports programs effectively transform conflict into cooperation, guiding youth away from violence and toward community leadership. As the Kenya delegation, we have seen this firsthand through our national peace caravans, where our rich sporting heritage is used to foster diplomacy and unity in marginalized regions. Our youth are the drivers, so you are not just the leaders of tomorrow, you are the game changers of today. When we invest in youth through sport, we are investing in the most sustainable form of peace and development. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Now we're going to move on to the Delegate of Mexico.
Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates, today across Latin America, countless youth are searching for a sense of belonging when society fails to provide it. Organized crime fills the gap. Mexico has witnessed a tragic reality where young people are recruited into violence simply because they lack a legitimate place in their own communities. One size fits all top-down sports policy has failed to address this. The international societies must shift our paradigm. Mexico firmly believes that youth must no longer be passive targets of protection. As a leading partner of UNESCO's Fit for Life initiative and the chair of the LED D+D network of cities, Mexico is already proving that local governance is the key to sustainable social development. Mexico believes the younger generation must move from being beneficiaries to becoming active creators of their own future. This is why Mexico proposed a twofold solution. First, we call for a global youth-led sports hackathons based on evidence-based design. Second, Mexico urges all member states to institutionalize this energy by establishing official municipal youth sports delegations. Through international cooperation, the global community can finally break the cycle of violence. Mexico stands ready to share its experience and work with all member states to make sports a true starting point for peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Now we're going to move on to the Delegate of Mongolia.
Honorable Chair, dear delegates. Located between two powerful neighbors, Mongolia is known for its third neighbor foreign policy, balancing relations with Russia and China while maintaining strong ties with Southeast Asian countries. In Mongolian society, sports and physical activity have had a central spot since the ancient times. Mongolia embodies the modern idea of development and resilience through sport, and Mongolian traditional Nadam festival is living proof of that legacy. Yet, Mongolian youth face real challenges due to climate change and urban migration. This is not only an environmental crisis, but a human one. Tens of thousands of young Mongolians arrive in Ulaanbaatar each year, severed from the land and traditions that once anchored their identity. Caught between two worlds, too urban to return back, too disconnected to belong somewhere. The delegation of Mongolia believes that the answer lies not only in policy and policymaking, but in resource allocation and sustainability. The delegation notes that geography should never determine a young generation's future or limit the opportunities available to them. This delegate would like to finish its opening speech with a call for peace. Every young person around the globe deserves equal access to opportunities, regardless of where they live and where they were born. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Now we're going to welcome the Delegate of New Zealand.
Honourable Chair, distinguished delegates, kia ora, New Zealand speaks on youth leading peace, enhancing development and resilience through sports. New Zealand stands rests on three conditions. Young people need real authority to design these programs, real safety while leading, the real equality of access regardless of gender, disability or background. New Zealand has acted on all of them. On authority, Sports New Zealand's Voice of Rangitangi and Mana Tai Ohi frameworks gives young people documented decision-making power, not just consultation. On safety, New Zealand established an independent Sports Integrity Commission in 2024 after the 2019 Christchurch attacks. It also led the International Christchurch Call against online extremists. Safety for New Zealand means both on field and the feed. On equality, New Zealand requires 40% women on the board of funded sports organizations with real financial penalties for non-compliance. New Zealand Rugby itself was fined for falling short. Paralympic New Zealand extends the same principle to disabled youth through community design parasports pilots across the country. Underlying all of this is New Zealand's own partnership between the Crown and the Maori people, proof that inclusion and cultural identity can reinforce each other rather than compete. New Zealand is ready to answer further questions on any of these points and look forward to working with every delegation towards a resolution that makes these conditions binding, not aspirational. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Now we will welcome the Delegate of Niger.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, before addressing today's topic, allow me to briefly introduce my country. Niger is a landlocked country in Africa, and although it is often confused with its neighbor Nigeria, Niger is a distinct nation. Niger has one of the youngest populations in the world. More than one-third of our population is between the ages of 10 and 24. While this represents tremendous potential, many young people face challenges including regional insecurity, limited access to quality education, and widespread underemployment. To get over this, Niger calls for the expansion of community-based sports programs and mixed community tournaments that promote dialogue and social cohesion. We also call upon UNESCO, UNICEF, and other international partners to support school-based sports through teacher training, technical assistance, and basic sports equipment. We believe that by strengthening international cooperation and investing in youth through sports, we can build more peaceful, resilient, and inclusive societies. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Now we are going to welcome the Delegate of Peru.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the Republic of Peru recognizes sport as a powerful instrument for promoting peace, resilience, and sustainable development. Yet, its true impact depends on ensuring that initiatives directly reflect the realities of the communities they are intended to serve. Significant challenges remain. In Peru's rural communities, economic barriers leave basic equipment inaccessible for many families. A reminder that unequal opportunities begin long before a young person steps onto a playing field. Furthermore, sports investment heavily favors urban centers, leaving traditional practices underrepresented despite their immense contribution to community resilience. For Peru, strengthening development through sports requires three complementary priorities. First, promote equitable resource allocation by shifting toward dynamic resource allocation, directly prioritizing areas facing geographic isolation, limited infrastructure, and historical marginalization. Second, strengthen the institutional recognition and cultural sports preservation of traditional games by integrating them into educational curricula and community programs to reinforce identity, mutual respect, and social cohesion. Third, establish sports environments as guaranteed safe zones designed to dismantle discrimination and societal divisions. By fostering inclusive programs, the playing field becomes a protected space that integrates immigrants and diverse ethnic groups, bridging social gaps and ensuring youth coexist in peace. Peace through sport is strongest when every community can participate without leaving its identity behind. Peru remains committed to advancing sports policies that are equitable, culturally responsive, and capable of strengthening resilience through inclusion and shared opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Now we are going to welcome the Delegate of Qatar.
The stories we tell about young people become the systems we build around them. It is time we let them tell their own. Distinguished Chair, Excellencies, and esteemed delegates, what story are we telling right now about a generation more connected than any before it, and yet less active, less resilient than the ones that came before? Over 80% of the adolescents worldwide don't meet basic activity level, and globally, youth under 30 hold just 2.8% of the parliamentary seats, a number that hasn't moved in years. Not because we lack stadiums, funding, or ambition, but because we built a world that talk about youth resilience and peace without ever asking young people what resilience actually feels like. Qatars know what happens when sport is more than a photo opportunity. In 2022, we didn't let the World Cup end when the final whistle blew. Generation Amazing turned that momentum into something lasting. Over 1 million young people across 35 countries using sports to build social cohesion where conflict, isolation, and inactivity had worn it down. That is peace, built one training session at a time. Qatar stands here candidly. Hosting a tournament is not building a system. Our own youth still sits on advisory board that advise, not decide. That gap belongs to every delegation still treating young people as beneficiaries of resilience programming, not its architects. Delegate of Qatar calls to fellow member states to give young people youth advisory councils with real authority. Use sports to keep opportunities together, communities together, because a resilient generation isn't a smaller version of an adult. Let's build this together, member states, FIFA, FISU, and IOC, standing behind a youth and the UN's commitment to youth, sports, and sustainability. With that said, Qatar is ready to build that field and hope this committee is ready to help. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Now we're going to welcome the Delegate of Rwanda.
Honorable chairs and distinguished delegates, it is an honor to represent Rwanda at this conference. 32 years ago, Rwanda faced one of the darkest chapters in human history, the genocide against the Tutsi, which claimed over 1 million lives and shattered our society. Yet, just 1 month after the genocide ended, Rwandans gathered on a football pitch. That match became a symbolic starting point of our national recovery, and expanding into various sports programs and cross-ministerial cooperation. Through those, Rwanda showed that sport can reintegrate former perpetrators, rebuild social trust, and empower youth as agents of peace, not merely beneficiaries of policy. Rwanda firmly aligns with the Kazan Action Plan and UNESCO's Fit for Life initiative. Domestically, our sports development policy and school sports policy embed sport into national development. At this conference, Rwanda proposed expanding cross-border youth sport exchanges through the African Union, transferring reconciliation-centered models like Play to Remember to other post-conflict states, and strengthening intersectoral coordination through partnerships such as the Commonwealth Sports for Peace and Development programs. Distinguished delegates, Rwanda stands ready to share this experience and looks forward to cooperate. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Now we're going to welcome the delegate of South Africa.
Honorable chairs and distinguished delegates, South Africa knows what it means to rebuild a divided society through shared purposes. 30 years after apartheid, sports remains proof that people once kept apart can stand on the same field and fight for the same goal. But we cannot speak of resilience without confronting the crisis facing our youth. Young people in our country make up nearly half of our working age populations, yet youth unemployment stands at 60.9%. South Africa's position is clear. Sport must be treated not as a recreation, but as an infrastructure for peace and opportunity. We hope to link sports to social cohesion, safety, and inclusion for not only youth, but for women, persons with disability, migrants, and refugees community living within our neighborhoods. South Africa therefore proposed 4 resolutions. 1. Establishment of Community Sports for Resilience Hub, where it unites the divided minorities. 2. Youth Sports to Skill Pathway, turning participants into employability, coaching, and leadership skills that would open the path to jobs and new opportunities. 3. A Youth Peace Leadership Program so young people design their own solutions, supported by peer mentors who ease the isolations and build belonging. Lastly, 4. A shared safeguard framework protecting the youth who suffer from of exclusions and South Africa believes that young people should not only be seen as beneficiaries, but as a leader of peace and development. We look forward to working with fellow member states to create practical, inclusive, and sustainable solutions through sports. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Now we're going to welcome the delegate of Spain.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates. Delegation of Spain is honorable to be here. Peace pedagogy is not a lesson to memories. It is a skill to practice. Through sport, young people can learn fairness, empathy, teamwork, and peace like peaceful conflict resolution. However, these values do not develop automatically. A successful program must connect 3 stages: learning shared values, practicing them during the game, and reflecting together afterward. Also, there are 3 stages go into effect in Spain. Spain interprets this approach as a call to make youth sport a space for democratic coexistence. Spain is home to diverse cultures, languages, and communities. This diversity is one of our strengths, but it requires continuous respect and dialogue. At the same time, Spain must address racism, xenophobia, and exclusion that can appear in and around sport. When young people feel unwelcome because of their cultural, ethnic, or social background, sports cannot fulfill its promise of inclusion and unity. Therefore, Spain proposes the Play, Connect, Reflection model for schools and community sports clubs. First, teams should be mixed across cultural and social backgrounds. Second, young people should rotate as captains, peer mentors, and discussion leaders. Third, every session should end with a short reflection cycle. What conflicts appear today? How did we respond? How can we show respect beyond the field? Spain believes that a match should not end with the final whistle. When sport is intentionally combined with learning, practice, and reflection, it becomes more than a game. It becomes a classroom for peace. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Now we are going to welcome the delegate of Syria.
Honorable chairs, distinguished delegates, for over 2 decades, war took sport away from Syria. Stadiums destroyed, leagues collapsed, a generation growing up with idle hands and nowhere to put their energy and frustration. And idle hands are dangerous. When youth have no team, no coach, no structure, terrorist extremist recruiters know exactly how to fill that space. But sport can fill it first, giving you discipline, belonging, and an outlet for trauma before someone else offers a darker outlet. Since the fall of the Assad regime, sanctions have lifted and our federations are reconnecting with FIFA and the AFC. But Syria needs partners. Syria calls on FIFA, the IOC, and all other international bodies to help rebuild our youth academies, with women's participation as a condition, not just an afterthought, and call on our own diaspora of Syrian athletes. These athletes are not lost talent, but they are mentors. Here is how Syria plans on getting there. First, infrastructure. The Phoenix Pitch Initiative, a joint AFC FIFA World Bank fund rebuilding low-cost pitches in cities such as Aleppo, Homs, and Raqqa. Second, people, a diaspora athlete bridge, so our athletes return home each year to coach directly. Third, guidance, a twinning program with post-conflict nations like Rwanda and Bosnia, so our coaches learn how to support these growing up athletes. Delegates, Syria is asking for partnerships that treat sport facilities with the same seriousness as a rebuilt ministry. Because when a young person picks up a sport instead of a weapon, that is peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Syria. Now we are going to welcome the Delegate of Tajikistan.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the delegation of Tajikistan extends its warmest greeting to the chair, to the thread, and fellow delegates gathered here for this session. We meet today to address a subject that speaks directly to the future of our nations. Youth leading peace, enhancing development and resilience through sport. For Tajikistan, this is not an abstract policy question, it's a lived reality. Tajikistan is a young nation in every sense of the word, geographically defined by mountains that both connect and divide our communities, and demographically defined by a population in which youth are not merely citizens of tomorrow but leaders of today. Our delegation firmly believes that sport must be recognized as more than competition. It's a platform for education and dialogue, health living, and social unity. It's a tool through which young people, regardless of geography, gender, or circumstances, can build the skills, the confidence, and the trust needed to become architects of peace within their own communities. Guided by our national development strategy until 2030 and our state youth policy strategy, and informed by direct experience through international partnerships, such as the UNODC Line Up Live Up program, Tajikistan comes to this committee not only with a position, but with a record of action. Our delegation look forward to working constructively with every delegation in this room. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Now we are going to welcome the Delegate of Ukraine.
Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates, the delegation of Ukraine expresses its deepest and warmest appreciation for convening on this session. In a world where armed conflict and social fragmentation continue to affect young people, sport offers a peaceful arena for cooperation, mutual respect, and shared achievement. For Ukraine, this agenda has immediate relevance. Years of aggression have disrupted education, damaged community infrastructure, and placed heavy burdens on youth in many regions. Yet Ukrainian young people have consistently demonstrated resilience through volunteering, local initiatives, and participation in sport-based programs, such as those supported under the UN Recovery and Peacebuilding Program in the eastern part of the country. National strategies on youth and on physical culture and sports to 2030 seek to harness this potential by linking youth participation, social cohesion, and barrier-free access to sport with broader recovery efforts. From this perspective, Ukraine supports an approach where youth-led sport initiatives are integrated into national youth policies and post-conflict recovery plans, and where cooperation with international partners is strengthened to share good practices. The delegation of Ukraine stands ready to engage constructively in the session to advance practical, inclusive measures that enable young people through sport to contribute to peace, resilience, and sustainable development in Ukraine and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Ukraine. Now we're going to welcome the Delegate of UNHCR.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, UNHCR, the UN Refugee Agency, thanks the committee for this opportunity. Today, more than 120 million people around the world have been forced to flee their homes. Half of them are children and young people. They lost their schools, their friends, and their daily lives, but they do not lose their potential. Sport can protect the potential. At the Paris 2024 Olympics, boxer Cindy Ngamba won the first medal in the history of the refugee Olympic team. Sports gave her a future. Her story shows what young refugees can achieve when they are given a chance. Through the sport for protection approach, it supports their mental health, keep them in school, and builds peace between refugee and host communities. Therefore, UNHCR asked the member states two things. First, include refugee and displaced youth in all youth sports policies. Second, invest in sport programs in refugee camps and host communities. Sports is more than a game. For young refugees, it is protection, hope, and peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Now we're going to welcome the Delegate of UNICEF.
Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates, UNICEF is honored to speak on youth reading peace through sport. UNICEF believes peace begins with children. Many children face conflict, poverty, and discrimination. They need safe space, education, and equal chances. Sport can be one safe space. It is not just competition. It teaches respect, teamwork, and peaceful communication. Thus, UNICEF supports child-centered and inclusive programs. These programs should include peace-building activities, and all coaches and volunteers should receive child safeguarding training. Governments, schools, NGOs, and sports organizations should work together to help local youth programs. When children are safe and included, they can become responsible peace builders. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Now we are going to welcome the Delegate of United Kingdom.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegate, currently the United Kingdom confronts the pressing domestic reality, severe social polarization, cultural barrier, and rising hate crime between multicultural youth and local community. Confounded by economic downturn, this alienation has directly fueled the critical crisis. The dramatic surge in youth knife crime and gang exploitation in deprived urban area, isolate and lacking economic opportunity, vulnerable young people are increasing down into prison gang. In response, the UK utilized sports not merely as physical recreation, but as the primary early intervention mechanism to protect youth from crime and heal social fracture. Through national strategy like Spurring Future and Get Activate, and global program like Premier Skills, we use sports as a universal language to bridge youth from disparate background into one team, teaching them mutual respect, disciplinary, and inclusivity. Our historic legacy, including 193 member UN Olympic Treaty resolution for the London 2012 Olympic Game, prove that sports can bridge any divide. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Now we are going to welcome the Delegate of UNOHCHR.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights welcomes the discussion on youth leading peace. We believe sport is not a secondary concern. It is a human rights issue. When a young person is denied access to sport because of their gender, their disability, or their displacement, that is a rights violation. Sport connects directly to health, education, and dignity. This is already reflected in the existing frameworks, including Human Rights Council Resolution 24/1 on human rights in sport and Resolution 54/25 on safeguarding athletes from abuse. Our concern extends beyond access to participation in decision making. Too often, young people are treated as recipients of sport programs rather than partners in shaping them. Girls continue to face significant barriers to entry. Athletes, particularly young athletes, remain vulnerable to exploitation without adequate protections in place. And private actors within the sport industry frequently operate without meaningful human rights accountability. For these reasons, OHCHR calls for 3 commitments from this body. First, meaningful youth participation in the governance of sport programs. Second, enforceable safeguarding standards to protect young athletes. And third, accountability for private sector actors, in line with the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights. Peace built through sport must be peace grounded in rights. We look forward to collaborating with all delegations towards that goal. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Now we are going to welcome the delegate of Uzbekistan.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates. The delegation of Republic of Uzbekistan is pleased to address this conference. So today's conflicts rarely begins with armies crossing borders. They begins quietly with distrust between neighbors and with young people who never get the chance to meet someone from outside their own community. Uzbekistan does not believe sports can replace diplomacy or resolve conflicts on its own, but it can do something diplomacy often cannot: bring young people together as equal under shared rules before mistrust has the chance to harden into something worse. So, Uzbekistan speaks from their own experiences. More than half of our population is under the age of 30, and our 2016 law on state youth policy was built around that reality. We have hosted World Bell Bogli Cross Championships and 2023 World Boxing Championship and 2024 FIFA Futsal World Cup. And just this year, the World Taekwondo Junior Championship, where a refugee team competed alongside every national delegation under the same rule and on equal footing. So we could recognize this work is unfinished. Access to coaching and facilities remains uneven between our cities and our rural regions. Particularly for our girls, the closing that gap is a priority we take seriously. So Uzbekistan does not come to this conference to praise itself. We come with concrete proposals on youth-led governance, traditional sports exchange, and refugee inclusion because we believe multilateral cooperation more than any single state acting alone. It was moves this agenda from declaration to practice. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Thank you all for their opening speeches. Now, the chair would like to open any points or motions. So if there are any motions or points, please raise your placards high. Yes, delegate of New Zealand.
Motion for a 8 minutes moderated caucus with its speaking time of 30 seconds on the topic of gender equity in youth sports leadership structure.
Is there any other motions or points on the floor? The chair would like to highly recommend raising any points for conduct another roll call because there were some misconducting issues with the roll call procedure. So the chair would like to encourage raise any points for this order. If there's none, with the chair decision, we're just going to do the roll calls again. So if your country name is recognized, please raise your placards high and then vote for yes, Delegate of Fiji.
Motion to unmoderated caucus for 15 minutes purpose of sharing ideas for each opening speech.
We are going to proceed the roll call first to determine what's going to be the half majority voting, and then a 2/3 majority voting is going to be because the participant number has been changed. That's why we have to do the roll call again. Okay. So now we're going to proceed with the roll calls. Please raise your placards high if your name is recognized, and if you are voting for present and voting, you cannot abstain during the substantial voting procedures. Now we're going to conduct the voting procedure. Delegate of Kazakhstan.
Present.
Delegate of Argentina.
Present.
Delegate of Australia.
Present.
Delegate of Brazil.
Present.
Delegate of Canada.
Present.
Delegate of Cuba.
Present.
Delegate of Fiji. Oh, FIFA.
Present.
Delegate of Council of Europe.
Present.
Delegate of Fiji.
Present.
Delegate of FISU.
Present.
Delegate of Germany.
Present.
Delegate of International Working Group on Women in Sports.
Present.
Delegate of IOC.
Present.
Delegate of Japan.
Present.
Delegate of Kenya.
Present.
Delegate of Mexico.
Present.
Delegate of Mongolia.
Present.
Delegate of New Zealand.
Present.
Delegate of Niger.
Present.
Delegate of Peru.
Present.
Delegate of Qatar.
Present.
Delegate of Rwanda.
Present.
Delegate of South Africa.
Present.
Delegate of Spain.
Present.
Delegate of Syria.
Present.
Delegate of Tajikistan.
Present.
Delegate of Ukraine.
Present.
Delegate of UNHCR.
Present.
Delegate of UNICEF.
Present.
Delegate of United Kingdom.
Present.
Delegate of UNOHCHR.
Present.
Delegate of Uzbekistan.
Present.
We have 32 delegates presented, so the half majority voting procedure is going to be number has been set to 16, and then 2/3 majority number has been set to 22. Now we're going to move on to the general speakers list. So this is a friendly reminder about the general speakers list. So typically, general speaker list is the time where each delegate, if you are wishing to deliver the official position of statement of the agenda or presenting a comprehensive framework for the potential solutions. So individual speaking time is going to be set to 60 seconds for this general speakers list. So if there's any delegate wishing to be joined to the list of the general speakers list, please raise your placards high. Calling once. Calling twice. Calling thrice. Now the chair would like to open up the floor for any motions or points. If there's any motions or the points, please raise your placards high. Delegate of Fiji.
Motion to unmoderate caucus for 15-minute purpose for the purpose of sharing each country's idea about previous opening speech.
That's in order. Are there any other delegates? Chair would like to highly recommend to raise a motion for the moderated caucus to share the individual's standpoint. Yeah, delegate of European Union Council.
Motion for a moderated caucus, total duration time of 8 minutes, individual speaking time of 1 minute for the purposes of deciding on what kind of topics the committee wants to tackle first on mods.
That's in order. Now we're going to move on to the voting procedures. We're going to vote on the moderated caucus that has been raised by the Delegate of Council of Europe for the total duration of 8 minutes with an individual speaking time of 60 seconds for the purpose of determining the topic for the sessions. Now we're going to conduct the voting. If any delegates voting for this moderated caucus, please raise your placards high. Delegates, please raise your placards high so that we can count. With the unanimous vote, we're going to move on to the moderated caucus. If there are any delegate wishing to be joining to the speakers list, please raise your placards high. Yes, Council of Europe.
The Council of Europe thanks all the delegates for sharing their opinions and priorities. There seems to be 5 emerging topics given the current discussions, and the Council of Europe would like to put them on the floor so that delegates could discuss further upon what seems to be first more important to discuss. First seems to be youth leadership and governance tied to youth empowerment. The second seems to be education and capacity building. The third seems to be inclusion and safeguarding, which includes gender equality, inclusion of accessibility, etc. And then fourth seems to be infrastructure and funding and accessibility in general too. And finally, there seems to be international cooperation and resilience building. Given this, the Council of Europe would actually like to start with the agenda of inclusion and safeguarding, since it has been raised up as a point. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Is there any other delegate wishing to speak? If there are any delegates wishing to speak, please raise your placards high. Yes, Delegate of Qatar.
Delegate of Qatar believes that voluntary safeguarding codes, there aren't just enough to protect young athletes. We need binding standards, mandatory abuse reporting mechanisms, independent athlete welfare officers and enforcement, not just the guidelines. This connects to lessons learned globally from major sporting event infrastructure, including the labor rights, and a reminder that safeguarding must extend beyond athletes to everyone involved in building sports systems. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Is there any other delegate wishing to speak? Raise your placards. Yes, Delegate of Council of Europe.
Delegate of Council of Europe would like to shortly remind all the delegates that this moderated caucus's purpose is to discuss what kind of agendas should come first in discussions. The Delegate of Europe, Council of Europe would like to thank Delegate of Qatar for her opinions, but seems like currently the discussion should be focused on what seems to be the priority for our first discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Is there any other delegate? Yes, Delegate of Ukraine.
The delegation of Ukraine believes with safeguards need to be put into national policy making rather than it being just something as a safeguard.
Thank you. Is there any other delegate? Yes, Delegate of Fiji.
I think the delegate of Fiji thinks that international cooperation will be prioritized because after hearing the opening speech, a lot of institutions and delegates can cooperate and can make great framework about this topic. So I prioritize that international cooperation.
Thank you. Is there any other delegate? Yes, Delegate of Ukraine.
Ukraine would also like to prioritize international cooperation as well.
Thank you. Yes, Delegate of IOC.
The ICM would like to emphasize the topic on including physical sports into school programs, which have been mentioned amongst other delegate members in their opening speeches. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of IOC. Is there any other delegate wishing to speak? Yes, Delegate of Mongolia.
The delegation of Mongolia believes that anti-tokenism, youth leadership and governance should come first and should be discussed first, because it was overlapping context in most of the opening speeches. I believe the delegation of Mongolia believes that almost more than half of the opening speeches mentioned about anti-tokenism and an actual action of youth in policy making.
Thank you, delegate. Is there any other delegate? Yes, delegate of Cuba.
Cuba thinks that international cooperation should be prioritized.
Thank you, delegate. Yes, delegate of International Working Group of Women and Sports.
So, just as the delegate of Mongolia, the International Working Group of Women in Sports also believe that tokenistic participation is a very big problem and it should be prioritized to remove this problem.
Good delegate. Is there any other delegate? Yes, delegate of Council of Europe.
The Council of Europe would like to thank the delegates for stating their priorities. It seems that there is a current movement towards international cooperation and youth leadership and empowerment seeming to be the main agendas that the delegates want to discuss. Perhaps this could be put out of a vote for the next motion. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Due to the upcoming break, the chair would like to highly recommend to raise another motion to adjourn the sessions for the break. So now the chair would like to open up the floor for any motions or the points. If there are any motions or points on the floor, please raise your placards high. Yes, delegate of IOC.
Motion to adjourn the session for a break.
Yes, that's yes, that's in order. However, this is for the break. We're not going to go over the voting procedure. It's automatically passed.
I don't need everybody just like once here. Listen, the house rule, like here, the international conference room, except bottled water, we don't allow food. Just I didn't give the notice now, so now if you have your coffee and cookie, it's fine. But like later on, please like don't bring food inside. The bottled water is okay. You spill the water still, like it doesn't affect, but others may impact. So. Yeah. I don't want to bother you, but it's my duty. I have to tell you, I have some people with a more extensive experience in this modern United Nations or like this ICM UNESCO setting, and some are not. I just want to remind you before we start again, because like we award people, sure, your contribution, your leading role in drafting resolutions and then leading arguments and debates, that's very important part. Also, we care about chemistry. Why I'm telling you this is like because some people may not feel comfortable to have like, very like, heated debate with each other, but still like, we have like a lot of time we invest for unmoderated caucus and thing. And throughout those process, we want people to collaborate and co-work. So your ability to adapt with the other opinion and then co-work also matters. Because like, I don't know, maybe you have spent too much energy for sports activities last night, but like, it feels like a little drained. So just, there's something that you could contribute to. So be happy, be nice. And again, housekeeping announcements like, we don't allow drinks in the room, except like, water, clear water. But just today, like, because I haven't announced to you guys, so it's not your fault. So we'll allow until end of this session. Last thing is like, also I've been watching, especially official language English and in the room, especially in this conference room, I expect you to speak in English. Some may feel uncomfortable speaking English fully, but at the same time, the ones who doesn't speak Korean, their Korean is not much better than your English. So you have to be nice to each other. And I myself, like, gonna quit speaking Korean, at least in this room. Okay? Right. Hope you enjoy and then use your motion, not dance, but motion. And chairs will do. So focus on more moderated, and then there will be more other flow. The chairs will like adjust like the flow a little more because we need more people to have need some time to adopt. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cho. Welcome everyone. Now we will conduct the MINEP session 2. So before we begin, we're going to proceed with the roll call first. Delegate of Argentina, please raise your placard. Please. Okay, delegate of Argentina.
Present.
Delegate of Australia.
Present.
Delegate of Brazil.
Present.
Delegate of Canada.
Present.
Delegate of Council of Europe.
Present.
Delegate of Cuba.
Present.
Delegate of FIFA.
Present.
Delegate of Fiji.
Present.
Delegate of FISU.
Present.
Delegate of Germany.
Present.
Delegate of International Working Group on Women in Sports.
Present.
Delegate of IOC.
Present.
Delegate of Japan.
Present.
Delegate of Kazakhstan.
Present.
Delegate of Kenya.
Present.
Delegate of Mexico.
Present.
Delegate of Mongolia.
Present.
Delegate of New Zealand.
Present.
Delegate of Niger.
Present.
Delegate of Peru.
Present.
Delegate of Qatar.
Present.
Delegate of Rwanda.
Present.
Delegate of South Africa.
Present.
Delegate of Spain.
Present.
Delegate of Syria.
Present.
Delegate of Tajikistan. Delegate of Ukraine.
Present.
Delegate of UNHCR.
Present.
Delegate of UN UNICEF.
Present.
Delegate of United Kingdom.
Present.
Delegate of UNOHCHR.
Present.
Delegate of Uzbekistan.
Present.
Now we're done with the roll call. Before we begin the official sessions 2, we have few announcements. So first, the electronic devices are prohibited during the conferences. Also, during this session, note passing is allowed. So you might notice, the delegate might notice that there are backup notes on your table. So the way how we use this notes passing is, since the direct conversation between the delegate is prohibited, you're going to write to which delegate you are sending, and then from which delegate is from, and then you're going to write it down, whatever questions or informations that you want to ask for. For example, this is to delegate of Brazil from delegate of South Korea. Would you be interested in forming a block during the next unmoderated caucus, such as like this? You're going to write a note, and then if you raise your note high, the secretariat on the left and the right will pick it up and then deliver to that delegations. Also, the official language for this conference is English, so using your own language or Korean is prohibited. Also, one last announcement is we had a free discussion session which is set for 6:30 to 8:30 today. However, due to the time limits, we're going to change that to the official meetup session 3. So, which means that instead of the free discussions, we are going to conduct a formal discussion session during the night. So that's about it from the chair. If there are any questions, please let me know. Now, the chair will open up the floor for any motions or points. So if you have any motions or points, please raise your placards high. Yes, Council of Europe.
Motion for an unmoderated caucus of 20 minutes.
That's in order. Is there any other delegates? Yeah, delegate of New Zealand.
Motion for a 10 minutes moderated caucus with on youth leadership, decision-making authority, speaking time of 45 seconds.
For the second individual speaking time, the 10 minutes is not equally divided by the 45. So would you be able to adjust the individual speaking time?
60 minutes.
Yes, 60 seconds. Yes, that's in order. Is there any other delegates? Yes, delegate of Syria.
Motion for a moderated caucus for 60 seconds each, 10 minutes duration, about the topic of resilience.
Okay, that's in order. Is there any other delegate? Yes, delegate of Mongolia.
Motion for 15 minutes moderated caucus with 60 seconds individual speaking time on recurring themes among delegations.
Yes, that's in order. Is there any other delegates wishing to raise any motions or points? If not, delegate of Qatar.
Moderated caucus on reverse physical activity time caused by digital lifestyle shifts. 10 minutes. Speaker.
Yes, that's in order. Delegate of Qatar, would you restate the purpose, please?
Moderated reversing physical activity decline caused by digital lifestyle.
Yes, that's in order. Is there any other delegate? If not, we are going to move on to the voting procedure. We are going to vote on the moderated caucus, which is just raised by the delegate of New Zealand for the total duration of 10 minutes with the individual speaking time of 60 seconds. If you are wishing to vote for, please raise your placards high. Please lower your placards. If you are voting against, please raise your placards. Please lower your placards. With the 17 against, this motion has been failed. Now we're going to move on to the voting procedure for the moderated caucus raised by the delegate of Syria for the individual speaking time of 60 seconds with the total duration of 10 minutes for the resilience. The delegate wishing to vote for, please raise your placards high. Please lower your placards. If you are voting against, please raise your placards high. With the unanimous votes on against, this motion has been failed. Now we're going to move on to the voting procedures for the motion raised by the delegate of Mongolia for the total duration time of 15 minutes with the individual speaking time of 60 seconds. If you're voting for, please raise your placards high. Is there any delegates voting for the delegate of Mongolia's motions? Seeing none, this motion is automatically failed. Now we're going to move on to the motion raised by the delegate of Qatar for the total duration of a moderated caucus for a total duration of 10 minutes. Oh. Okay, we're going to move on to the unmoderated caucus raised by the European Union Councils, which is the total duration of 20 minutes. If you're voting for, please raise your placards high. With the unanimous vote, this vote has been passed. This motion has been passed. Now delegates are free to move around the floor and then discuss freely with the delegates.
딴 데 가시는.
Switch. Yes. 지금 3번 잡고 있습니다. 4번 저희부터 움직일게요. 근데 4번 정도는 안 보이는데.
The unmoderated caucus session has been over. Please go back to the remaining seats, all delegates.
Before opening the floor for motions, the chair would like to remind delegates that the purpose of this session is to thoroughly explore the committee's agenda through substantive discussion. Delegates are therefore encouraged to consider motions for moderated caucuses to facilitate a broad and structured exchange of ideas before moving into unmoderated caucuses.
Okay, so now the chair would like to briefly explain the purpose of this beginning session. So this is day 2, and then we just did the opening ceremony. And then throughout the opening ceremony, probably the delegates understand the other delegates' standpoint of which country has which standpoints about the agenda, right? And then throughout the moderated caucus, which is the formal debate, you guys will discuss about what kind of topic this session should be focused, or what kind of direction this debate should be, or what kind of policies that we can cooperatively work together. And then individually, you guys will discuss or explain about your country's specific situations about this topic. So the chair would like to highly recommend utilize this session for moderated caucus. And then that's why the free discussion session has been changed into the official session so that you guys can utilize that time for unmoderated caucus to form a block and then find the like-minded countries and then start writing a draft resolutions. Is that clear and then understandable? Okay. And then we would like to highly recommend for you guys active participation. And then please do not use the Korean or any other your country's languages other than English. Now we're gonna open up the floor for any motions or points. If there are any, please raise your placards high. Delegate of Fiji.
Motion to moderate caucus of 10 minutes of total time and individual speaking time of 60 seconds. Propose of speaking, change it, soft topic, and summarizing ideas about previous opinions in unmoderated caucus.
Okay, is there any other delegates wishing to speak? If none, we are going to move on to the voting procedure for the delegate from the delegate of Fiji, moderated caucus for total duration of 10 minutes with individual speaking time of 60 seconds for the purpose of seeking changed topics from unmoderated caucus. If there are any delegates voting for, please raise your placards high. With the unanimous vote, this motion has been passed. Now we're going to move on to this moderated caucus. If there are any delegate wishing to speak, please raise your placards high. Yes, delegate of Council of Europe.
Delegate of Council of Europe would like to basically summarize upon the discussions that he has seen in the last unmoderated caucus. It would seem right now this unmoderated caucus was first contextualized as a beginning for discussions for what to prioritize within the committee. However, it seems that the topics that the delegates want to discuss have perhaps increased instead of decreased. That said, the delegate of Council of Europe will start by clarifying that currently the division between international cooperation and tokenism seems to have somewhat resolved in the sense that like international cooperation seems to be too much of a vague topic to discuss and potentially will be haphazard in its execution. So delegates who have been going towards international cooperation, some have moved on to tokenism as a more suitable agenda to discuss for the committee. There have been also discussions on refugees, resilience building, and education. However, the delegate would like to point out that if all the committee ends up with separate agendas, this is not going to end up with a debate that has the full consensus of the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other delegate wishing to speak? Raise your placards high. Yes, delegate of New Zealand.
Since the topic is the youth leading peace, enhancing development and resilience through sports, while the many delegates talked about many topics during the unmoderated caucus, but New Zealand recommend this committee's outcome require documented the authorship of a program decision, not simply youth attend in the room. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Is there any other delegates? Yes, delegate of Council of Europe.
Given this division in the committee, the delegate would like to start by stating his preference given the next committee agenda, and he would like to endorse the agenda for tokenism and youth empowerment and leadership structures that will be necessary. Given the nature of the committee topic and agenda for this conference in entirely being about youth and about more active participation and meaningful participation, this delegate believes that this is clearly the most relevant topic that must be regarding discussion. The other topics, for example, resilience, refugee crisis, and education are definitely essential. However, the delegate would like to point out that some topics are closer to preconditions for these topics, for the more main topics, and they could be and they are also fraught with a lot of perhaps division in how they must be executed. Perhaps the committee could prioritize a much more central agenda and then move on to other topics. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Is there any other delegate? Chair would like to do the friendly reminder of using the note passing frequently. So, for example, so far the delegate of New Zealand and delegate of European Council of European Union has been explained about their opinion about this agenda. If your country's standpoint is aligning with their viewpoint, you might want to ask directly about further about their ideas. So please utilize those note passing. Is there any other delegate wishing to speak? Delegate of Mongolia.
Despite the Mongolia's delegation's agenda being climate change and urban migration, the delegation of Mongolia still wants to join the idea of New Zealand and Council of Europe regarding the topic that should be discussed, and it's going to be youth leading the resilience and the development through sport. So the delegation of Mongolia also agrees and thinks that the next topic that should be discussed is anti-tokenism.
Thank you. Yes, delegate of Syria.
The delegation of Syria would also like to reaffirm that the delegation of Syria also aligns with the topic of the European Council.
Thank you. Is there any other delegate wishing to speak? Yes, delegate of Qatar.
Delegate of Qatar appreciates the ideas of both delegate of New Zealand and Council of Europe, and that tokenism should be discussed.
Thank you, delegate. Yes, delegate of International Working Group on Women and Sports.
Since the topic is youth leading peace, enhancing development and resilience through sport, IWG or International Working Group on Women on Sports agree with European Council. Yeah, so we would like to discuss on that, but we must recognize one fundamental reality where when we talk about like youth, we would also want to have a discuss on the minority young women and girls that remain excluded from it. I mean, gender discrimination and unsafe sporting environments. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other delegates? Yes, delegate of IOC.
The IOC would like to agree with the rest of the delegates wanting to discuss tokenism, but would also like to emphasize the topic on discussing physical activity in education, and would like to pass or put that as the second topic of discussion after tokenism. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other delegate wishing to speak? Yes, delegate of Cuba.
The delegation of Cuba agrees to IOC that we must address physical education.
Thank you. Yes, delegate of International Women Working Group on Women in Sports.
So the IWG also would like to discuss on education framework, presentation on of sports for minority community, but after tokenism discussed after that.
Chair would like to remind just a little bit more information when each delegate is talking about why each delegate is agreeing with other delegates. If each delegate can explain why you're agreeing with other delegates, that would be very helpful to form a block and then understanding each other's standpoints. Is that understandable? Yes. Is there any other delegate wishing to speak? Yes, delegate of FIFA.
Delegate of FIFA is in support to discuss tokenism, as it's something that FIFA is also working on, so that the representation of youth can be more empowered within the FIFA also.
Thank you. Delegate of Fiji.
The delegate of Fiji also agrees about IOC's opinion, but I want to add some ideas about physical activity education related with youth resilience.
Thank you. Yes, delegate of Council of Europe.
Delegate of Council of Europe would like to thank the other delegates for arriving at the first topic. The second topic, however, given the nature of the ambiguity for the second topic, the delegate of the Council of Europe would like to ask a few questions. The first one is on education, since it has come up a few times. What kind of education do the delegates mean exactly, and in what category, is one question that the Council of Europe want to ask. Next is safeguarding. There has been discussion on gender equality and a little bit less discussion on disabilities. Perhaps it's a good idea to include both of them in successive order, so that when safeguarding is handled, the committee can both cover gender equality and the disability. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, delegate of Peru.
The delegate of Peru agrees with the Council of Europe, the IOC, and the delegate of that we should focus on the education framework, but also focus on the ethnic groups.
Thank you. Is there any other delegates? Yes, delegate of Ukraine.
Delegation of Ukraine also believes that safeguarding should also include physical protections, but also infrastructure protections. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, delegate of IOC.
The IOC would like to address the question, the first question that the Council of Europe had asked in regards to physical education in schools. The IOC would like to directly be involved in implementing sports programs within the secondary and tertiary education because of the discussions that the IOC has had with other delegates in regards to increasing education within the youth. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Whenever each delegate is writing a note, please specify to and then from, so that the secretariat can deliver it to designated person, and then that person can recognize which, like, from who this note is coming from. Okay. Now the time has been over, so now we would like to open up a floor for any motions or points. If there are any, please raise your placards high. Delegate of Syria.
The delegation of Syria would like to raise a motion of a moderated causes for 60 seconds individual time and 10 minutes duration time, specifically talking about resilience.
That's in order. Is there any other delegates? Yes, delegate of Council of Europe.
The delegate of the Council of Europe would like to raise a motion of opening a moderated caucus for a total duration time of 10 minutes to discuss tokenism and youth empowerment measures in general categories, so that the committee can be more aware of what to discuss.
Would you choose one between tokenism and general ideas?
In general, youth empowerment. then.
General empowerment. Okay. Is there any other delegate? Seeing none, we're going to move on to the voting procedure. We're going to vote for the moderated caucus raised by the delegate of Syria for a total duration time of 10 minutes with individual speaking time of 60 seconds for the purpose of discussing about the resilience. If you are voting for, please raise your placards high. Okay. If you are voting against, please raise your placards high. With the unanimous vote for against, this motion has been failed. Now we're going to move on to the voting for the moderated caucus raised by the delegate of Council of Europe for a total duration time of 10 minutes with 60 seconds of individual speaking time for the purpose of discussing about the general ideas about the empowerment. If you're voting for, please raise your placards high. With unanimous vote, this motion has been passed. Now we're going to open up the floor for the moderated caucus. If you are wishing to speak, please raise your placards high. Yes, the delegate of Qatar.
Delegate of Qatar believes that right now youth are invited to consult on sports policy, but are rarely given real chance to control over how the money is spent. Funding tends to be reactive, and it is tied to be a single event or a grand cycle rather than built into a long-term national budgets. This is exactly why Qatar's Generation Amazing model matters. It didn't stop after 2022 World Cup. It kept operating because funding was structured to outlast the tournament. We should push the member states to face ring youth sport budgets annually and give youth advisory boards to actual voting power, not just a seat on the table. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, delegate of Uzbekistan.
Yeah, Uzbekistan believes youth empowerment fails when it stops as consultation. Too many frameworks ask youth people for feedback after decisions are already made. So our own proposal for a UNESCO Youth Peace through Sports Network Reflection, different standards, youth holding actual seats on governing committee.
Thank you. Is there any other delegate wishing to speak? Delegate of Qatar.
Delegate of Qatar would like to propose some solutions on this issue. The first solution might can be independent audit mechanisms to check whether allocated funds reach youth level programs versus the ones that are administrative, that have the administrative overhead. Secondly, create multi-year funding cycles, 5 years or so, tied to outcome benchmarks, replacing single event or annual grant models. Third, require youth representation with actual voting rights on national sport funding committees, not just advisory status. And the last one is to mandate that lead member states allocate a fixed, for example, 2 to 3% of national sports budget specifically to youth programs reported annually to the UN body itself. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Delegate of FIFA.
The delegate of FIFA wants to add upon the take on of Qatar. Like FIFA agrees with Qatar, like there should be youth audits for youth in governance models, because what can be seen is that there have been advisory roles for the youth, but they don't have any actual right or vote in order to participate directly in a decision making. So the thing is that we actually don't need to build any new committee or organization for it, because committee already exists. So we just need to give them a chance to vote in the same room. That's how youth can be empowered, because it will gonna have a proper voice for youth, and which will gonna help in more decision making.
Your speaking time has been ended. Is there any other delegate? Yes, Delegate of Council of Europe.
The Council of Europe would like to affirm his support for many of the proposals that has been come up to the committee, especially the points made by the delegate of FIFA and delegate of Qatar. The delegate of Council of Europe would like to first off frame the discussion regarding this to basically pointing out the main problem that most of the delegates seem to be reacting to. And that would be, in simply said, the siloing of youth. Youth could be part of institutions. Youth could be perhaps outside of institutions. It's very easy to understand that when youth are outside of institutions and in their own groups, it's much more easier to just ignore them. And they do not have institutional power to change policies and decide upon how governance is decided. But even when they are inside institutions, the problem remains. Youth are sometimes contained. What is the point of having a youth council, for example, if youth do not actually affect the decision-making at the higher levels? What is the point when youth are included in voting procedures when capacity building is missing and they do not have the experience
Your
necessary?
speaking time has been ended. Is there any other delegate? Delegate of Council of Europe.
So to finish off, the Council of Europe would like to mention that at the end of the day, youth should be included and interconnected within the systems of power, not to become siloed. That is the key distinction that the Council of Europe would like to first point out. Active participation. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other delegate wishing to speak? It would be also encouraged to ask specific questions to each delegate during this moderated caucus if you have any questions. Is there any delegate wishing to speak? Yes, Delegate of Council of Europe.
The Delegate Council of Europe would like to pose a question to each delegate in independent institutions and just as countries, and ask them, what aspect of tokenism, what aspect of youth empowerment does each country want to perhaps focus upon and want the committee to think together upon? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, delegate of Syria.
The delegation of Syria would like to answer the question of the European Council that the delegation of Syria would like to focus on integration of youth into formal institutions.
Yes, thank you. And other delegates? Calling once. Yes, delegate of Mongolia.
Regarding this question, the delegation of Mongolia wants to emphasize and suggest that youth idea and youth should be more prioritized during this meetings, committees, and organizations, and other members that is not goes into the youth category should be limited in voice and policy making. Maybe that could help with the youth authorities and governance committees.
Thank you. Yes, delegate of FIFA.
Delegate of FIFA wants to follow up upon the question raised by Council of Europe, delegate of Council of Europe. So FIFA wants to push on to for a guaranteed youth seat in the existing committees. FIFA is not in favor of making any separate committee for youth. Rather than they should have a active participation within the existing committee.
Thank you. Yes, delegate of Ukraine.
Delegation of Ukraine believes that youth within conflict communities should be prioritized regarding youth involvement and leadership roles. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other delegate wishing to speak? Yes, delegate of Fiji.
The delegate of Fiji also agrees about Ukraine's opinions, and I want to add some like issue involvement and safeguarding will be added in youth problems.
Thank you. Now the proposed time for the moderated caucus has been over. Now the chair would like to open up a floor for any motions or points. If there are any motions or points on the floor, please raise your placards high. Delegate of Ukraine.
Motion to have 10-minute moderated caucus, 60 seconds max per delegation.
Would you specify the total duration of the moderated caucus?
10 minutes.
10 minutes. Would you restate the purpose, please?
I think the purpose too of the previous topic of youth and leadership.
Is there any other delegate wishing to raise a motions or point? Yes, delegate of IOC.
Motion to open an unmoderated caucus of 15 minutes to discuss the other delegates' points of tokenism.
The delegate said 15 minutes or 50 minutes?
15.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other delegates wishing to raise? Yes, delegate of Council of Europe.
Motion for a moderated caucus for a total duration time of 10 minutes to discuss integration of youth into formal institutions and the methodologies that countries and institutions would approve of or be concerned of. Individual speaking time of 1 minute.
Thank you. That's in order. Is there any other delegates? Seeing none, we're going to move on to the voting procedure. We're going to vote for the the moderated caucus raised by the delegate of Ukraine, 10 minutes max, individuals speaking time of 60 seconds for the purpose of discussing of previous topic of youth leadership. If you're voting for, please raise your placards high. please lower. If you're voting against, please raise your placards high. Freeze. This motion has been failed. Now we're going to move on to the voting procedure for the moderated caucus raised by the Council, the Delegate of Council of Europe, for total duration of 10 minutes, individual speaking time of 60 seconds, for the purpose of integration of youth into formal institution. If you're voting for, please raise your placards high. Freeze. Okay. Oh. Okay. Lower your placards. If you're voting against, please raise your placards. This motion has been passed. We're going to open up the floor for the moderated caucus. If you're wishing to speak, please raise your placards. Yes, Delegate of Council of Europe.
Delegate of Council of Europe would like to first off discuss that institutional integration is something along the lines of, from his point of view, the integration of youth in a inextractable way and in perhaps a very permanent way within decision-making processes and executive processes. To give a little bit of context from the Council of Europe's side, the Council of Europe mainly deals with sports through the Enlarged Partial Agreement on Sports, which is EPAS. And in the 2024 EPAS Portal Conference of Ministers, the Council of Europe actually featured the first ever Champions for Youth in Sports Roundtable, which gave youth delegates a formal voice in ministerial discussion alongside a speed networking session with consultative committee members. Like this, the Council of Europe would like to stress upon the appropriate structures for proper coordinations for youth to work within institutions and also the ability to coordinate with various stakeholders, making sure that they are full-fledged members of a committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other delegates? Is there any other delegate wishing to speak? Calling once? Calling twice? Calling thrice? We'll close this motion. Now we're going to open up another floor for points or motions. If there are any delegates wishing to raise, please raise your placards. Yes, delegates of Council of Europe.
Motion for a non-moderated caucus for the duration time of 15 minutes to discuss further about
15 minutes?
Yes. 15.
Is there any other motions or points? Yes, delegate of International Working Group on Women and Sports.
Motion for moderated caucus for 10 minutes to open education framework perspective of sports as fundamental human right for every youth.
Would you simplify the purpose, please? Would you simplify size the purpose, please?
Okay. So education framework education frameworks of sports, youth as fundamental human right, especially marginalized community women.
Okay. Is there any other motions on the floor? Seeing none, we're going to move on to the voting procedure. We're going to vote for the moderated caucus raised by the We're going to move on to the voting procedure for the moderated caucus raised by the delegate of International Working Group on Women and Sports for the purpose of education framework and youth as a fundamental human right. If you're voting for, please raise your placards high. Freeze. Lower your placards. If you're voting against, please raise your placards. This motion has been failed. Now we're going to move on to the voting for unmoderated caucus raised by the delegate of Council of Europe for a total duration time of 15 minutes. If you're voting for, please raise your placards. With the unanimous vote for, this motion has been passed. Now move freely around the floor and then discuss with the delegates. This is just a friendly reminder that usage of the electronic device is strictly prohibited. Please do not use those electronic devices. Thank you.
저도 장시에 좀 다녀오겠습니다. 지금 4번입니다.
the designated time has been ended. Please go back to the remain seats. Okay, now we are going to open another floor for any motions or points. Before that, whenever delegates speak, please get closer to the microphone so that the other delegates can hear and then chair can hear the specific purposes that you guys are raising. So now we're going to open up the floor. If there are any motions or points, please raise your placards high. This delegate of Syria.
The delegation of Syria would like to start a moderated caucus with an individual speaking time of 60 seconds and a total duration of 10 minutes to get each delegation's stance on refugees.
Thank you. Yes, delegate of Council of Europe.
Motion for a non-moderate caucus of 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you. That's in order. Is there any other delegate? Yes, delegate of New Zealand.
Jillian, 10 minutes of moderated caucus for 60 seconds of individual speaking time about how many youth actually leading the organization or any strategy in each country or organization.
Yes, that's in order. Is there any other delegates? Yes, delegate of IOC.
Motion for a moderated caucus of 10 minutes with an individual speaking time of 60 seconds on the topic of the delegates reaffirming their stance on using physical activity through to be implemented into education. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. That's also in order. Is there any other delegates? Seeing none, we're going to move on to the voting procedure. Now we're going to vote for the moderated caucus raised by the delegate of Syria for a total duration of 10 minutes with individual speaking time of 60 seconds for the purpose of getting each delegate's stance on refugees. If you're voting for, please raise your placards high. Freeze. Okay, lower your placards. If you're voting against, please raise your placards. Lower your placards. For the procedural voting, you must vote. You cannot abstain it, so we have to revote it because we got 12 for, 12 against. So now we're going to revote it. If you're voting for, please raise your placards. Freeze. Now lower. Now raise your placards if you're voting against. Lower your placards. This motion has been failed with a 17 against. Now we're going to move on to the voting procedure for the moderated caucus raised by the delegate of New Zealand for a total duration of 10 minutes with the individual speaking time of 60 seconds for the topic of how many youth are actually leading in each country's organization. If you're voting for, please raise your placards high. Freeze. Lower your placards. Now, if you're voting against, please raise your placards. Please lower. So for the procedural voting, which we are doing, each delegate must vote for or against. And then now we are having 32 delegates presented. So, and then we are having only 30 votes. So that means that some delegates are not voting for anything. So please vote for or against for any motions. So we're going to re-vote for the moderated caucus raised by the delegate of New Zealand. If you're voting for, please raise your placards. Freeze. Lower your placards. If you're voting against, please raise your placards high. We also got 30 total votes. So we also have to re-vote since we got the 15-15. If you're voting for, please raise your placards high. You have to vote for or against. You must vote. If you're voting against, please raise your placards. Okay, so with the 17 against, this motion has been failed. We see some delegates not voting for anything. You must vote during the procedural vote. Now we're going to move on to the voting procedure for the motion raised by the delegate of IOC with a total duration of 10 minutes with individual speaking time of 60 seconds for the purpose of delegates reaffirming their stance in a physical activity education. If you're voting for, please raise your placards. Freeze. Lower your placards. If you're voting against, raise your placards. Can one of the secretary come to the stage, please, for a second? Lower your placards. Okay, one more announcement. During the voting procedure, note passing is prohibited. So whenever you guys are raising a placards, do not raise the notes. Also, we got the 15-15 voting, so we have to redo the voting procedure about this moderated caucus. If you're voting for, please raise your placards. Please vote for any for or against. Okay, with the unanimous vote for, this motion has been passed. Now we're gonna open the moderated caucus for the purpose of delegating reaffirming their stance in a physical activity education. If there's any delegate wishing to speak, please raise your placards. Yes, delegate of Qatar.
Delegate of Qatar believes that the existing education system is not enough. Youth physical activity has been dropped globally, and it's just not laziness, it's structure. Screens have replaced outdoor play, especially since COVID normalized indoor digital first routines. So rather than treating digital life as an enemy, we should design hybrid solutions. For example, gamified fitness apps or sport to sports pathway, and school curricula that build inequity minimum alongside the digital literacy. Qatar's QNV 2030 already frames health and digital growth together. That's the kind of dual approach this framework needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Is there any other delegates wishing to speak? Yes, Delegate of Council of Europe.
Well, Delegate of the Council of Europe reaffirms the value of physical activity education in general. He is wondering what exactly did the IOC intend by asking what kind of stances the delegates have in terms of physical activity education. Is the delegate asking just in general, or is she intending, for example, physical activity education in the sense of adding PE courses within the curriculum, or physical activity education as an educative method that should be advocated? Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other delegates? Yes, Delegate of IOC.
IOC would like to answer the question of the Council of Europe. In regards to implementing sports programs into education, it would not only just be emphasizing PE, but also having general sports programs, as well as a way of preservation of sports in countries where specific cultural sports have been neglected or are not as played in amongst the youth. The IOC would also like to emphasize that through these programs, it could also encourage international cooperation, as these programs would be able to not only be implemented in just one country in a general sense of in the general sense of sports, for example, soccer. Programs can also be held against different countries in a way allowing for international cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other delegates? Yes, Delegate of Peru.
The delegate of Peru agrees with the delegate of IOC. Peru advocates for the systematic integration of traditional and ancestral games into public educational curricula and regional community programs to reinforce youth cultural identity, mutual respect, and community-level social cohesion.
Thank you. Yes, Delegate of International Working for Women in Sports.
The IWC agree with the IOC. However, I would like to ask, IWC would like to ask the strategic tool for ensuring physical activities for disabled women.
Thank you. Yeah, Delegate of UNHCR.
According to UNHCR Global Trends, children are 29% of the world's population, but almost 40% are displaced. So until now, the delegates of many countries are saying about only youth in the country, but we need to also focus on the youth who don't have home. For example, like Fiji, there are a lot of climate crisis, I heard. So like the youths are going to another countries, and that's why they need some fund or institution in the country. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Yes, Delegate of Rwanda.
There is a case in Rwanda. Physical activity education improved the school attendance and hire youth to educated, and to make youth a core agent to making a decision, the physical activity education is essential.
Thank you. Yes, Delegate of Cuba.
Cuba is willing to share human resources if international cooperation through sport is organized.
Thank you. Delegate of Qatar.
Delegate of Qatar agrees with other delegates on the topic of cultural sport preservation and believes that global sports expand traditional and indigenous sports, risk being pushed aside or homogenized. These aren't just cultural artifacts, they are the part of national identity and soft power. This framework should protect traditional sports alongside promoting global ones, ensuring globalization doesn't come at the cost of erasing the local sports heritage. Thank you.
Thank you. Delegate of Argentina.
Delegate of Argentina will also add with the delegate of Qatar that preservation of the traditional sports is really important for the youth because, and in that case, I was delegate of Qatar will suggest that education framework also important because without the education of the sports, how can the youth can preserve the traditional culture they have? Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other delegate wishing to speak? Yes, delegate of Kenya.
The delegate of Kenya believes that physical activity education can reduce this crisis, since we have a specific example that will reduce this conflict between tribes using physical activity education.
Thank you. Delegate of New Zealand and delegate of Ukraine.
New Zealand wants to add a flagship program that New Zealand's actually doing. And New Zealand is one of the highest youth suicide rates in the OECD and 80% rise in child antidepressants use since 2006. And Pulse Breathe Smile, which is a yoga program that works in free in 200 over primary schools, which based on the Maori 4 pillars: physical health, mental health, family, and spirituality. This framework would be helpful to reference. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ukraine.
The state of Ukraine wants to say that it, with the previously have discussed things from previous delegates, aligns with the Ukrainian state's targeted social program for development of physical culture and sports, 2030 program, which has an emphasis on people with disabilities having increased access to sports. Thank you.
Thank you. Delegate of Council of Europe and Mongolia.
The Council of Europe would like to affirm that the Council of Europe's EPAS framework is based on the revised European Sports Charter, which is the framework document that affirms that all young people should receive physical education and instruction at education institutions and have access to opportunities to develop physical literacy, physical fitness, and acquire fundamental movement skills. However, the delegate is noticing that the trend, what the delegates have been saying within this session, kind of revolves around one thing. Just physical education is perhaps insufficient enough to answer the question of whether it is answering the needs of the people. Given this, the delegate of the Council of Europe would like to ask delegates, perhaps in a non-moderated session, to elaborate upon what kind of circumstances and what kind of standards should be considered uniquely.
Thank you. And Mongolia.
Mongolia supporting and ready to share with its government resolution number 239 and national strategy regarding implementation and integration of indigenous and traditional sports physical activities into the education curricula.
Thank you. Is there any other delegates? Yes, delegate of IOC.
The IOC would like to strongly emphasize their point on including physical activity in sports, in schools through sports, as Cuba and Brazil can participate in football matches as a way of international cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you. Now the caucus time is about to end. So now the chair would like to open another floor for any motions or points. If you do so, please raise your play cards. Hi. Yes, delegates of Council of Europe.
Motion for a moderated caucus for the duration time of 15 minutes.
That's in order. Is there any other delegates? Yes, delegate of Ukraine.
Motion for a 20 minutes unmoderated caucus.
Unmoderated caucus, that's in order. The chair would like to encourage use this time for moderated caucus to discuss further of what kind of cooperations each country can do, since we discussed about each country's standpoints about the physical educations. Yes, Delegate of Fiji.
Motion to moderate caucus for with 10 minutes of time and with 60 seconds for individual speaking for the purpose of finishing the previous opinions about the physical education.
That's in order. Is there any other delegates? Calling once, calling twice, calling thrice. Now we're going to move on to the voting procedure for the moderated caucus first. If you're voting for the moderated caucus raised by the delegate of Fiji with the total duration time of 10 minutes with individual speaking time of 60 seconds for the purpose of finishing the previous conversation from the moderated caucus. If you're voting for, please raise your placards and then you must vote for or against. Freeze. Okay, lower your placards. Please raise your placards if you're voting against. Yes. Lower your placards with the 17 against, with 16 for. This motion has been failed. Now we're going to move on to the voting for 15 minutes unmoderated caucus raised by the delegate of Council of Europe. If you're voting for, please raise your placards. With the unanimous vote for, this motion has been passed. Please walk around freely and discuss further with the delegates.
그러니까 이게 화면이 뜨는 건 된다는 말씀. 아 그러면 제 건 그걸로 가야겠다. 그럼 애플리케이션 받으면 되는 확장하면 안 될 수 있어. 보이기만 하고 보기만 하고. It is international 녹화 안 하셔도 되긴 하는데 그래서
enhancing international human international cooperation by demonstrating humanitarian activities such as sending your mercenaries towards post-war countries such as Syria or Rwanda and such as has the record of sending right now there is not any it's not too shallow, this is quite new, it's very new. So this is exactly in the year 2025 during the month of October. So it's quite new. So the education officer was wondering if also we can do you think possible sending mercenaries to Syria will enhance the position of Cuba towards the United States, which would also make them less strict at meaning that since the United States has putting sanctions on Cuba, if possibly Cuba would demonstrate more cooperation, then maybe the sanctions on Cuba might not decrease. Cuba is mercenary go to the US, not only the political to enhance the image to the US. So if you while enhancing the political views to the but one thing that we should note that this action is USA's American decrease it is to gradually improve. Is it marketed towards USA thinking that it is towards other countries? Yes, sectors and then other countries here compared towards USA to give more freedom to so that's the one close it. Yeah. But it is possible. It is possible. What Cuba's interest other than I think you initiated a very important, but that topic has been already I have no authority.
All delegates, please listen carefully. If you want to use the restroom, you must raise a point of personal privilege. You do not come to me directly to ask me if you can go to the restroom or not. Is it understandable? Okay. Also, another friendly reminder that during the conference, no matter what moderated caucus or unmoderated caucus, you must use English. Is that understandable? time has ended. Please go back to your assigned seat, delegates. The time has ended. No direct conversation between delegates. Direct conversation between delegates is prohibited. Okay. During the unmoderated caucus, we witnessed so many delegates using Korean. Once again, this conference official language is English. You must use English. Is that understandable? All the delegates. Yes. Okay. Now we are going to open up another floor for any motions or points. And also, this is the time if you want to go to the restroom, you have to raise a points for the personal privilege. Is that also understandable? Yes. And right now, due to the time conflicts, the chair would like to highly recommend to raise a motion to adjourn the session for the purpose of the dinner. Is there any motions or points on the floor? Delegate of Council of Europe?
Motion to adjourn the session to have dinner.
Yes, that's automatically passed. After the dinner, we're gonna come back here by 6:30 and then enjoy your dinner. Delegates, please go back to your assigned seat and then Delegate of Peru.
Is all the delegates seated? Hello, my name is Taryn Kim, and I'm chairing for this MINEPS for the UNESCO session 3, and we will start with roll call. So delegate of Kazakhstan. Present. Delegate of Argentina.
Present.
Delegate of Australia.
Present.
Delegate of Brazil.
Present.
Delegate of Canada.
Present.
Delegate of Council of Europe.
Present.
Delegate of Cuba.
Present.
Delegate of FIFA.
Present.
Delegate of Fiji.
Present.
Delegate of FISU.
Present.
Delegate of Germany.
Present.
Delegate of International Working Group on Women and Sports.
Present.
Delegate of IOC.
Present.
Delegate of Japan.
Present.
Delegate of Aston.
Present.
Gone through. Delegate of Kenya.
Present.
Delegate of Mexico.
Present.
Delegate of Mongolia.
Present.
Delegate of New Zealand.
Present.
Delegate of Niger.
Present.
Delegate of Peru.
Present.
Delegate of Qatar.
Present.
Delegate of Rwanda.
Present.
Delegate of South Africa.
Present.
Delegate of Spain.
Present.
Delegate of Syria.
Present.
Delegate of Tajikistan.
Present.
Delegate of Ukraine.
Present.
Delegate of UNHCR.
Present.
Delegate of UNICEF.
Present.
Delegate of United Kingdom.
Present.
Delegate of UNOHCHR.
Present.
Delegate of Uzbekistan.
Present.
So before we begin the session, Chair has another announcement. So this session is conducted from 6:30 to 9 p.m., which was originally scheduled for 8:30 because Chair has decided that 2 hours is not enough to drafting the resolutions. So we extended the time until 9 p.m. And by tomorrow, 12 p.m., we are expecting to receive the draft resolutions from each blocks that we might potentially form tonight. So keep that in mind that you guys should be ready by tomorrow 12 for the draft resolutions. And then about the note passing, so we have received that when delegates are raising the notes to deliver to someone, you guys are raising so low so they couldn't see it. So whenever you are passing the notes, please raise it high so that they can see it. However, note passing is prohibited during the voting procedure. So please do not do that. And then also, even though you are not using your phone, please do not put that on the table. And then, as you know, the official language of this conference is English. And then please do not use Korean or any other languages. And then electronics are prohibited. Yes. Are there any questions about the agenda or anything? And then you guys have a good understanding about how this first hour until 7:30 is going to be, which is only moderated caucus. Is it clear? Yes? Okay.
The floor is now open to motions. The chair strongly encourages motions to focus on moderated caucus. Be active and clearly demonstrate your stances. Are there any motions? This delegate of Fiji.
Motion to moderate caucus with total duration time of 20 minutes, with individual speaking 2 minutes, for the purpose of specifying themes in tokenism and sharing core values in each countries with tokenism.
Thank you, delegate. Are there any motions? Delegate of Qatar. Are you passing this motion? Are there any motions? Yes. Delegate of Cuba.
A delegate of Cuba wants to clarify why youth participation is important. So delegate of Cuba thinks that in sports initiatives that are focused for youth sports, it is important that youth participate in initiative designing because youth adult experts might neglect some subtle nuances that youth groups hold. So it is important for youth participants to actively engage in decision making because of those reasons. Thank you.
Delegate of Cuba, can you clarify your stances, please?
Are you raising a motion or points? Oh, are you just like asking any questions?
Sorry, delegate of Cuba didn't think about the voting. I just talked about that topic.
Oh, okay,
It's my
sorry.
fault.
Okay.
This is time for the motions. Are there any delegates? Delegate of Finland and then Mongolia.
Motion for a 15 minutes moderated caucus with a speaking time of 60 seconds on the topic of solve the tokenistic of leadership to solve the problem and enhance the problem of youth leading.
Thank you, delegate. Delegate of Mongolia.
The delegation of Mongolia also wants to emphasize and asks for a motion for 15 minutes moderated caucus with 60 seconds of individual speaking time to finalize the first agenda, which is anti-tokenism and youth governance. And also, I want to briefly again explain and mention what tokenism is. So tokenism, the practice of making a symbolic effort to appear.
Sorry for interrupting the delegate of Mongolia. You can explain the definitions of the tokenism during the moderated caucus. So whenever all the delegates, whenever you guys are stating the purpose, please be concise so that we can write it down and then all the other delegates can see the purpose and then vote based on it. Is that clear?
Yes, so the purpose is to finalize the agenda because it was discussed like for a long time now. So we need to finalize it to make a resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Are there any motions? Are there any motions? We will now proceed to voting on the motion. The chair has received a motion to enter a 20-minute moderated caucus with a speaking time of 120 seconds on the topic of specifying theme of tokenism. This motion requires a simple majority to pass. We will now proceed to voting. If you're voting for this motion, please raise your placards. And those are against, please your placards. There are anonymous votes, so this motion has failed. Moving on to the next motion. Motion to enter a 15-minute moderated caucus with individual speaking time of 60 seconds. The topic of solving the tokenism problem and announcement. Those who are voting for this, please raise your placards. With anonymous voting votes, this motion has passed. We are starting for the moderated caucus for 15 minutes with individual speaking time for 60 seconds. Delegates wishing to speak, please raise your placards. Starting from Delegate of Mongolia, and then Council of Europe and New Zealand.
The delegation of Mongolia wants to ask other delegations what's their idea of tokenism. How did they understand the topic? Because most of the delegations and international organizations, they have been silent about this topic. So how did they understand the idea of tokenism and anti-tokenism? And only after hearing their answers and what they do think about this issue, I think we can move forward with a solution and resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Council of Europe.
Council of Europe would like to start by perhaps acknowledging that maybe the committee has not have landed on a consensus on what tokenism means. So it will provide a very brief and short operational definition along with why it matters. Tokenism is the symbolic representation of certain groups within an organization. They lack power to decide upon where the organization is going to act, how it's going to act, etc. As delegates may understand, this is particularly relevant for youth because youth initiatives and youth programs tend to treat youth as passive beneficiaries or rather recipients of policy. In other words, sports governance is rather incomplete when youth are only put in a position where they are simply there for the sake of being there and not actually having any voice. Due to this, the Council of Europe would like to stress and emphasize the importance of this topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of New Zealand.
Thanks for the Council of Europe to clarify what the tokenistic mean. And then once New Zealand delegates clarify what tokenistic is, then we have to decide is it consultation or co-design or co-production, which is the first consultation is the youth is giving their opinions, but the decision is on the others or the elders, the old people. And then the co-design means the youth actually has can actually affect to the decision. And the last co-production means they're fair enough. And so through 4 tests like signature test, factor test, budget test, tenure test, I think first of all that New Zealand needs to clarify those because Sports New Zealand. Thank you.
Speaking time has been gone. Delegates wishing to speak, please raise your placards. Delegate of Qatar.
Delegate of Qatar would like to additionally add in the comments of the delegate of Council of Europe and would like to briefly explain that why does tokenism exist. It exists because a lot of institutions, they want to demonstrate that they support youth participation without changing how decisions are made. And all the governments and organizations often create youth councils to satisfy public expectations or international recommendations. But these councils, they doesn't have any legal authority. And another reason is that the young people, they lack experience. They cause adults to hesitate to share the leadership. It's often because of the limited funding or lack of accountability, and also the absence of laws. It requires youth participation to also contribute to symbolic rather than having a meaningful involvement. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Yes, Delegate of Council of Europe.
Given the clarifications that fellow delegates have given, this delegate believes that it has established the necessity of countering tokenism. Therefore, this delegate would now like to ask delegates to provide specific aspects of countering tokenism and how to ensure that youth empowerment and agency is preserved while preserving effectivity. Thank you.
Delegate of Qatar, and Delegate of South Africa. Delegate of Qatar, you may start.
Delegate of Qatar would like to discuss about the problems that are caused by tokenism. So tokenism weakens the leadership because young people, they cannot develop negotiation, governance or project management skill without having the real responsibility. And it also results in the poor policy because programs, they are designed without youth input, and it often fails to address the actual need of the young people. Thank you.
Delegate of South Africa.
Delegate of South Africa has a view that sport is not viewed as a humanitarian priority. So they have a limited, insufficient investment and limited national policies on sport for protections. And South Africa is one of the country who has a lot of refugees due to other underdeveloped countries nearby. So due to this displaced young people and lack of attention from the government, South Africa has a lack of people and infrastructures and experience about the youth program. So South Africa wants to get the guidelines and some help from the countries who has built the sustainable policies and system with them. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates. Are there any delegates to want to speak?
Raise all the plaque. If you are wishing to speak, please raise all your placards so that we can have a list on the screen.
Delegate of Qatar, Council of Europe, and New Zealand, and then Ukraine.
Delegate of Qatar agrees with the opinion of Delegate of South Africa because tokenism disproportionately affects the marginalized groups, including the girl, the female, the refugees, people with disabilities, and often rural youth, who may appear represented, but they continue facing the barriers to such meaningful participation.
Delegate of Council of Europe.
The Council of Europe would like to suggest that the delegate of South Africa and Qatar could perhaps rely upon the enlarged partial agreement on sport as perhaps a potential reference point for their policy needs, given that the EPAS system actually has a lot of best practices that have been accrued, including upon the issues of integration and inclusions. However, the delegate would like to slightly return back to the issues of what kind of standards and guidelines will be necessary in order to ensure that youth are not becoming tokens within their regulation, within their organizations. And to that, the Council of Europe would like to first suggest perhaps institutional change that is inspired partly from the Council of Europe's own methods, but also of FIFA, where ensuring there is a permanent seat for youth within certain councils in decision-making bodies, or the establishment of permanent bodies that are at least advisory or consultative to ensure that youth input is considered. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of New Zealand.
To solve the tokenism problem, Sport New Zealand explicitly distinguished consultation, co-design, and co-production, which New Zealand mentioned earlier. New Zealand supports a clarify what the tokenism is within these three strands. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Ukraine.
state of Ukraine or delegation of Ukraine agrees with New Zealand's proposal and definition of tokenism. However, I think that Ukraine would like to step on would be the disability aspect and ensuring that people with disabilities are also included related to preventing tokenism.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Syria, Uzbekistan, and IOC and Fiji. Then Qatar and
The delegation of Syria would like to agree with the delegations as listed: South Africa, Qatar, and the European Council, and also with the previous one, the Ukraine delegation. We also want to reaffirm our position that we are all Syria is also looking for help in establishing these bodies and in coming up with these policies.
Thank you, Delegate.
Okay, Delegate of Uzbekistan.
Delegate of Uzbekistan want to add youth should have decision-making power like voting rights or formal representation in committees of the organization, and at least one representative should be part of planning and evaluation bodies.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of IOC.
The IOC would like to highlight for the youth playing a bigger role in sports councils, as the IOC has implemented a youth leadership program, which has had youth leading programs in various countries. The IOC believes that if more youth are participating or being at the lead of these types of programs, they would be able to move up to a standard of being able to govern within Sports Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Fiji.
The delegate of Fiji also agrees about participating youth, what IOC said, and also the delegate of Fiji think that we should conduct clarified and detailed monitoring system, because there are lots of vague monitoring system or absence of monitoring system in lots of countries about preventing tokenism. So we should build strict monitoring system.
Delegate of Qatar.
Delegate of Qatar would also like to suggest some solutions. The first one is similar to that of the delegate of Uzbekistan. It is to replace the consultation with co-decision by giving youth representatives voting right on sports councils and advisory committees. And the second one is to establish a permanent youth advisory councils that are going to be connected directly to the ministries, so that the participation it continues beyond individual events.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of FIFA.
Delegate of FIFA supports the statements and solution made by Council of Europe, Qatar, South Africa, and Uzbekistan. And in order to follow up on all those things, FIFA wants to state that every year FIFA sends about $1.25 million of funding to its 211 members association. But FIFA wants to propose to add a new rule to it, a condition. So like before a member association gets any next payment, it must pass through a independent governance audit, so that if any country fails the audit, the funding will be paused until it fixes the issues within the community which is related to the youth empowerment and tokenism. So this audit is done by an outside body, not FIFA itself.
Delegate? Delegate of... If you're wishing to speak, raise your placard high, all the delegates.
Delegate of Mongolia, Council of Europe, Peru, Qatar, and International. Starting from Mongolia.
I also agree with fellow delegates, and as a first step in solving the anti-tokenism and youth governance issue, the delegation of Mongolia wants to suggest first identifying the number of an actual youth being under the age of 35 who are enrolled at the sports committees, NGOs, and government organizations. So only after knowing the number, the actual percentage or number of people, we can move with to the next step. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Mongolia. Next, Delegate of Council of Europe.
The Council of Europe would like to perhaps add upon the wonderful suggestions made by the other delegates. Given that the current issue seems to be more tied to institutional design making, the Council of Europe would also like to highlight and perhaps hint towards further discussion for the next committee discussion of capacity building, especially given that even with institutional power, youth need to be able to make wise decisions within the committee to make responsible choices. And in order to do that, capacity building is necessary along with mentorship, training, etc. Thank you.
Delegate of Peru agrees with the previous delegates. The delegation of Peru believes that real systematic representation requires a strict curricular management, so Peru demands that the final resolutions feature binding clauses establishing joint youth government management frameworks.
Thank you, Delegate of Peru. However, here's another reminder. As long as if you are not recognized by the chair, you are not allowed to speak. Is that understandable? Yes, even though you're on the speakers list, you have to be recognized.
The committee has spent significant time debating, so the floor is open for motions. Are there any delegates for motions?
Please raise your placards high, all the delegates, if you're wishing to raise.
Delegate of Fiji, and Delegate of Council of Europe, and Delegate of International Working Cooperation for Women and Sports.
Motion to moderate caucus with 50 minutes of total duration time of 60 seconds for individual speaking for the purpose of continuing previous shared opinions about tokenism.
Thank you. Thank you, Delegate of Fiji. Delegate of Council of Europe.
Motion for a moderated caucus, total duration time of 15 minutes to start discussion on how educational programs can serve the personal development of youth participants, and in what kind of designs will be necessary.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of International Working for Women and Sports.
So that now tokenism and anti-tokenism has been discussed, the IWG would like to raise a motion for moderate caucus for 10 minutes to open on the topic on a global fund with mid-government be established on youth-led and inclusive sports project.
Okay, any other delegates? Raise your placards high. It's okay, Delegate of Syria.
The delegation of Syria would like to start a moderated caucus for 10 minutes regarding the issue of youth refugees.
That's in order. Is there any other? Playing once, twice, thrice. Now we're going to move on to the voting procedure. Now we're going to vote for the moderated caucus raised by the delegate of Fiji for 15-minute total duration with individual speaking time of 60 seconds for the purpose of individual continuing discussions about the previous agenda. If you are voting for, please raise your placards high. 1, 2, 3, freeze. This motion has been failed with the 14-4. Now we're going to move on to the voting for the moderated caucus raised by the delegate of Council of Europe for the purpose of how educational program can serve as a development and models. If you're voting for, please raise your placards high. Hi. 1, 2, 3. With unanimous vote for, this motion has been passed. Now the motion is opened for the purpose of how educational program can serve as a development and model. If you are wishing to speak, please raise your placards high. All the delegates wishing to speak, please raise your placards. Delegate of Council of Europe, and delegate of Rwanda. Is there any more? And delegate of Argentina. Okay, so delegate of Council of Europe, please go ahead.
The Council of Europe would like to start by defining the agenda a little bit more specifically. Given the nature that education has been a reappearing theme during the committee, the Council of Europe would like to basically clarify that in this case, the delegate was intending to discuss more upon like what kind of design features behind sports education should be included in order to make sure that certain values are instilled within youth, what kind of practices, what kind of best practices can be shared and also be adopted by member nations or recommended to member nations so that these policies related to education can be effective and also based on consensus. Thank you.
Thank you. Delegate of Rwanda.
Delegate of Rwanda want to emphasize how educational programs serve to the high quality educators and only the high quality educated people can participate in the decision making. You should be a core agent of the decision making, but the high quality educated people could be participating. Thank you.
Thank you. The delegate of Argentina.
I would also like to highlight the delegate of Argentina would also like to highlight the importance of education program in case of development, because there are a lot of people around the world that have the potentiality for sports, but they don't have the access to the education. That's why in that way, even they have the potentiality for sports or they're able to play sports, they are not being able to get the benefits what the sports actually can provide. So in that case, I think high quality education program is really important to enact. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other delegate wishing to speak? Please raise your placards high. Calling once, calling twice, calling thrice. Now we're going to close this motion. Now the chair will open another floor for any motions or points. If there are any, please raise your placards high. Delegate of Syria, delegate of Qatar, delegate of IOC. Now, please go ahead, delegate of Syria.
The delegation of Syria would like to run a moderated caucus of 10 minutes to address each country's current status or what each delegation wants to achieve.
Thank you. That's in order. And delegate of IOC.
The delegate of the IOC would like to open for a moderate caucus of 9 minutes with the individual speaking time of 1 minute 30 seconds to highlight how delegates can implement youth leadership through sports councils.
Thank you. That's in order. And then delegate of Qatar.
Delegate of Qatar would pass this opportunity.
Okay, thank you. Now, is there any other delegate wishing to raise motions or points? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on to the voting procedure. If you are wishing to vote for the moderated caucus raised by the delegate of Syria for the purpose of each country to discuss each country's current status on the sports, if you're wishing to vote for, please raise your placards high. Freeze. With the unanimous vote for, this motion has been passed. So, is there any delegates wishing to speak for? Please raise your placards. Raise high, please. Okay, delegate of Mexico, delegate of Syria, delegate of Cuba, and delegate of Fiji. Delegate of Mexico, now you have the floor.
Mexico has many chances to access the sports, but these chances do not cover minority youth groups. So then Mexico supports the transition toward youth design sports as creator of the sport, and then developing traditional sports for protecting their own identities. So Mexico emphasizes the importance of youth-designed sports.
Thank you. Now, delegate of Syria.
The delegation of Syria would like to say that its current wants and position is focused on youth refugees and infrastructure building.
Thank you. Delegate of Cuba.
Delegate of Cuba requests Delegate of Syria for clarification of the meaning of current state of sports. So for Delegate of Syria, does it mean like how big sport industries are in nations?
Thank you. Delegate of Fiji.
Delegate of Fiji emphasized the lack of young people in Fiji because of climate crisis. So the delegate of Fiji want to other countries how think about monitoring system about these problems.
Thank you. Is there any other delegate wishing to speak? Please raise your placards high. Delegate of UNHCR and delegate of Rwanda and delegate of South Africa. Is there any more delegates wishing to speak? Then delegate of Peru. So UNHCR, please go ahead.
So many countries have emphasized the importance of educations, but actually it's really hard to really like go through this education program. So UNHCR recommend this one example. This is DAFI scholarship. It was the scholarship from Germany since 1992. That it's scholarship for refugee university. So it's over 20 million people was attending university thanks to this program. So to start really like efficient program, this kind of scholarship could help. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate of UNHCR. Now, delegate of Rwanda.
Rwanda, there was a genocide and post-genocide. There was the post-conflict resilience is called successful in Rwanda. So, delegate of Rwanda proposed to expand the programs with other countries and also agree with a delegate of Fiji that it needs the monitoring programs and it could be practiced with international corporations.
Thank you, delegate of Rwanda. Delegate of South Africa.
Delegate of South Africa agrees with the point made by the delegate of Rwanda. Since South Africa also lags with the monitoring issue due to few measurable indicators, they also have limited evaluations for the resilience outcomes and have therefore has a difficulty to demonstrate the long-term impacts. It is recommended for all the nations to have a strict policy and systems on the monitoring so that all the programs can be sustainable and in the cycle of stability. Yeah.
Thank you, delegate of South Africa. Delegate of Peru.
The delegation of Peru maintains that physical literacy is a civil right. We must systematically expand curriculum standards to guarantee access for geographically isolated, indigenous, and economically vulnerable populations. International development funds must prioritize structural education grants to ensure that no one is left out.
you, delegates. Are there any speakers who want to speak? Delegate of Australia, Brazil, Syria, Argentina, and FIFA, and Germany, and International Working Group on Women and Sports. Starting from Australia.
The delegate of Australia fully supports counter-tokenism programs by emphasizing multiculturalism in youth sports programs. The delegate of Australia would also like to support inclusivity of disabled and marginalized youth groups to supplement the EPAS.
Thank you, delegate. Delegate of...
Point of order.
Yes, delegate.
Delegation of Cuba did not request for speaking.
Request has been approved. Now, delegate of Brazil.
Delegate of Brazil focused on reducing youth criminal, because children and adolescents remain highly vulnerable to violence, accounting for 78.3% of reported sexual violence victims. So Brazil focus on self-defense force program. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Delegate of Syria.
The delegation of Syria would like to answer to the delegation of Cuba's question, but requires further elaboration on said question.
Thank you, delegate. Delegate of Argentina.
Well, as we are discussing about each country's current state, so delegate of Argentina will like to highlight the current status of the sports system in our country. So sport has demonstrated itself as significant uniting force that connects individuals of various political, social, and economic views of our country. For example, Argentina's spectacular victory in the 2022 FIFA World Cup is seen to have a significant impact on the unity of the country. So to help these communities and nation build resilience and achieve sustainable development, Delegate of Argentina would like to also vote for the anti-tokenism. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Delegate of FIFA.
The delegate of FIFA wants to address the current position of FIFA, what we have done for the countries that has refugees or conflict affected areas. Like since 2001, FIFA has been doing a program called Football for Peace, which has brought children from the conflict areas that build trust. And recently, last year, FIFA Council approved a new peace fund for helping the conflict affected region. And also recently, FIFA signed a partnership with the Board of Peace to rebuild football fields and community programs in Gaza. This shows like FIFA is moving from small projects to real funded action. And also FIFA has also worked with UNHCR through FIFA Foundation Refugee Program. So the point of discussing all these things is...
Thank you, delegate. Delegate of Germany.
Delegate of Germany would like to say, regarding back to the topic of tokenism, that in Germany now stands a BMZ Youth Advisory Council that meet regularly with the Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development. However, they are usually consulted after the decisions are made, and marginalized groups remain underrepresented. So the delegation of Germany would like to discuss on how to strengthen stronger institutional youth representation, earlier involvement, and more diverse youth representation.
Thank you, delegates. Unfortunately, delegate of International Working Group on Women in Sports, the moderated caucus time has been ended, so we couldn't proceed it. We have approximately 15 minutes left for the moderated caucus session. It is not a mandatory. However, Chair would like to highly recommend that for the remaining time, utilize this moderated caucus time to discuss further about if what kind of countries are willing to support the financial systems for the agenda, and then what kind of countries are wishing to receive a fund from the developed countries. So that way, based on those conversations, you guys can form a block during the unmoderated caucus, which you will raise after few minutes. So if there's any motions or floor, please raise your placards high. Okay, we're gonna go by Syria, Council of Europe, FIFA, and Qatar.
The delegation of Syria wants to raise a motion of a 15-minute moderated caucus regarding which delegations are willing to fund and which delegations are willing to receive the funds.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Council of Europe.
Motion for a moderated caucus to discuss the issue of funding, especially for LDCs. Total duration time of 15 minutes, individual speaking time of 1 minute.
Delegate of FIFA.
The delegate of FIFA wants a moderated caucus for 15 minutes duration, individual speaking time of 60 seconds, addressing the proposed solutions that can be proposed in order to help the conflict affected areas, and
Can you simplify the topic?
Like addressing the solutions for the conflict affected areas.
Okay, thank you.
Delegate of Qatar.
A moderate caucus for about 15 minutes, 60-second speaking time on the topic of financial solution and its conclusion. Financial solution and the conclusions.
Since there were 3 delegates raising for the same topic, so we'll just move on to the voting for the financial issues for moderated caucus. If you're voting for, please raise your placards high. With the unanimous vote, this motion has been automatically passed. Now we're going to begin the moderated caucus for the topic of the financial support. If there is any country wishing to speak, please raise your placards high. And then this is the moment that you are going to show off your country's stance points about the monetary policies. Raise higher. Okay, Syria, Ukraine, International Working Group for Women in Sports, Qatar. Is there any other more delegates to talk about the financial part? And Argentina, IOC, and Council of the Europe. So let's begin with the Syria.
The delegation of Syria would like to state its position as wanting to get support from all international bodies and delegations, if possible.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Ukraine.
Delegation of Ukraine wants to state that Ukraine also would require funding for initiatives. However, it would like to also elaborate that regarding it can provide means through other aspects of international cooperation towards other countries, such as facilitation of other aspects of things.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of International Working Group on Women and Sports.
The delegate of International Working Group on Sports for Women is considered as network for women. However, it also believes inclusion, because when it comes to youth, we cannot only include women or men. So IWG like to fund to the delegated state members 50%. And the delegation since the delegation believes that inclusion must be beyond any intention, any particular intention, that's why it suggests that a mid-government as well as funding, while also working for youth, not only for women.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Qatar.
As stated earlier by the delegate of Syria about who is going to fund and who is going to get fund, delegate of Qatar believe that it is difficult for some countries to either give fund or receive fund. As stated earlier by the delegate of FIFA about the and really appreciates the idea about the independent governance audit. Delegate of Qatar would like to make a proposal, and it is to reserve at least 2% of the national sports development funding for youth-led initiatives. It allows young people to design projects, manage budgets, and evaluate results. It's not something that we're going to build from scratch, but it is an additional taxation and a dedicated allocation within the same sport expenditure. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Argentina.
Delegate of Argentina will also agree with the delegate of Qatar. So we also want to work on the existing organization that are working right now instead of creating a new organization from the scratch. So delegate of Argentina would also like to mention that right now we have some problems in the economic in our country, but as increasing the budget for international organizations or national is not like an easy task to do in the first place. So delegate of Argentina would also like to request IOC, if it's possible, just to increase a bit of their annual budget so that we can help to improve the education, physical education for the youth of our country. So as IOC also mentioned before, that they're emphasizing on the physical education for the youth, so the sports can also. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of IOC.
Yeah, IC would like to admit its capabilities in funding certain sports initiatives. However, we would also like to enter into collaborations with other organizations willing to combine resources or funds in order to continue with these initiatives in other countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Council of Europe.
Delegate of Council of Europe is not technically related to the funding issue. However, it would like to basically provide still its assistance regarding building norms and best practices and offering platforms for nations in need. It is worth discussing, though, however, that individual countries are unlikely to be able to make a decision in this committee and in this current agenda discussion to basically provide aid to any other country, given the nature of the amount that is probably going to be needed. Given this, the delegate would highly suggest the utilization of international bodies that will be able to actually take the brunt of such financial burdens, and for delegates to perhaps think of various ways for these to be perhaps not just be giving away money.
Thank you, Delegate. Are there any speakers?
The chair strongly recommend to utilize this time if you haven't speaked so far, because most likely it's going to be the last moderated caucus sessions to appeal your country's standpoints. Okay. Syria, Kenya, Cuba, Fiji, Peru, Rwanda, Qatar, FISU, FIFA, Uzbekistan, in that order. Oh, and then South Africa. And UNH EHR, that order. Okay, we're gonna do it again. So please raise your placards high if you just raised, and then freeze. So Syria, Kenya. Okay, we have more. So get ready. Syria, Kenya, Mexico, Ukraine, UNOHCHR, Uzbekistan, Cuba, Fiji, FISU, FIFA, Peru, Qatar, Rwanda, and South Africa. And we made it, Cuba. Yeah, you're on the list. Now, Delegate of Syria, you have the floor.
The delegation of Syria would like to clarify what it meant by aid, the Secretary of Syria expects has expectations of the international bodies to take most of the financial hit, if you would call it, and did not mean by asking other delegations for financial support in financial terms only, but in resources such as coaching or expertise in what each delegation respectively excels in. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Delegate of Syria. Delegate of Kenya.
Delegate of Kenya is willing to support our sports infrastructure to the nations, those who are under the conflict or dangerous situation, and Delegate of Kenya also willing to financial support for the refugees.
Thank you. Delegate of Mexico.
Mexico is facing the biggest challenge, that enormous capacity of organized crime groups to establish links to multiple legal market, and then for great established sports for youth, we will require funding for anti-corruption issues. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Delegate of Ukraine.
Delegation of Ukraine would also like to clarify on what it meant regarding funding. It would mean more support for programs such as Erasmus Plus, which funds support and activities and promoting peace, inclusion, resilience, and encourages sport for peace and resilient hubs, linking itself to ministries, municipalities, and youth groups, and using bilateral tools like the Ukraine-Italian Memorandum to share practices on integrating sport in joint projects.
Delegate of UNOHCHR.
While the UNOHCR is not able to fund countries or be involved directly, it calls on member states and international partners to scale up support via the 3RP and the Brussels Conference. We also push for unimpeded monitoring access into contested areas, continued resourcing into commissions such as the Commission of Inquiry on Syria, and coordinated pressure through special procedures to hold both host states and local authorities accountable to their obligations. Thank you.
Delegate of Uzbekistan.
We want to propose establishing a youth sports innovation fund for the same thing, in which funding source will be the government sports ministries, corporate CSR contribution, and the international organization like UNESCO, IOC, and other institutions, and also the national federations. And who can apply for that, like the youth organizations, schools, universities, and sports clubs, and registered NGO. And the grant size will be, for the micro grant, it will be $500 to $2,000. And for community grant, it will be $5,000 to $10,000.
Thank you. Delegate of Cuba.
As delegation of Cuba already stated, Cuba will provide human resources such as sport coaches for physical education internationally under the name of international cooperation and humanitarian rights to like-minded countries to build global peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate.
Delegate of Fiji.
The delegate of Fiji need funding, and also such as Cuba or South Africa had already perceived the needs of funding. However, Fiji wants to clarify the way how can countries who can fund contribute to the way how can they fund to countries who need funding.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of FIFA.
FIFA would like to offer a hand of help to all the nations who are affected by this issue, as FIFA has an old history of running such programs, as previously stated by a delegate of FIFA. Like, we run FIFA Refugee Foundation, and we have been doing this thing since 2001. So FIFA could really beneficial for all these countries. And recently we can see Gaza, which is a prime example, and FIFA has been actively working with Gaza. So it shows like what FIFA is really capable of.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of FISU.
We should fund to the African country like Rwanda, Kenya, Nigeria, South Africa, and other developing country because the countries still don't have high quality education. So if I the fund to this country, the research is good. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Peru.
Delegation of Peru would agree to collaborate with other delegations in order to receive funding to create more accessibility in sports for minorities.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Qatar.
Would like to delegate of Qatar would like to add additional here. The fund, it cannot be redirected to unrelated projects, and it must support the projects where youth are the primary decision makers. And the 2% is intentionally modest so that both the developing and the developed countries, they can participate. But the question arises, where does the money it's gonna come from? So each government, it identifies its existing annual sport budget. 2% of that budget is going to be transferred to the protected youth sport development funds. And countries may also invite the contributions from national Olympic committees, private sponsors, corporate social responsibility programs, and international organizations. But that 2% core is completely backed by the government.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Rwanda.
Rwanda still needs funding because there are over a health population under the youth. However, the funding is not all the solution. So Rwanda suggesting a type of umuganda which was worked in Rwanda after the genocide. It helped to acquire basic infrastructure that are important in promoting sports for all.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of South Africa.
South Africa also needs a funding on the education, especially for the infrastructures and the educator who can lead the program. The delegate of South Africa wants to also question all the nation who are willing to give the fund. What are the specific standards and system they have when selecting the country for the financial aid support?
Thank you, Delegate. The committee has spent significant time debating. The floor is open for motions.
Chair would like to understand that this session used to be a free discussion, so we would like to conduct a short break. So is there any delegates who can raise a motion for adjourning the session for a little break for water and snacks? Yeah, Delegate of Council of Europe.
Motion to adjourn the session for a break.
Yes, we're gonna have a 5-minute. Oh, that's automatically passed. We're gonna have a 5 minutes break, and we're gonna come back to the room by 7:38. And then, before we leave this conference room, the chair believes that we sufficiently discussed about how country's financial situation is, their policies, situations about the sports is. So for the rest of our time, maybe you guys can raise the unmoderated caucus to form a bloc with the like-minded countries and then discuss further about potential draft resolution. Is that clear and understandable? Yes? Okay, go to the break. Before we begin, is there any questions about the overall procedures or any points? Not emotional points or any questions? Yes, delegate of Council of Europe.
Point of parliamentary inquiry. Like,
Yes.
this is a little bit different from the usual MUNs that I've been to. But usually after like a moderated caucus, there is a priority given to the unmods because usually unmods are places for discussions that I've been to at the very least for about around 10 MUNs for discussions on the moderated content. So it's very surprising that unmods are suddenly now considered only for resolution writing or primarily for resolution writing. Now, the delegate does understand that the chairs are not very happy about unmods being used and being wasted, and I think that goes to apply for any MUN chairs. But this delegate would like to perhaps mention the fact that a lot of the people here in the committee are first timers, and some people are much more active in the unmoderated caucus, so it might be much more better to like perhaps allow them some unmod time, even if it's not about resolution writing, so that they can actually voice their opinions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your opinion. Chair would like to briefly explain about our decisions of prioritizing the moderated caucus first. So first of all, when we were asking for the general speakers list, we were expecting at least 10 delegates, at least 5 delegates to be participating for the general speakers list to share their opinions about the agenda and then their expectations about the conferences. However, we had 0 delegates were expressing their opinions or ideas. So we just proceeded without the general speakers list. And then as we were observing the procedures progress of this conference, and we understand that there is only 4 and 5 more MINEPS meeting, which means that if we don't have the draft resolutions by the tomorrow lunchtime, it's going to be hard to proceed the amendment procedures. If the delegate has an experience about the previous MUN experience, you will understand that how difficult it is and how long it takes the amendment procedure it is. So that's why our decision is coming from. Is that understandable and then clear? Okay, thank you. Now we will begin the another session. We'll continue the session. Is there the chair would like to open a floor for any motions or points? If there are any, please raise your placards high. Okay, Delegate of Syria and Delegate of Council of Europe.
The delegation of Syria would like to raise a motion of addressing resilience, which is not limited to, but could also include terror control and crime control.
Was that unmoderated or moderated?
Moderated.
Unmoderated. What was the total duration?
Moderated.
Oh, moderated. Okay. And then, okay. What's your total duration and the individual speaking time?
60 seconds individual speaking time, 10-minute total duration.
Okay. And Delegate of Council of Europe?
Motion for a moderated caucus for the duration time of 20 minutes.
5 minutes?
20.
Oh, 20 minutes. Okay, thank you. Is there any other motions? Yes, Delegate of Australia.
Delegate of Australia would like to motion a moderated caucus of 10 minutes, 60-second speaking time for individual further discussing financial support.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other? Seeing now, we're going to move on to the voting procedure first. However, from this time, the chair has chair believes, the Delegate of South Africa.
South Africa wants to give the moderate 15 minutes, personal speaking time 60 seconds about the nation's like other problems other than the education funding and anti-socialism, anti-tokenism.
Okay, that's in order. Now we are going to move on to the voting procedure, seeing none. However, from these sessions, we are going to follow these the voting rules. So we are going to vote on the most disruptive caucus first, which is unmoderated, what the Council of Europe has mentioned, as the chair believes that a lot of discussion has been discussed already. So we're going to vote on to the 20 minutes unmoderated caucus raised by the Council of Europe first. If you are voting for, please raise your placards high. With the unanimous vote, this motion has been passed. Please discuss with your delegates. The unmuttered caucus, the remainder time is 8 minutes 45 seconds. The time has been ended. By the way, please pay attention. Based on the delegate of Council of Europe's request of the extensions of the unmoderated caucus, it could be extended by 50% of the requested time, which is the 10 minutes. Would you like to extend it, or okay? We will be going to extend the session.
Testing.
Thank you.
No, it is a program, but why do people get into countries? Because they have free time, or they are frustrated, or they possibly have bad experiences and they want to take the anger out. So if you take out this energy or frustration, you can climb more than or experience, they can buy football, any football, any sport, so they can take this energy and put it something positive and spread it. Yeah, it's also because you have some and since you always extend on a specific extend execute and the execute of serious
졸업 안 해봐요?
네.
아, 그래요?
왜냐면 제가 엄청 약간
너무 좋아가지고.
너무 별만 보이시죠?
아, 진짜요? 아, 몇 살이요?
나 처음
아까 그 한의학 친구 금융원이라고. 그 2학년.
저 2학년 4학 2학년 2학년.
아, 그래요? 그럼 무슨?
저요?
네. 네, 금융원인데?
고고예요.
고고예요?
1년 남았어요
아.
제가 코로나 세대여서.
아, 그렇구나. 고등학교.
조배로 오갔는데 원래 해외에 코로나 있고 이거 결국 여기로
한국은?
네, 대전.
대전은?
저 이번 주말에 대전 갈 6개월
6개월 만에.
지금 홍보 기술학과 살고 있거든요.
아, 가서는 그립습니다. 너무 재밌었는데. 그 메이트 영국 알아요?
아, 유명하잖아요. 저 친구 좋아해요. 조배에서도 영국 많아요.
그 제가 배워왔어요. 진짜.
진짜요?
이래. 진짜로. 차 내용이라고. 아니 당연히 모르죠.
그래요?
이미 너무 오래가지고 제가 그 학교 시작 때고 3년차 때
연합이잖아요. 다른 학교에서도 많이 써요.
그때는 순위만 했고 아 진짜?
조배 되게 막 밴드 막 이런 데서 지금 보였었어요. 거기 보러
아 돌아가고 싶다. 엄청
듣지 않았어요? 다시?
아니에요. 저도 저 마음에 진짜
저는 많이 해봐야 군대 이런 거 해야 돼요. 27명.
아 정말요?
아니요? 마흔은 아니잖아요.
마흔은 아니고
근데 약간
저 벌써 빼냈어요. 진짜로 빼냈어요. 진짜요?
이 아니요? 이 아니요? 20명 아니에요? 맞죠?
2 minutes left.
그게 뭐예요?
뭐 남게 얘기하려고 했는데 군대 이런 거 생각하면 2년과 이렇게 하셔야 되는 거 아니에요? 저는 한 20대 있어서 그렇게 생각했는데 마흔 싹 채워요. 과정이
아, 대학교 다시 들어가야겠다. 그러니까 가보니까 잘 돼있더라고요. 재밌었는데. 맞아요. 그거, 이거 처음 보러 갔어요? 그거 찍었어요. 이번에 페스티벌 때 제가 들었어요. 그 수랑 카더가든이랑 또 하나 비오 들어봤어요? 아 거기 있었구나. 저 미국 가가지고 영상 접해가지고 그래서 이거 그래서 미국 가서 공부 안 하고 원래 영상만 찍고 안 갔어요? 아직 미국? 아 미국 가면
내년 가을 학기 아니면 2년 아직 2학년
좋아요.
다르잖아요. 수능은 대학원 가야 되고 조회는 막 학년에 나오는
그리고 제가 그때만 해도 2학년 전체적인 게 있어야 되는데 네, 코로나니까 그런데 선생님 게 나왔어요.
The unmoderated caucus time has been ended. Please go back to your assigned seat, and we are going to open up another floor. Now the chair would like to open up another floor. If there are any motions or points on the floor, please raise your placards high. Okay. Raise your placards high. Delegate of South Africa, delegate of Peru, delegate of New Zealand, delegate of a delegate of Council of Europe. Is there any other delegates? Okay, so we're gonna go first with the delegate of South Africa. No direct conversation between delegate, please. So go ahead, delegate of South Africa.
Delegate of South Africa wants to have a
Unmoderated? Moderated?
Yes, a speaking time of 10 minutes with individual speaking time 10 minutes and individual for 1 minute. And the purpose is to discuss how much government is intervening the system of the youth lead programs in the education.
That's in order. And delegate of Peru.
Delegation of Peru would ask for a moderated caucus of 10 minutes with a 60-second speaking time on the topic of where to direct funding received by an organization.
That's in order. And delegate of New Zealand. Could you repeat the purpose, please?
The topic is where to direct the funding received by an organization.
And then the total duration was 10 minutes. Is that correct?
10 minutes.
Okay, now delegate of New Zealand.
Motion for 8 minutes, 10 minutes moderated caucus with a speaking time of 60 seconds on the topic of anti-tokenistic youth leading solution. Thank you.
That's in order. And delegate of Council of Europe.
Motion for a moderated caucus for the total duration time of 10 minutes and individual speaking time 1 minute for the purposes of discussing and gathering what each group has been talking about during the on-mod.
That's in order. Now, we're gonna move on to the voting procedure. We're gonna move on to the voting procedure for South Africa first. If you are voting for the moderated caucus raised by the delegate of South Africa for the topic of discussing about the how much government is intervening for the sports program. If you're voting for, please raise your placards high. 3, 2, 1, freeze. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This motion is automatically failed due to the number of the 4. Now we are going to move on to the voting procedure for the moderated caucus raised by the delegate of Peru for the purpose of discussing a direct funding for the organization. If you're voting for, please raise your placards high. Okay, 3, 2, 1, first. With the 3-4 voting, this motion is automatically failed. Now we're going to move on to the voting procedure for the moderated caucus raised by the delegate of New Zealand. If you are voting for the topic, the anti-tokenist youth leading solution, if you're voting for, please raise your placards high. 1, 2, 3, freeze. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this motion has been failed. Now we're going to move on to the voting for the moderated caucus raised by the Council of Europe for the total duration of 10 minutes for the purpose of discussing and gathering what each group has discussed during the unmoderated caucus. If you're voting for, please raise your placards high. With the unanimous vote, this motion is automatically passed. So if there are any country wishing to vote speaks for, please raise your placards high. Delegate of Council of Europe, delegate of Ukraine, delegate of Qatar, delegate of Rwanda, delegate of Peru. So now we are going to proceed with the delegate of Council of the Europe first. Go ahead.
Delegate of the Council of Europe would like to thank his delegates for their continued discussion on the topics at hand. He would like to basically do a little bit of traffic control first off by introducing some of the topics that he has seen. One of the issues that has been mentioned persistently was about providing aid funding to countries who are currently in conflict status or who are currently, in developing status. Another issue that was being brought up in the committee was about tokenistic policies and anti-tokenistic measures. There was also discussions, especially upon capacity building and education for youth empowerment and leadership. And of course, there have been suggestions from the delegate of Ukraine and apparently the Pan-African delegates on the matter of exchanges for sports. And that could be potentially funded by international organizations. And the Council of Europe would like to invite all of these delegates to provide their succinct views on the topic so that everyone could be on the same page. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Council of Europe. Now we're going to move on to the Delegate of Ukraine.
The delegation of Ukraine can elaborate further on what was discussed. So what we have discussed is a exchange program, an international sports exchange program that would enable, particular between Pan-Africa and Pan-Europe, to exchange things such as coaches and athletes, as well as also enabling refugees to have support and have own sports experiences as well, and enabling also having some nations be able to provide funding from it, it seems, but also we would need to have some funding from international organizations. So if there was an international organization that was not discussed within our group, this is something that is of interest to your international organization, delegation of Ukraine would like to hear the input for that.
Thank you, Delegate of Ukraine. And now we're going to move on to the Delegate of Qatar.
Thank you. While during the break, a lot of issues were seen. One of the issue was funding, the other was education. Some were working on refugees, while some were working on the tokenism. So the delegate of Qatar, also along with delegate of FIFA, delegate of Uzbekistan, IOC, IWJ for Women in Sports, Rwanda, South Africa, Mexico, delegate of Japan. So they came to an opinion where we can make sections inside the resolution for making the resolution in a proper organized way. So a lot of countries who want to work on education sector, they can just work on the education sector, while the ones who want to work on tokenism, they can include anything inside the tokenism section. And
Thank you, Delegate of Qatar. Now we're going to move on to the Delegate of Rwanda.
The delegate of Rwanda discussed about the funding system and the need of the monitoring system and publishing the report for the sustainable funding system and youth peace leading. And in addition to the Qatar, the divide the sector to make the resolution is more efficient.
Thank you, Delegate of Rwanda. We're going to move on to the Delegate of Peru.
The delegation of Peru discussed with other delegates about the fund allocations. We noticed most of the funding received has been located to the most transited areas like the capitals. So in the case of Peru, most of the funding received, 82%, is being spent in the capital. So we would like to ask for help to fellow countries and organizations to help to prepare a policy in which if a fund or aid is received, to at least the 40% have to be spent or designated to rural areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Peru. Is there any other delegate wishing to speak? Please raise your placards high. Delegate of Kazakhstan and Delegate of Council of Europe and Delegate of IWG and Delegate of New Zealand. So, Delegate of Kazakhstan, you have the floor.
Yeah, Delegate of Kazakhstan want to support Delegate of Ukraine and add some ideas about exchanging of training programs between countries on the international level. I think Delegate of Kazakhstan thinks that it would solve many problems, but it should be regulated and supported by the international organizations. So Delegate of Kazakhstan would love to hear the ideas, how it could be implemented. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Council of Europe.
Delegate of the Council of Europe would like to add on the Delegate of Kazakhstan suggestions, especially regarding quality control. Given the nature of a pan-continental exchange program, there's going to be a lot of logistical challenges, if not questions on how to keep these programs effective, also aligned with ethical values that are behind these exchanges, and making sure that these exchanges are properly funded and executed. Given this, international organizations might need to play a crucial role in the organization, along with continued contact and maintenance with member states who are participating in the program. That does raise a concern of the scale of this. So it would be helpful for the international organizations to play their role if the delegate of Ukraine could clarify, how do we scale these programs? We're obviously not going to start with an entire pan-European, pan-African continent start. So perhaps making stages of implementation where it slowly expands accordingly might be a good idea. Thank you.
Delegate of International Working Group on Women and Sports.
So the delegate of IWG would like to address the issue earlier. The delegate of Ukraine said about the funding issue. Probably we can have a discussion on that and execute on the funding thing. So I would like to have later on a brief discussion on the funding issue. Thank you.
Delegate of New Zealand.
It's moderated cautious about what each groups discuss and they talk about during the unmoderated session. As the main topic is through sports, New Zealand and other countries talked about rather than only focus on baseball, soccer, those big sports. The delegates need to focus on some traditional dance games, simple movement, or yoga, chess more. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Mongolia.
Is there any other delegate who wish to speak? We're going to go with Australia, Brazil, Syria, Cuba, Qatar, and Council of Europe. Now, delegate of Australia.
the delegate of Australia would like to emphasize support for anti or counter tokenism as a problem plaguing many of the programs or many of the nations. And Fiji has many immigrants coming to Australia, so Australia would like to would like to bolster anti-tokenism and youth empowerment to promote youth sports programs on the global scene.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Brazil.
Delegate of Brazil discussed about reducing violence for women youth by using sports. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Syria.
The delegation of Syria would like to state the delegations and international bodies of interest and similar ideologies. It would be the UNCHR, UNICEF, UNOHCHR, FIFA, Brazil, Mexico, and the Syrian delegation. We are these bodies and delegations are interested in resilience, specifically targeting women rights and terror and criminal control, and also refugee control. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Syria. Delegate of Cuba.
Elaborating what the delegation of Syria talked about, Syria, Brazil, Mexico, Cuba, UNICEF, UNHCR, FIFA, and other nations talked about how international cooperation can improve resilience, which means sports could be an outlet of physical and emotional energy. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Qatar.
Qatar has already significantly participated and will pass the opportunity.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Council of Europe.
Council of Europe would like to perhaps add on some commentary on some of the initiatives that have been mentioned on the allocation of resources. The Council of Europe agrees that fundamentally sports should be accessible regardless of regions, and I'd like to affirm its support if the delegate of point of personal privilege, could the delegate of was it Peru? Yes. My bad. If the delegate of Peru is interested in perhaps input from the institutions, the delegate of Council of Europe will be more than willing to offer thoughts.
Thank you. Now we're going to open up another floor for motions or points. Is there any other motions or points? Please raise your placards high. Delegate of Syria and delegate of Council of Europe. And is there any other? Seeing none. Yes, delegate of Syria.
The delegation of Syria would like to raise a motion of a moderated caucus of 10 minutes duration total and 60 seconds individual speaking time as a continuation of the previous motion.
Thank you. That's an order. Delegate of Council of Europe.
Unmoderated, the motion for an unmoderated caucus for duration time of 20 minutes.
20 minutes. That's in order. Is there any other motions or points on the floor? Seeing none, we're going to move on to the voting procedure. We're going to vote for the unmoderated caucus first. If you guys are voting for 20 minutes unmoderated caucus, please raise your placards high. High. 3, 2, 1. Freeze. This motion has been passed. Please go ahead. Proceed with your conversation. Actually, pay attention, please. Would you be able to change your unmoderated caucus sessions to 15 minutes because we have to leave by 9? Yes. Okay. Thank you. Is there any block that has been created?
I think we're still arranging around the topics that we want to work upon, and that part will be basically a change order, right?
Brazilians?
And right now, this is the allocation of resources, distribution of resources. So basic accessibility over there is tokenism.
Okay, so Chair can understand that these people might create a block and then write the resolutions about those topic, and those group of delegates potentially create a blog and then drafting a resolutions about those resilience topic. Okay. Okay, that's perfect. Thank you. Okay, for your information, if you guys are forming a block, there are minimum numbers of signatories that you have to fulfill, which is five members of the signatories delegates. And then for the sponsors, you guys should have you can only have a maximum 3 people. Is that understandable? Yes. Thank you. Yes. Can you come closer? Can you?
Are the 8 people in addition to the main submitter, or is
So you need minimum 5 delegates in your blocks, and then you need you can only have 3 maximum sponsors. So there are 3 different components of the blocks, which is signatories, which is the part of your team, and then sponsor is who contributed the most, and the main submitter is going to be who represent the resolutions that you are going to have. So far we have 3 different topics that you guys are discussing. So that requirement should be fulfilled from your team. Yes. Unmoderated session has been ended. Please go back to your
Sorry,
assigned
everyone.
seat.
Oh, sorry.
Chair, but the delegates and I that I've discussed, we are noticing a problem in regards to definitive blocks that have been identified because of the varying participations in different blocks. For example, in education, in the previous unmoderated caucus, we had a group of delegates that were interested in participating in the block, but now it seems as though they have changed allegiance, and we would like to have a very concrete amount of blocks that have been supported by each delegate. So here we have seen that there have been discussions, mainly discussions on 3 specific blocks: tokenism, education, and also funding.
Yes.
So, and also resilience as well. So we would like to find out if the delegates have also agreed with these specific blocks, and if they are willing to put a stance on which one they would like to focus on within their delegation. Thank you.
Okay. About the further discussions about what you have just presented, this further conversations could be happen at the accommodations that we're gonna go back tonight. However, if all the delegates want to double check about the current standpoint, we can do a quick voting. Is that good? Is that what that delegate want about?
Sorry, would you mind repeating your statement?
So, do you the delegate want to double check like how many people are in each blocks, or?
Yes, I think it would be a good suggestion, given the fact that if we're going to have this conversation at the accommodation, we need everyone to have a specific stance on their agenda, so that when we have the conversations in the accommodation, everybody can group in can have be allocated to a specific group, so that we can already start working on the resolution. Thank you.
Yes, that's understandable. So if all the other delegates are good with this proposed idea, we are going to proceed to double check how many people are on the side of resilience and education and tokenisms. So please raise your placards if you are on the side of the resilience. Only Cuba? For the please raise your placards if you are on the side of the resilience, if you're willing to write resolutions about the resilience. So Brazil, Syria, Mexico, UNICEF, UN, whatever, FIFA, Cuba, and then IWG. So how many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Is that 8 people? Okay, I think it's 8 people. Okay, lower your placards. If you are on the education side, if you're supporting education, please raise your placards. Okay, stop. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, 6. And then if you're on the tokenism, please raise your placards. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it seems like we met all the minimum numbers of signatories and maximum, minimum signatories. So we could have 3 different blocks.
Point of objection. Since delegate of Qatar have 2 stances that lies both in tokenism and education itself, and a lot of other delegates also have the same problem. So delegate of Qatar would like to request opinions from other member states, what they think about this problem and what the solution can be, because some member states wants to work more than like one stance.
Yes, delegate of Council of Europe.
I think block might be the Council of Europe thinks it might the block is perhaps a very misleading term to use in this case, because none of the delegates really necessarily disagree with each other. This is more of a convenience of the working groups that are currently assembled. So it might be just best to consider what kind of resolutions does the countries want to work upon, and it doesn't matter if there's a little bit of overlap. It doesn't matter because you can sign on multiple resolutions. So.
Yes, thank you. Also, the chair would like to highlight the purpose of this conference is this is not showing off what kind of great ideas you will have, but rather you are presenting your idea which could be actually happened in real life to all the countries that you guys are representing for to the actual UNESCO. So even if you want to support two different ideas, if you can support better ideas, it would be better to give them a diverse opinion to the actual UNESCO. So keep that in mind, and then whenever you go back to the accommodations, continue discussing about like how you guys wanna end this conference. And with that being said, if there are any motions on the floor, Chair would like to highly recommend adjourning the session. Yes, the Delegate of Council of Europe.
Motion to adjourn the session till tomorrow.
Thank you. That's automatically processed.
Okay, done. So what chair just says, like I share like this a preparation for this conference and also those 8 questions with the people in UNESCO back in Paris, and that this is how they wrote. I think I better share. So they said like, we look forward to learning more about the youth perspectives shared during these discussions following the event. So I was like, this is what I just received a couple of hours ago from UNESCO headquarters. So what I mean is like, this is like, you do compete, but it's not about like, failing somebody else's like, resolution and then you have more majority no. Okay. I will compile everything. So if you are into something, then you can just pursue. And if you're not sure, and then you don't need to follow majority. Just if you think you have fresh ideas, you can join the group. This is a simulation. This is a game, but ideally, if we collect more perspective and more different, like, assessment to different topics, then that's good for ICM, that's good for UNESCO, that's good for you. Just don't worry that, I have this idea, I don't have many people. No, don't be like that, okay? Thank you.
Also, Chair has another announcement regards to tomorrow's session. So mostly tomorrow's session is going to be talking about drafting the resolutions based on the groups. Even though we don't have a blocks yet, tomorrow we should have it. And then to do that, so if you think that the people of the group that you are in is almost formatted, the chair would like to highly recommend that start working on drafting the resolutions to actually write it down. What are some actual ideas that you might have, so that we can have we can fast forward the tomorrow session, because we only have 3 official sessions tomorrow, and then we might have 3 different blocks, and then to proceed the introducing the unfriendly and then friendly amendment procedure, the 2 other session is not enough time. So chair would love to see you working on drafting the resolutions tonight with the group of the people that you would love to work with. That clear? Yes. And then there's no questions about the amendment, right? If do so, please let me know, and the secretary members and the chair can explain how to write a resolutions, what are the components of the resolutions. Yes, thank you, and let's go home. And by the way, whose watch is this? Is there anyone? No one? Okay.